To survive the coming darkness, Setsuna must pass this elite Magic Academy test, where candidates shatter massive boulders to claim the gems hidden inside. But Instructor Baldi is already fuming because Layla, a red-haired girl, is running late, and she isn't alone. Setsuna, a boy who is dismissed by everyone as nothing more than trash. Determined to prove his worth, he tells the professor that he has discovered new possibilities for close combat mages. But this only makes Baldi angrier, as the instructor demands more respect for his elders before storming away in a rage. Leaving Baldi's rage behind, Setsuna and Layla walk toward the test area where the students are hitting a wall. These massive boulders are simply too hard to crack. Their mana-enhanced magic attacks simply bounces off the stone's surface. Even those using body enhancement fail, leaving nothing behind but scant cracks. In the heat of the struggle, Baldi bellows that this test determines their class rank. Noting the crystals hidden within, Baldi warns that if Setsuna isn't fast enough, the other students will see him fail and give up under the weight of his disrespect. They complain that this test is nothing but an impossible trap designed to crush them. Then Baldi presents a final rock and gives Setsuna 10 minutes to find the gem, but Layla immediately realizes the truth. A moment of realization hangs in the air. It is a black rock made of unbreakable material, and Baldi warns that time is running out for both of them. Setsuna ignores the warning, pushing Layla aside to approach the stone. He begins to analyze the surface while Baldi counts down the remaining 8 minutes, only for Setsuna to demand just 10 seconds instead. The instructor's fury is palpable, while Layla begs him to be careful and not break his hand. But Setsuna is already mid-thrust, summoning a mana sword. The mana sword hits with a perfect silence. Baldi starts to laugh, thinking the strike failed, but then the massive black rock explodes into countless shards, leaving the precious gem resting in Setsuna's hand. The instructor stands frozen in disbelief, while the crowd stares at the impossible feat. Suddenly, Egghead, a student filled with resentment, screams that Setsuna is cheating, but his outburst is cut short by a mysterious stranger's sudden appearance. Setsuna remembers his previous life, where he was part of the Last Hope, a small group of elite mages fighting to stop the evil god. They fought with everything, but their struggle was in vain. The evil god easily massacred his team, leaving the world to fall. When Setsuna finally woke up, he saw the last human city, drowning in flames. He couldn't believe they had failed so completely. But as the god appeared to mock their useless efforts, Setsuna lunged, delivering a mana-infused punch that forced the monster to bleed. In that moment, he realized high-level close-range magic could pierce even the god's defense. But it was too late. The god struck him down before he could prevail. Death, however, triggered a lifetime's worth of magic from his necklace, and Setsuna woke up back at the academy. With Leo hitting his head, he snapped back to the present. Setsuna shakes off the confusion, forcing himself back to reality. The terrifying image of Leo is quickly replaced by the familiar surroundings of his youth. He is back within the walls of the Magic Academy, exactly where his previous journey began. Setsuna knows exactly what he must master to defeat the evil god. Today is the crucial day to choose his official magical path, and the teacher is calling his name. As a recognized genius, Setsuna possesses a rare affinity for all magic paths, but he can only master one. But since mastery is limited to a single path, the teacher tells him to decide. Everyone assumes the genius magician will follow the range magic of the gods, but he does the opposite. The teacher screams in disbelief, warning that close combat magic is an abandoned path, meant only for minor body enhancement. Are you throwing away your future? Yet he is the only one who understands that. Only one who knows this is the only way to kill the evil god. To the shock of the entire class, he chooses it, causing a reaction. He went from being the academy's pride. The teacher begins shouting at him for being an egotistical brat, leaving the academy in an uproar. Even those who used to talk to him now turn away in silence, are now avoiding him like the plague. As Setsuna walks outside, he sees a trio of bullies brazenly attempting to steal a redhead girl's magic brooch while she desperately dodges their spells. Setsuna steps in to help, but the bullies simply laugh, knowing he chose the supposedly weak close-range magic path. The insults fly as a blonde student begins throwing fireballs, confident he can crush Setsuna before he even gets close. But Setsuna sees this as the perfect chance to test his new skills. He easily dodged the incoming attacks by pumping mana into his feet to instantly accelerate and close the gap, delivering a devastating blow to the idiot's stomach. The group retreats, leaving Setsuna behind as the redhead introduces herself as Layla. She thanks our hero, but claims she must rush to the test immediately. The tension shifts back to the arena, where onlookers remain stunned that Setsuna shattered the heavy black stones with nothing but his bare hands. Suddenly, Baldi is grabbed by the collar, facing the wrath of the elite instructor Lionel. Lionel flatly denies the accusations of cheating, explaining that Setsuna simply read the mana flow.
Mana flow.
He strikes its weakest point, declaring that if Baldy can't even read his students' techniques, he has no business being a teacher. Therefore, Lionel decides to teach Baldy a lesson by announcing that he will demonstrate Mana Guard. Baldy is horrified, but Lionel takes his stance and declares that if Baldy has really been training, blocking this should be easy. Baldy begs for mercy, but Lionel shows no hesitation and throws a crushing punch. Even as Baldy tries to guard, the sheer force sends him straight into the wall. Setsuna watches the display, realizing no ordinary man, but Lionel's attention is about to shift. Lionel approaches Setsuna with a laugh and a cigar, nonchalantly telling him to do his best. Setsuna views the remark as an insult to the path he's chosen, so he declares his intent to become the absolute best, even outshining students from other departments. Lionel admires Setsuna's and offers to teach him any time before stepping forward to address the students. As the head professor of the close combat department, he announces an upcoming tournament to select a representative for the exchange match. Setsuna knows this tournament well. It was his past victory in the long-range department that first caught the headmaster's eye. So he realizes he cannot let this chance slip away, but then he notices something strange on the ground. Lionel points out that Setsuna wasn't the only one to pass the test. Someone else arrived earlier and already destroyed the crystal, and they did it with nothing but bare fists. Setsuna turns to look toward the source, realizing the fragments flew from incredibly far away. The culprit is the massive Drago Okrid, a trainee from Elm Ridge Academy, who approaches after being called forward by Lionel to question Setsuna's choice of department. Setsuna attempts to explain his unique affinity for close combat magic, hoping to justify his unconventional path. But Drago cuts him off, scoffing at his perceived weakness. He claims his lineage has ruled this department for generations, a legacy he has prepared for. Through years of grueling training, his overwhelming aura erupts, shaking every student in its path. Setsuna remains unmoved despite the onslaught, leading Drago to throw a punch and demand a fight. The powerhouse refuses to let a weakling. As a representative, Setsuna recalls that in his previous life, Drago was the legendary star of this very department. Still, C simply smiles and accepts the challenge. Lionel approves of the terms, scheduling the duel for 1 week from now. As Drago Okrid leaves, he issues a chilling warning: if Setsuna truly seeks the path of a close combat mage, then their fight should be to the death. Seeing the match, the students dismiss Setsuna entirely, and even Layla's smile fades, when Setsuna admits he's no match for Drago Okrid right now. However, he has a plan that involves a secret advantage. Setsuna walks away, leaving Layla to chase him down through the academy grounds. They eventually reach a massive ancient tree, a secret training sanctuary known only to him. Upon touching it, a green aura erupts from Setsuna, and he promises Layla that this place will make him 3 times stronger. Setsuna realizes he's standing before a sacred tree over 1,000 years old. The ancient landmark resonates with his soul, just as it did in his past life. When Layla asks about the green aura, Setsuna explains it is the tree's blessing. He reveals that only those accepted by the tree can receive its power, allowing him to restore his holy mana as long as he stays near it, enabling him to train without ever hitting his limit. Layla beams at the news, relieved that he can push himself to the absolute edge. Determined to return the favor for his help, Layla pumps her fist in a show of support, leaving Setsuna staring in confusion. Meanwhile, back in the close combat training room, Drago Okrid displays terrifying strength by lifting weights that shouldn't even be possible before long. Grows bored of the routine. He asks Lionel if there are more black rocks available, prompting the instructor to worry about their destruction. But Drago walks off, claiming he won't break them. Instead, he has, and it's insane. He begins doing push-ups with a massive rock strapped to his back, a sight that leaves Layla watching in pure terror, fearing a single punch from him could be fatal. A panicked Layla rushes to find Setsuna. Meanwhile, Setsuna sits by the. When Layla arrives, she finds him totally relaxed, as if the intense competition means nothing at all. She scolds him for his calm, noting that Drago Okrid is already training with 5 black steel rocks strapped to his back. She doesn't realize that Setsuna is already 1 step ahead of him. Instead, he reassures her that this piece is all part of his plan. As a blue aura glows in his eyes, Setsuna explains his method of using mana to control the nervous system. By focusing mana into specific areas, he can reinforce his body, even his legs. He applies this logic to his mind, focusing on his head to enhance his memory, having already devoured a massive pile of books during his seclusion. With the theory mastered, Setsuna stands up, ready to put his knowledge into motion. Stepping into the training clearing, he executes a perfect balance kick before manifesting a mana sword. His movements flow smoothly, continuing without a single, leaves Layla completely in awe. Layla is stunned by his progress, but Setsuna knows he's still nowhere near ready. Soon, the sheer strain of forcing so many techniques into his body causes him to collapse. Layla rushes to his side in a panic, but he insists he is fine, claiming he's just pushing his limits through physical boosts. That's why he's focused on boosting his healing. The sacred tree's blessing activates, repairing his damaged hands instantly, though Layla begs him to stop driving himself so hard. Setsuna refuses, knowing he cannot face Drago Okrid with anything less than perfection. He tells Layla he'll repeat this until he is strong enough. Setsuna undergoes this agonizing process 1,000 times before the week is over, leaving Layla stunned by the sheer intensity. Setsuna only smiles, insisting the agony still isn't enough. His mind wanders back to the orphanage where his journey began. In those days, he possessed no magic, yet he practiced every single day, refusing to let failure stop him. He improves little by little, telling Layla that if pain brings strength, he will embrace it all. Determined, Setsuna begins training again. Even Layla joins him. Together, they push their bodies to the limit, recovering only to do it all over again. Soon, Setsuna is even doing push-ups with heavy rocks on his back, working harder than anyone despite the rumors of his talent. Finally, the big day arrives, and Setsuna and Drago Okrid step into the ring. Drago looks at him with pure disgust. Lionel takes his place to oversee the match. Once both combatants are set, the referee begins the bout, and Setsuna immediately rushes forward to seize the initiative. Setsuna throws a punch, but Drago blocks it effortlessly. A kick follows, and then Drago defends with effortless ease. Yet, the sheer force of the impact sends him sliding backward. Setsuna's shock grows as he realizes Drago is using Mana Guard to absorb every single strike. Suddenly, Drago's expression turns fierce, and his gaze radiates a deadly, killing intent that freezes Setsuna in place before he can even react, driving a punch straight into Setsuna's body with a huge force. The aura explodes, blasting through the onlookers behind.
The attack. Layla panics as smoke clears, only to see Setsuna still standing, crouched low and blocking the blow. The spectators are stunned by the sheer level of power displayed by these two newcomers.
Setsuna knows one thing for sure. If that hit had landed, it would be over. Drago fires another punch, but Setsuna slips around it. It provides little relief, however, as Drago follows with a heavy right aimed straight at his head. Setsuna blocks once again, driving Drago into a furious rage because he can't land a single hit. Drago mocks Setsuna's limits, causing Layla to fear that his brutal training still wasn't enough to match his rival. But Lionel sees the truth that others miss. While it looks like the protagonist is being pushed around, he is actually utilizing precise mana control to defend. Despite this, Drago keeps pressing forward. Setsuna's status as an elite seems to offend him, and Drago declares his intent to wash away the shame his family has endured by being close combat mages through sheer strength. The duel shifts from evolving into a high-speed clash of mana blades. Setsuna launches himself into the air, forcing Drago Okrid to chase him through the sky. Drago tracks him all the way down to the ground and slams down to crush him, but Setsuna slips away just in time. The ground shatters where he stood, yet Drago won't let up. Setsuna is driven back, and Drago keeps the pressure on with another strike. Finally, Drago pins him down, and in that moment, Setsuna's mind flashes with the insults of the other students who mocked his choice of combat magic. Setsuna acknowledges Drago's anger, yet reminds the trainee that they are both chasing much greater things. Then, strikes. With a single powerful swing, Setsuna shatters Drago's mana sword, leaving the powerhouse student stunned by his newfound speed. The blow nearly splits Drago in two, but he manages a desperate escape. Realizing he can't hold back anymore, Drago throws a heavy left hook to catch Setsuna off guard. However, the evasion is seamless. Setsuna dodges the strike with ease and maneuvers directly into Drago's blind spot. Setsuna is poised to finish the fight, and the momentum of the impact begins to wear Drago down, a feat noticed by Lionel. Setsuna's superior mana control is forcing Drago to burn through his reserves on both offense and defense, yet a winner isn't decided yet, as Setsuna realizes he needs a perfect opening to finally break Drago's solid guard. Drago leaps back to create distance and begins forming a new mana blade. He slashes with everything he has, but Setsuna's evasion leaves the blade striking nothing but air. It's clear that Drago has invested everything into this single crushing blow, but Setsuna times his movement perfectly to escape the strike, gets dangerously close to the ring's edge. Drago likes what he sees, noticing the cornered opponent's lack of footwork. He begins to prepare a finishing. His mana surges with wild, uncontrolled intensity, causing Layla to freeze in terror at the sight, just unleashed as he rushes the trapped, launching a brutal punch aimed at, ending the fight once and for all. But as the punch connects, Drago makes his fatal mistake. To create that perfect opening, Setsuna leaves behind a mana-infused afterimage, leaving Drago chasing a ghost while Setsuna looms directly above him. But Drago can't turn in time to stop the incoming blow. The blade tears through his defenses, and the match is over. Lionel raises his hand to announce the winner, leaving Drago writhing in pain. Layla cheers wildly, while the other students stare in total shock. Even in such a state, Drago struggles to stand, earning the crowd's begrudging respect. He realizes Setsuna pulled the final strike just to avoid killing him. Setsuna offers a hand to his fallen rival, but Drago pauses to ask, "What are you fighting for?" The answer is simple. Setsuna fights, so he never loses to anyone. He fights to ensure nothing is ever taken from him, and to guarantee that he becomes even stronger than everyone else. That unwavering answer leaves Drago completely stunned. Lionel finally admits Setsuna is the real deal. Drago painfully struggles to his feet, accepting his defeat after hearing Setsuna's words. Then Lionel raises Setsuna's hand high, announcing him as the official representative of the Close Combat Department. A few days later, Lionel gathers the chosen students to prepare for the meet for the exchange match preparations. After a brief warning to stay out of trouble, Setsuna pushes the door open. As he enters, every eye turns toward him, and the atmosphere shifts the moment they realize his true role.
One representative
Openly mocks him, claiming he'll only bring more shame to his department. Setsuna notices the crest on the guy's hand, realizing he's from the enchantment magic department. The man continues stepping, keeps pushing, announcing they will face each other in round 1. He laughs, boasting that close combat hasn't won a tournament in a century and is only useful for useless muscle training. But before the mockery can continue, Setsuna stomps on the man's foot, leaving him flinching in pain. Setsuna coldly retorts that the enchantment department must have terrible manners if this is how they greet others. He shuts down the students' protest by cutting him off. The outdated traditions of the past. This year, the close combat department will take the victory. The student snaps back, but a booming voice from behind orders them to save the nonsense for the match. Setsuna watches the scene unfold, realizing everything is repeating exactly as it did before his regression.
The authority of
Carol, the cheerful representative from the summoning department, arrives to greet him, eager to show their strength. Seeing her, Setsuna realizes she is just as friendly as she was in his past life. She's still just as friendly as he remembered. The tournament begins with the close combat department facing enchantment magic, the art of infusing mana into objects. Then comes healing magic, which provides miracles and support against long-range spells. Next, formation magic, which powers magic arrays, will clash against summoning magic. The art of calling mythical beasts from other worlds. Finally, there is the battle between special magic and alchemy magic.
This exchange match is
a hands-on lesson designed for each department to learn from one another. Students have 10 days to sharpen their skills or study new magic. The headmaster concludes with an eager anticipation for the students' fighting spirit. Carol reacts with excitement as the representatives bow to the headmaster, who turns to leave. Desperate for a moment of privacy, Setsuna follows the headmaster into the lobby because he needs this moment to speak with him alone. However, the headmaster already knows he's the Setsuna doesn't waste any time and makes a bold request. If he wins the tournament, the headmaster must teach him his personal magic. The headmaster plays dumb, claiming his summoning magic would be useless to him. But Setsuna isn't interested in summons. He wants the other kind of magic. A terrifying aura bursts from the headmaster, a crushing weight of mana that nearly brings Setsuna to his knees. The headmaster demands to know how he even discovered that second style of magic. Setsuna can see the suspicion clouding the man's eyes, but he knows he needs that power if they are ever to defeat the evil god. Setsuna refuses to back down, admitting that even if he cannot explain the source of his knowledge, he believes a close combat victory after 100 years must mean something. He pushes the headmaster to witness it firsthand. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the headmaster finally begins to believe that Setsuna isn't hiding a scheme. A deal is struck. If Setsuna wins the championship, the headmaster will teach him that second magic immediately. Setsuna bows in gratitude, though the headmaster warns that the path to mastery will be anything but easy. After the meeting, Setsuna sits alone, attempting to enjoy a quiet meal with some bread recommended by Layla. As he relaxes and reflects on his goals for the upcoming tournament, the peace is shattered. A massive golem lunges from the shadows, nearly crushing his head before he can react. This sudden assault belongs to the enchantment representative. Setsuna is caught off guard by the cowardly sneak attack. Refusing to wait for the official match, the representative descends upon him, calling him trash for the perceived humiliation. Setsuna mocks the man, telling him he is merely facing the consequences of his own actions. The tension rises as a whole group of golems gathers behind the attacker. However, the representative quickly dismisses the threat. Realizing he retreats with a final warning that he will be ready for the actual match, leaving Setsuna alone once more. The following day, Lionel gathers the class to begin a rigorous training session. Their goal is to prepare for the upcoming exchange match by analyzing the recent battle between Drago and Setsuna. The students realize exactly where they fell short. Lionel begins by asking Drago to identify his own weakness, lost control of both his mana and his emotions. Then Lionel turns to Setsuna. Setsuna admits his problem is simple. He lacks the raw power and impure strength that Drago possesses. Lionel notes that recognizing these flaws is the first step to getting stronger. Now, they must focus on improvement. Layla asks if this match is meant to train them for the exchange battle, and Lionel likes the question. He explains that Setsuna's opponent will be the enchantment representative, Joel, who can use several golems for attack and defense. Since golems fight with physical bodies, Lionel notes their style is incredibly close to combat magic, which shocks the room. To prepare for the tournament, Lionel assigns specific training roles to each student. Drago must attack from every direction like multiple golems, whereas direction, while Setsuna's job is to block and respond with counters. Drago warns him that this won't be like their previous session. And as the strikes begin, Drago's movement becomes a blurry, high-speed assault. Setsuna looks forward to it. Drago launches a lightning-fast left punch directly at Setsuna's face. Setsuna avoids the first strike, thinking he handled it perfectly. But he quickly realizes another blow is coming straight for him. His reaction speed is still too slow to keep up with Drago's power. Lionel watches, impressed by the intense balance of speed and strength. Setsuna struggles to read the movement. He nearly takes a massive hit to the head, but manages a desperate dodge. Impressed by the dodge, Lionel shouts tactical advice to Setsuna. Taking the instruction to heart, he steps back and lunges with a powerful counter, fighting until they both collapse from pure exhaustion. As they lay on the ground, Drago admits he really pushed him to his limits. Lionel praises their solid movement, before hinting that in a real battle, things will be much harder. Setsuna knows he can't relax no matter how hard he trains. While Lionel notices his rapid progress, Setsuna realizes that Drago Okrid's instincts are on an entirely different level. Soon the big day arrives. The headmaster addresses the massive crowd of spectators, announcing that only one representative will be crowned the strongest. With the stakes high, betting begins to swirl, and even the delinquent Setsuna defeated earlier is now betting on him. As students focus on the calm fighter, they notice that the long-range representative awaits the winner of the first match. Even standing still, Joel gives off a dangerous vibe. The tournament stages are chosen at random, and Joel grins because the desert setup favors him. His classmates cheer, demanding he crush Setsuna. Layla vows that the underdog will prove everyone wrong, but Lionel holds her back while smiling calmly at the arena. As the referee signals the start, Joel pulls out a dark, heavy object and asks Setsuna if he knows what it is, and Setsuna clearly does. It is a rare black steel fragment used to create golems. Joel pours mana into it, fusing it with the sand to form a threatening construct. He boasts that even the sharpest blade can't leave a scratch on his creation. Then he scatters more fragments from his pouch, causing the sand to swirl and manifest into an army of golems. The sheer number is so overwhelming that even Layla feels a wave of fear. Joel's army is massive. He claims he can create them infinitely from the sand, making it impossible for Setsuna to even reach him. Despair spreads through the crowd as students shout for him to surrender before he gets hurt. Acting superior, Joel offers to listen to Setsuna's last words. Instead, Setsuna drops a line that shatters Joel's pride. Enraged by the insult, Joel orders his golems to charge in a massive unified assault. Joel laughs, believing Setsuna is finally paying the price for his arrogance. A thick cloud of dust erupts from the battlefield, completely obscuring the fighters from the spectators. But beneath the haze, Setsuna is effortlessly slicing through the golems without even moving from his spot. When the dust clears, Joel is left staring at nothing but broken shards. The golems were supposed to be incredibly tough, yet Setsuna has already mastered the art of breaking them. Joel desperately remakes his puppets, but Setsuna proves that simple movements cannot counter true close combat magic. With his sword tearing through the new golems like butter, Setsuna continues his relentless assault, leaving Joel scrambling for fragments as the distance between them vanishes. Setsuna closes the distance before Joel can even blink. This was never a fair matchup, and a heavy punch sends Joel's glasses flying as he collapses. Joel is blasted across the arena, coughing up blood from the force of the blow. As dust settles, the crowd watches in confusion, unable to see through the haze. The referee's voice cuts through the silence, declaring Setsuna the winner of the match. Setsuna smiles, relieved to secure his first victory, while Joel lies defeated on the ground. Beside him, Layla lights up, celebrating his triumph, but the crowd is stunned, and many struggle to believe what they just witnessed. Skeptics assume Joel simply lost control of his mana, causing a self-destruction. They claim Setsuna just got lucky, but Cyrus, a smiling acquaintance, knows the truth. Cyrus knows Setsuna beat him fair and square. Now, the Academy's top combatants are finally starting to take him seriously. They know they will need a proper plan to stop him. The tournament moves on to its next stage. In the stands, Layla excitedly greets Setsuna and asks if he's going to
Watch the next fight. He agrees, hoping to...
Setsuna nods, hoping to learn something new from the upcoming battle. The next match pits summoning against formation, and Carol from the summoning department takes control, riding a creature into battle.
The battle rages.
Despite the flashy displays, Layla admits she has no interest in other paths. She only wants to be a close combat mage. When Setsuna asks why, she reveals a memory from her childhood. A grizzly bear once cornered her and her brother in the forest, leaving them helpless. They were only saved when a close combat mage rushed in to defend them. That mage defeated the beast with nothing but his bare fists, inspiring Layla to protect others. She laughs nervously, worrying her motivation is childish, but Setsuna reassures her, childish and out of place. She'll keep getting stronger. As Layla beams at his kindness, the moment is interrupted by a newcomer. Leo, the second strongest student in the long-range department, approaches them. After praising Setsuna's first match, Leo teasingly assumes Layla is his girlfriend, leaving her bright red with embarrassment. Just as the tension breaks, round 2 begins, a clash of long-range versus formation magic. The next stage for the tournament is close combat, and the arena is a scorching hell where one bad fall means the end. Looking at the lava field, Drago realizes the terrain will make it incredibly tough to close the distance. Layla agrees the stage is rough for Setsuna, but perfect for his opponents. Cyrus was the one who picked this stage, hoping to force a win for his department by making Setsuna pay for his combat style. Later, while Setsuna studies, Layla approaches him, only for him to warn her away from a dangerous vase on the table. One touch would drain all her mana instantly. Layla is stunned by the danger. Setsuna explains that the trap was meant for him, but he has already detected it. He suspects Akhtar is behind these deadly setups, even if the man leaves no proof. Suddenly they hear them. The children explain that someone across the hall asked them to deliver the bouquet, but when they turn to point at the sender, no one is there. Layla wonders why the donor sent them via kids, but the children simply say, "Spot the admirer." The hall is empty. The children mention he claimed to be shy, but a sudden shadow looms. The flower slips from Layla's hand as she suddenly grows dizzy. A dark, poisonous aura begins to spread. Layla's concern is met with a grim warning from Setsuna. The flowers are coated in venomum, a lethal poisonous grass. As the children begin to cough and stumble, the pair realizes they must find help immediately. Setsuna is consumed by fury that someone would use innocent children as pawns in this cruel plan. He warns Layla that they need treatment immediately, or the damage to the children could become permanent. They lay them down, desperate to find a healer in time. When Layla asks if it's truly that urgent, Setsuna confirms the danger. He tells her to stay back, fearing the toxin might spread to her as well. Despite the risk, Layla tries to stay calm. Layla refuses to back down and pulls out a precious heirloom from her mother. Setsuna immediately recognizes the magic within the brooch. As Layla activates the healing charm, dark marks begin to vanish from the children's skin. Relief washes over them as the emergency magic works its miracle. Setsuna offers a grateful smile, but he has no time to linger. Coating himself in aura before seizing the venomous grass, he must get away from the children to dispose of the plant. As he runs, the toxin already begins to creep through his veins. He races toward the sacred tree to dump the deadly flower before it's too late. Setsuna draws his mana blade and shatters the weapon completely, destroying it. He collapses beneath the tree, desperate to recover his mana. Back at the arena, the crowd begins to believe he has simply fled the match. The referee prepares to disqualify him, effectively handing the victory to Akhtar until Setsuna finally arrives, furious and still fighting the venom's dark spots. Seeing the aftermath, Akhtar bursts out laughing and mocks him, a cruelty that only fuels Setsuna's rage. He doesn't even deny sending the flowers that poisoned innocent children. When confronted, the former dreamer plays dumb, offering no remorse. Instead, Akhtar claims the children should feel honored to serve someone as important as him. With the fighters in place, the referee officially starts the match. Akhtar wasted no time launching a long-range attack, which Setsuna manages to dodge, but Drago can see the truth. Setsuna's mana is rough and unstable. Though he used the sacred tree to purify the flower, his rush to cleanse the poison left him vulnerable. To finish the fight, Akhtar fires blast after blast of magic. Setsuna avoids them all, but the constant evasion is wearing him down. It's obvious to everyone watching. He's stuck on defense. Nearby, Cyrus grins, watching with satisfaction as his scheme begins to work. He waits at the arena entrance, eager to witness Setsuna's public humiliation. But Setsuna is distracted, looking toward the stands to see if Layla has returned. He only hopes the children are safe. Because Akhtar's attacks are getting deadlier, the crowd begins to jeer, claiming the hero can't win against a long-range mage if he can only run. Akhtar continues the relentless barrage, demanding Setsuna surrender. He attempts to hold up a mana guard, but a massive blast overwhelms his defense. The impact is devastating, tearing through his protection and slicing him up. Akhtar laughs at the carnage, declaring that Setsuna is falling apart. Yet Setsuna wonders why his opponent hasn't moved in to deliver the final blow. If Akhtar wanted an easy kill, he would have ended it by now. If Akhtar wanted an easy kill, he would have finished the fight already. The mage is playing a deeper game. And Akhtar is impressed that Setsuna caught on. He warns that he is not to be underestimated before telling Setsuna to look down. The mage has transformed the battlefield into a massive lava pit, leaving Setsuna stranded on a tiny, precarious rock pillar. Even the gamblers are losing their breath as Akhtar reveals his true intent. His setup was no accident. The mage unleashes a devastating storm cannon to end the fight. The assault is so intense, it leaves Drago Okrid looking worried for Setsuna's life. But just as the killing blow nears, Layla's voice rings from the stands, confirming the children are safe. The relief fuels a sudden surge of resolve in Setsuna, who rises despite the excruciating pain.
Begun.
Setsuna remains calm, explaining that he has been using physical boosts to burn the poison out of his system, while Akhtar was busy destroying the ground. Akhtar warns him not to get cocky, arguing that Setsuna's condition makes him vulnerable. In response, Cyrus urges Akhtar to finish the job, and the former dreamer launches a massive storm cannon directly at Setsuna. Knowing he must act, Setsuna bets everything on a desperate counter. He swings his mana blade. The clash strains his very soul, but he forces him to his limit. But he forces enough power to reflect the attack, leaving even Drago stunned. Akhtar quickly cancels his own reflected magic, mocking Setsuna's desperate finally over. But as the smoke clears, Akhtar sees Setsuna rushing him with his blade drawn. Setsuna stares him down, asking if he truly thought was enough to keep him at bay. With no time to react, Akhtar is slashed across the chest and collapses. Akhtar collapses as the referee declares him the winner, and Drago smiles at the result, but the celebration is cut short as the ground breaks apart under their feet. Both men plummet toward the lethal lava, and Setsuna realizes that an unconscious Akhtar is completely helpless. Determined to act, Setsuna boosts his leg strength to move faster, grabbing Akhtar just as the heat from the molten rock rises and just before they plummet into the lava. Carol's summoned beast, Fenrir, appears in the chaos. Setsuna can only stare in shock as the huge beast rushes in, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The beast carries them both to safety as Carol pats her companion while medics rush to treat the wounded. Smiling, Carol claims they might have been okay without her, but Setsuna insists she truly saved their lives. He notes her incredible talent and style, realizing that he'll need world-class preparation to face someone like her. Even his critics are beginning to realize his victory over Joel wasn't luck, especially since he just beat Akhtar in a fair fight. Everyone knows things will turn ugly if this momentum continues. Meanwhile, the headmaster calmly observes the proceedings. Deep in a silent rage, Cyrus seethes over Akhtar's loss. Vowing vengeance, he swears he will never forgive Setsuna. Once the medics are finished, Setsuna returns to the stands to find Layla, while Drago remarks on the grueling ordeal Setsuna just endured. Setsuna asks about the children, and Layla says they are sleeping in
The infirmary, adding that
the doctor expects a full recovery for all of them. Setsuna offers a small, relieved smile, but the peace is short-lived. A strange, unsettling aura suddenly washes over him, forcing him to spin around. Setsuna senses that an unsettling presence is still lingering, hanging over the tournament like a shadow. With the final match just a week away, the weight of that feeling haunts him. To clear his mind, he retreats to the woods to train, eventually summoning the elite instructor Lionel. Out, and Setsuna asks for his guidance once more. Then Setsuna drops the mask and reveals the truth, calling him by his legendary title, Lionel. The title catches Lionel completely off guard, prompting a sharp interrogation. The reaction is undeniable, confirming the identity Setsuna suspected. In his past life within the Magic Corps, he remembered the legend of Lionel the mighty mage who could bring down dragons with a single punch. Even though they never served in the Magic Corps together, Setsuna knows the legend's weight. He has thought long and hard about this, and without any pride, he bows and begs for his help. Lionel scratches his head, seemingly embarrassed that someone finally recognized his true title. Ignoring the awkwardness, Setsuna insists that Lionel is the greatest close-range fighter he has ever seen. Setsuna's praise is sincere, but it only leads to a difficult question. Lionel asks why he seeks more power when he is already strong, but Setsuna knows his current strength won't be enough to stop the darkness. Setsuna's resolve to face even a god only makes Lionel laugh at the interesting kid standing before him. Lionel agrees to teach him, despite the risks to a growing body, as he clenches his fist. Setsuna watches in awe as the sheer mana gathering in Lionel's fist pulls in rubble like a violent tornado. This is the power of Lionel, a technique that burns through mana so fast that it is hard to use often, but only one hit is needed. Telling Setsuna to watch closely, Lionel launches a punch that impact wrecks the entire area, leaving Setsuna's eyes wide with awe at the display. However, Lionel warns that the constant mana charging required makes this move impractical for single combat like the tournament. Despite the technique's flaw, Lionel asks if Setsuna still wants to learn it. Setsuna's determination is absolute, so training begins immediately. Meanwhile, Carol reaches the finals and prepares for her match against Setsuna. During a team meeting, a strange man catches her completely off guard. He strikes her with a sudden attack, casting a mysterious spell over her before her big showdown. A week of intense training leaves even Lionel in awe of Setsuna's rapid growth. Setsuna has nearly mastered Lionel in days, even evolving it into a new technique called Charge Bullet. Now, the arena is packed and ready for the final showdown. The tension between has the entire stadium vibrating with anticipation. Many now believe Setsuna has a real shot, even if the crowd expects Carol to dominate. As the crowd cheers from the goddess ruins, mages erect a protective barrier around the stage to ensure the battle stays contained. Layla is thrilled that this open terrain won't hinder Setsuna, though Lionel remains uneasy. Setsuna focuses on the promised Lionel, made to teach him his magic if he wins the tournament, while Carol smiles, noting that Setsuna seems brighter than before. Carol gives him her best, and as the match begins, the arena erupts. Carol instantly summons Fenrir, a massive beast that unleashes a devastating blast of ice, but Setsuna barely escapes the chill. He dodges it just in time. He realizes immediately that Fenrir's magic freezes everything it touches. Carol is thrilled by his skill, but she warns him that he won't be able to breathe. She orders Fenrir to strike again, prompting Setsuna to boost his body tenfold. Moving at incredible speed, he slips past every lethal strike and successfully cuts Fenrir head open. Thinks Setsuna has won, but the instructor warns that summoned beasts are made of condensed mana. Therefore, a simple cut means almost nothing to Fenrir, as the wound begins to heal instantly. Unfazed, Carol proudly commands her summon, and then she uses a barrier to lock the freezing cold within the arena. Fenrir's icy onslaught grows more lethal on the frost-slicked floor. Meanwhile, a mysterious man who once cursed Carol watches the arena closely, waiting to see how Setsuna will handle the beast. Setsuna realizes he's now at a clear disadvantage. Setsuna decides to gamble everything on his new technique, the Charge Bullet, but before he can strike, Carol launches several attacks to keep him on the defensive, prompting his haters to mock him for being unable to touch a summoner. Even the children watching are terrified as they watch him get battered across the ring. Suddenly, Lionel's eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of what Setsuna is trying to do, and his eyes widen. Layla asks if something is wrong, but Lionel stays silent, knowing Setsuna is attempting to use the Charge Bullet. Even though the move isn't meant for a one-on-one fight, he can only pull this off because he's fast enough to keep moving while charging it. It is an insanely hard feat, but the protagonist is crazy enough to try. But Carol is already one step ahead of his movement. Carol suspects his plan and decides to strike first by summoning a massive bird. Drago is shocked by this unexpected double summon, proving Carol's incredible talent. Even Lionel has to acknowledge her incredible talent. Lionel is impressed by her control, but Setsuna is suddenly trapped between two savage beasts. They charge him simultaneously, vanishing into a massive cloud of dust and finished. But when the smoke clears, he is still standing, holding both beasts at bay with a mana guard. Setsuna anticipated her trump card, leaving a stunned Carol watching as he prepares his next move. Setsuna prepares to charge, but a snap of fingers from a hidden spectator changes everything. Setsuna leaps to help Carol, only to recoil in terror at the chilling mana radiating from her. It's the evil god's power, a realization that leaves Setsuna completely thrown. Carol's eyes glaze over as she lifts her hand, becoming a vessel for something far more sinister. Lionel realizes the mana isn't coming from Carol, but from an outside source. He desperately calls for the match to end, demanding the barrier be dropped, but the formation mage is already incapacitated. Trapped within the barrier, Setsuna is left alone against a swarm of beasts. He dodges, desperately trying to track the mana source. But the mysterious man drives the creatures into a relentless, coordinated assault. Under the overwhelming pressure, a beast manages to land a brutal claw strike. Setsuna is slammed into the dirt, and as he struggles to rise, his hands are shredded by the beast's talons. The mastermind behind this chaos is pleased, confident that his plan is working as the mana source remains hidden. He knows Setsuna's shredded arms will soon become a death sentence. Lionel watches in horror, terrified that Setsuna's lack of mana will lead to tragedy and that Carol will lose her very life amidst the chaos. Carol briefly regains control and quietly begs Lionel to run. The plea confirms Lionel's worst fear. Carol is being controlled by an outside force. Setsuna desperately tries to flee, but the summoned beasts move with terrifying coordination, cutting off his path and forcing him to grab a unicorn and hurl it into the remaining monsters. While the headmaster watches the slaughter without intervening, Lionel desperately searches for the mage behind the barrier. He knows Setsuna is nearly out of mana and must find the culprit. Before the young mage dies in this nightmare, then a beast slips into his blind spot and drives its horn into his thigh, making things even worse for him. Layla gasps when she sees how badly Setsuna's leg is torn. Even the students who once hated him begin to fear Carol has gone too far. The beast's in to finish him. The Fenrir lunges straight at Setsuna, but he throws up his arm to block the attack, even as the Fenrir's jaws clamp down and send agonizing pain through his entire body. He lets out a scream, and in that moment of pure agony, he remembers one of Lionel's most vital lessons. He recalls the debate between Drago Okrid and himself regarding whether to prioritize a single powerful hit or minimizing damage while closing the distance. Lionel had told them both that they were right, yet they both missed the core truth. A fighter needs spirit, land that hit. That was why Lionel put them through brutal endurance training for moments like this. In this desperate state, that training is the only reason Setsuna is still with the Fenrir still crushing his arm. He finally finds a desperate chance to build up mana. To build up mana, he readies his charge bullet, an act that stuns the man behind the attack. But the real surprise is that Setsuna has hidden the charge in the middle of the beasts. The summoned beasts are crowding in for the kill. So Setsuna makes a life or death decision. Setsuna decides to wipe them all out at once, pouring every ounce of mana into his fist. His eyes burn with pure rage. As the beasts line up, he unleashes his charge bullet and it tears through them, destroying every single one of them. As the smoke clears, the beasts are gone, but Carol falls from the Fenrir. Before she can hit the floor, Setsuna rushes over and catches her, relieved to find her still alive. The academy students stand stunned by the incredible display he just performed. With Carol unconscious, the match is decided. Right on cue, the referee declares Setsuna the tournament champion. It is a historic victory for the close combat department, winning the Magic Academy exchange match. Setsuna raises a fist in celebration as his supporters explode with cheers. Meanwhile, the skeptics are stunned by the unprecedented technique he used. Layla beams with pride at his success, even the tough crowd is. And the delinquent bettors walk away rich, but deep in the shadows, a hidden operative is seething. Despite the chaos, his mission failed. He still couldn't kill Setsuna. Fuming over the failure, the operative decides the formation mage is no longer useful and must be eliminated. As he moves to erase his tracks, he realizes that someone else has already found the mage as Lionel discovers the wounded student. But the culprit has vanished into the shadows. Lionel rushes to the unconscious mage just as the barrier finally shatters. The headmaster enters the arena to meet with Setsuna, who suspects Carol was under some kind of control. The headmaster confirms he is aware of the situation and tells Setsuna to leave the investigation to the academy, impressed by the performance shown. The performance Setsuna showed in the tournament promising to uphold his word. Setsuna is relieved and thanks him. Before leaving, the headmaster requests Setsuna's presence in his chambers tomorrow. Shortly after, Setsuna heads to the medical room where a healer attends him. Though his external wounds are closed, the healer warns that his internal damage requires significant rest. Setsuna nods and thanks her, only to be interrupted by a sudden knock. The door swings open, and Lionel, Drago, Layla, and the others rush in to check on him. Layla is just happy to see him recovering. Grateful for his victory, Drago even calls him except Lionel. But the instructor's face is grim, revealing that the attack on the formation mage Carol was a deliberate attempt to reach Setsuna. Lionel suspects the intruder's true target was the protagonist, but Setsuna offers no answers. Meanwhile, a strange man approaches Carol's room. Finding it protected by magic, the intruder shatters the defense with ease. Before moving on to eliminate Setsuna, he plans to erase every trace of his history by destroying her.
The job, though, Setsuna has already
having already suspected a silencing attempt on Carol. Setsuna manages to stop the killer just in time, but the sight beneath the hood sends a shock through him. As he recognizes the face, it is Leo. Leo laughs when Setsuna confronts him, claiming he left no evidence behind. Although there is no proof, Setsuna knows the truth now. The traitor offers a cold smile and suggests they move outside, claiming he hates the smell of medicine. As they walk, Setsuna feels his injuries catching up to him. Because the internal damage still hasn't healed, Leo asks how long he has suspected the truth. Setsuna notes that Leo vanished right after the Magic Path ceremony, and realized that Leo losing his chance at the long-range department felt far too strange. Leo is impressed that Setsuna pieced it all together. Then he speaks, stating he can feel the same mana used during the tournament. He claims it belongs to someone else. In response, Leo lets the dark mana take over, allowing marks to spread across his face as he admits he is surprised. Setsuna knows about the strange deity. Sweat runs down Setsuna's face as the dark truth is finally revealed. Setsuna realizes the terrifying truth, and he prepares to stop Leo before this chaos can spread further. Meanwhile, Leo has decided it's time to get rid of the protagonist for good. Determined to kill him, Setsuna swings his mana sword, but Leo shuts the blade down with total ease. He is stunned. He realizes with horror that he's back in the same nightmare he faced against the evil god. Setsuna's situation is dire. Leo explains that the evil god granted him mana nullification, rendering any magic Setsuna uses completely useless. Despite this, the protagonist refuses to back down and attacks again. But his efforts yield nothing, and a desperate realization dawns. The nullification only activates once his magic reaches Leo. Setsuna wonders if a blind spot attack could work. He circles around and rushes in with everything he has, but his sword shatters. Again, before it even lands, Leo looks at him coldly, calling the effort pointless because his mana detection is faster than Setsuna's. Before Setsuna can even move, Leo blasts him with a violent surge of fire that sends him flying back in agony. Leo admits he wanted to wait until the protagonist had fully healed, but this will suffice. He acknowledges Setsuna's skill as a close combat mage, but suggests long-range magic would have been a better choice. Even so, Leo declares that this is the end, that Setsuna is going to die right here. Lightning strikes Setsuna's thigh with brutal force, hitting the same injured leg from the finals, and causing him to scream as blood pours from the wound. Still writhing in pain, Setsuna forces himself to ask Leo why he is doing this. Leo simply claims he is sick of the world and wants to see it destroyed. A motive Setsuna cannot accept as the true reason for this betrayal. Setsuna refuses to believe this version of Leo could bring such ruin to the world. He screams for the man to stop, but Leo only rushes towards Setsuna with murderous intent. As Leo closes the distance, Setsuna desperately plans ahead. Setsuna calculates his survival, knowing he must wait for the perfect moment to draw his mana blade. Even in this battered state, Setsuna believes he still has a chance. But Leo changes tactics, firing rapid long-range spells that Setsuna cannot even react to. The evil god's power is clearly boosting his casting speed. Leo steps in to deliver the finishing blow, but a sudden voice from behind orders them to stop. White flames burst into existence, intercepting Leo's attack just before it can strike Setsuna. Both combatants freeze, recognizing the intruder immediately. High above, the headmaster looms alongside his summoned dragon, glaring down with a terrifying authority. The headmaster and his beast leap down, arriving just in time to offer an apology. Setsuna can barely acknowledge the salvation as the headmaster realizes Leo's true intent behind the tournament's chaos.
He says
that he has no choice but to take Leo in, despite the pain of doubting his own. Student, at once the dragon fires. A massive blast from the dragon's maw, yet Leo remains standing, shielded by a sudden barrier. He admits only the evil god's authority kept him from certain death. Shocked to witness such power, the headmaster recognizes the magic as something he has only read about in the House of Silver's records, the legendary lineage that once held these secrets. As those dark powers awaken, disaster threatens to cover the whole world, and magic nullification is one of them. Leo confidently declares his magic won't work on the headmaster, then begins, weaving a spell so complex it's legendary. That Setsuna recognizes as 3 elements into a compound magic. In response, the headmaster shuts his eyes, only to open them glowing with a golden light. Suddenly, the headmaster's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, and his sharp voice commands Setsuna to move. Following the command, Setsuna barely avoids Leo's long-range strikes. Meanwhile, the headmaster slips past every attack with ease. Leo stands stunned, his supposedly unavoidable spell having missed entirely. Sensing the boy's shock, The headmaster asks why he is so surprised. Leo remains defiant, claiming he still won't dodge the next attack, that he refuses to dodge. Suddenly, a massive dark aura erupts from Leo, reaching toward the sky and filling Setsuna with pure dread. The headmaster realizes the true scale of this threat. If they exchange their strongest moves, the entire area will be. The headmaster, in a desperate bid for survival. To prevent a total catastrophe, the headmaster chants a spell that lifts him and the dragon high into the air, positioning them above to defend the academy. From the sky, the dragon pours down waves of white flames, but Leo quickly counters with his own dark energy. His power overwhelms the dragon's flames as a massive blast shakes the air, yet the headmaster makes no follow-up. Leo is left confused by the old man's sudden
withdrawal as the headmaster calmly declares he is finished.
Leo simply smiles, claiming Setsuna has no chance, and raises his dark magic to stop the imminent strike, condescendingly telling Setsuna he relies too much on raw power. But Setsuna is convinced that mastering close combat magic is his true path, and he's going to prove it right now. Leo smirks, warning him not to underestimate the dark power, but that confidence, Setsuna tears through the magical barrier and slams Leo to the ground with a crushing blow. Setsuna's blow is so powerful that it caves the ground beneath Leo.
The headmaster is proud of how well Setsuna handled
the fight, proving that speed is indeed the key to overcoming nullification. Relieved, but still in danger, Setsuna hurries to the headmaster, but a sudden voice cuts through the relief. They both turn to see Leo rising, admitting that Setsuna actually impressed him. Setsuna is stunned. It's impossible that Leo can still stand. But Leo isn't finished. A massive burst of dark energy explodes from his body, leaving Setsuna too close to dodge. He draws his mana sword to cut through the blast, but it overwhelms him, sending him crashing down as the headmaster screams his name. As consciousness slips away, Setsuna realizes the terrifying truth. Leo has combined long-range magic with magic nullification. A sudden flash of memory flickers through his mind, showing him and Leo training magic. In the woods, it feels so real that Setsuna suddenly sees his own head as the target, with Leo lunging forward. Leo is about to finish him, mocking Setsuna for his failure to save those who trusted him. He wakes to find Layla rushing toward him, her face etched with relief. Setsuna is stunned to learn he's been unconscious for 3 full days. He clenches the sheets in a rage, haunted by the realization that the evil god's power has crushed him once again. Struggling to pull himself together, Setsuna seeks answers. Setsuna rolls out of bed, but Layla immediately intercepts him, asks where he thinks he's going. He insists he must see the headmaster to confirm his suspicions, but Layla tries to stop him, insisting he needs more rest. Gently tapping her shoulder, Setsuna apologizes for the worry and says he still has to go. Meanwhile, at the academy, the headmaster is meeting with the school's professors. Their session and preparing to leave. Setsuna rushes into the room. He calls out in panic, but to his surprise, the headmaster is unharmed. The headmaster expresses relief that Setsuna is okay, and Setsuna passes the bitter Cyrus, who glares at him with pure hatred. Lionel pats Setsuna on the shoulder and mentions that Drago and Layla were worried sick. Once the others have cleared out, Setsuna finds himself alone with the headmaster. He bows his head, offering a sincere apology for failing in the heat of battle, but as he tries to ask about the aftermath, a surge of agony erupts, forcing him to clutch his stomach in sudden sharp pain. The headmaster gently advises him not to push his limits so soon. He explains that after Setsuna lost consciousness, Leo chose to retreat because he had exhausted his mana reserves. The traitor escaped through a portal, but the headmaster sensed a dark presence waiting on the other side, realizing the coming war will require much more power. Setsuna's gaze fixes on the void where the portal once stood. Noticing his reaction, the headmaster asks if he knows something more about that darkness. Setsuna hesitates, but the headmaster presses him to reveal every detail. Struggling to find the words, Setsuna watches as the headmaster removes his glove, reminding him that trust is built on the truth. Setsuna is paralyzed by doubt, fearing the headmaster won't believe that his memories belong to a world that hasn't happened yet. The headmaster notices the lingering silence and asks if there is a reason Setsuna simply cannot speak the truth. Then a desperate realization strikes Setsuna. He reaches for the necklace of revival and asks the headmaster to examine it. The request catches the headmaster off guard, but as he peers at the pendant, he sees that the blessing of the time spirit has vanished, proving the artifact was used in another timeline. With the proof in hand, Setsuna finally confesses that he used the necklace 10 years in the future to return. It was a desperate gamble to undo his regrets. Moved by the weight of Setsuna's burden, the headmaster reaches out, stands and places his hands on Setsuna's shoulders, promising to be his support. to be his support. Setsuna glows with the headmaster by his side. Setsuna feels he has a real chance to save the world. To maximize that chance, the headmaster offers to teach him a powerful second form of magic. It is called spirit magic, an ancient art that cannot be found anywhere else. Because this power is too precious to practice in public, the headmaster suggests they arrive at the great sacred tree, a place where the headmaster once trained, leaving Setsuna stunned. The headmaster explains that spirit magic involves fusing with the spirit to draw power into the body. Before Setsuna can fully grasp the scale of such power, the headmaster decides to demonstrate it. As he taps into his mana, the headmaster's eyes ignite with a familiar golden glow. With that divine radiance, the headmaster suggests a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Setsuna is left confused, still recovering from the battle, so sparring is off the table for now. Instead, the headmaster initiates a simple game, but he has a massive advantage. He dominates the game, winning every single round without effort, crushing Setsuna's chances without breaking a sweat. He reveals he tapped into the time spirit to see seconds into the future, a glimpse of the infinite variety of spirits like the wind or water. Setsuna realizes how much his close combat magic could evolve through spirit contracts, but the headmaster says there is a vital first step. To begin, the headmaster closes his eyes and allows nature to flow through him. He explains that spirits are omnipresent, and all one must do is sense them. Setsuna tries to mimic this, focusing every ounce of his willpower and concentrating hard on the world around him, but the silence is deafening. Nothing happens. The headmaster suggests that Setsuna's own resentment might be blocking his connection to the spirits, leaving him even more lost. The headmaster notes that mastering nature takes time, but believes Setsuna can achieve it before the evil god arrives in 5 years. Therefore, he tells him that connecting with nature requires inner peace, and instead of thinking too hard, he must simply feel what's around him. Setsuna closes his eyes to try again, but his messy thoughts only cause more frustration to help. The headmaster places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax and not to force it, but Setsuna cannot afford such luxury. He must master this much sooner, for no one knows when the apostles will strike. Setsuna is almost certain that Leo belongs to the Dark Ones because of that strange power in his past life. Setsuna only survived an apostle by relying on long-range magic, and he fears more are hiding in the shadows, wielding the 12 dark powers of legend. The headmaster realizes the terrifying truth. Others like Leo are certainly out there and the threat is real. The headmaster acknowledges this terror, but warns Setsuna not to push himself too hard and lose control. He suggests that the upcoming joint dungeon training might be the key, mentioning that Lionel will explain the details properly. This ordeal is intended to help Setsuna finally break past his current limits. However, it won't be easy, and Setsuna must rest well to face whatever lies ahead. What? Setsuna cannot possibly know is the surprise the headmaster has waiting for him in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Leo arrives at a castle where the other apostles are gathered. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the apostles is far from peaceful. Jigon, the 10th Dark Apostle, is already fuming with rage. Joining the fray, the 9th Apostle Puker mocks Leo for failing to kill even one student. Leo tries to apologize, claiming he lost control because he was facing his best friend, and he says it with a smirk that only drives Jigon further into a frenzy. The hostility escalates instantly. The true scale of the conflict is revealed as Leo is identified as the 12th apostle, causing relations between him and Jigon to turn ugly. Violence is imminent between them until the second apostle, Satanisha, intervenes with a single command. Satanisha reminds them of their status, but Jigon isn't finished. He demands reports and asks how they can work with such a failure. He's even ready to kill Leo on the spot, fueled by pure contempt. Puker chimes in, claiming he'd rather be the one to handle the killing. The tension remains thick. Satanisha orders them both to back off, revealing that he already has a plan involving a new candidate who is certain to succeed. Meanwhile, days after the tournament, Setsuna returns to class where Layla expresses her worry that he doesn't look ready. He assures her it's just a theory class, but she isn't so sure. The professors will handle the defense, school, and the search for Leo, putting all spirit magic training on hold. Setsuna simply smiles at Layla, apologizing for the worry, while secretly focusing on healing to grow even stronger. Training event. Lionel explains that this training will include students from other faculties to help them learn each other's styles. Pushing past their limits, Setsuna realizes this cooperation is likely the headmaster's plan to improve teamwork. The training will take place in a 1-star underground dungeon, meaning only the most selected students can join. He tells everyone to get ready for the start in 2 weeks. Setsuna is fired up, knowing he must recover in time. Layla insists that Setsuna eat plenty of food to prepare for the upcoming training. As they walk through the academy, the entire student body is buzzing with rumors about his tournament victory. Layla notes that Setsuna's growing fame is hard to miss. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted. Then, they suddenly encounter. Once Setsuna confirms it, Carl makes a surprising offer, an invitation to his elite salon. He tells him that, while commoners and close combat mages are usually excluded, he is willing to make an exception. It's clear Carl wants to boost his prestige by recruiting a talent like Setsuna, so he suggests
that Setsuna should stop
associating with trash like Layla and join the elite instead. Setsuna, however, has no interest in Carl's high society games. When Setsuna flatly rejects the offer, Carl is left speechless. The noble feels his authority is being undermined, shouting that Setsuna is the one wasting time. This insult causes Carl to snap, and he accuses Setsuna of insulting the nobility before drawing a golden blade. Carl lunges at Setsuna to catch him off guard, but Layla grabs the noble's arm and halts his strike mid-air. She warns him that personal fights are strictly forbidden on school grounds. Carl's companions rush in, shouting at Layla to let go, yet the group is forced to back off, leaving Carl to shout threats of retaliation against them. Seeing the tension pass, Carol arrives with a bright smile to wave at the group. Setsuna expresses relief at seeing her unharmed, and Carol thanks him for saving her. In fact, she wanted to thank him in person before suddenly asking a question. Following that awkward invitation, Setsuna, Layla, and Drago head off to Carol's private room. She's happy to have them there and offers to cook a homemade meal. Layla quickly offers to help so Carol doesn't have to do it all alone. She's relieved that cooking was the only intention, though Drago asks why he was even invited. Carol simply says she loves having a full house. Once they enter the kitchen, Layla is shocked to see a collection of rare healing ingredients that Carol is using to prepare special dishes. But Setsuna's mind is elsewhere. But the headmaster revealed that Carol has no memory of the clash with Layla. Setsuna fears this isn't just shock, but targeted mind tampering by an apostle who might still be hunting other students. Drago snaps Setsuna out of his trance and back. He complains that Setsuna keeps doing everything alone. Setsuna can't. Then loud voices erupt from the kitchen. The noise is so intense, it sounds like a workout rather than cooking. Moments later, Carol asks Drago to help out and he agrees. Before he can react, she ties a maid apron on him and says it's the only one left. With no choice, Drago in with the girls. Not long after, the meal. Setsuna tells Carol it's fine since everyone worked hard to make it. He grabs a spoon and uses magic to boost his stomach for faster digestion, then starts tearing through the food in front of him. Layla asks if he's okay, and he says he is, though his eyes stay fixed. On the egg soup, Drago, noticing the interest, proudly claims he made the soup himself. Setsuna immediately asks for another serving. This leaves Carol slightly shaken after losing a cooking battle to a guy. As Setsuna enjoys the warmth, it reminds him of the past life where God destroyed moments like this. This time, he swears he won't let that happen again. 2 weeks pass, and the day of the training arrives, and students gather at the dungeon entrance. Drago asks Setsuna if he's fully recovered, but Setsuna reassures him he's back to normal thanks to the healing meals from Drago and the girls, offering them a grateful smile. Drago is glad to help, noting that the food only worked because Setsuna actually ate it. Since they are on Drago's team, Drago feels they have nothing to fear. Soon the upperclassmen arrive. Mifune, third year from the formation department, approaches alongside Yuzuha, a fellow student from the same department. After Drago and Setsuna introduce themselves to their new teammates, Mifune tells give it everything he has. Once the pair leaves, Drago remarks that Mifune seems like a decent guy, and Setsuna agrees, though they are completely unaware that Mifune is a fraud. Already plotting to sabotage their entire team with everyone assembled, the teacher steps forward to address the group. Giovanni explains that the exercise will take place in the ruins of a sealed demon. Ancient undead inhabit this one-star dungeon. Their job is simply to defeat monsters for the exercise. He adds that a magic bracelet will record their performance for evaluation.
Monster drops grant bonus points, and the top team will earn academy rewards. The best individual student might even earn training with the kingdom's magus.
Battalion. That thought excites Setsuna, as the battalion is the kingdom's strongest. Again, if he can return to their ranks, he might find the allies he lost in his past life. First, he must collect his equipment. Giovanni hands out magic bracelets to every student. He warns them to stay shallow, for far more dangerous monsters wait in the deeper reaches. Below, if they're in danger, they just need to pour mana into the bracelet to return to the entrance. Setsuna is aiming for first place, but he knows Drago wants to compete with him. 2. This fuels their rivalry as the two trade looks. Both the signal, they're the first to release a discovered within the dungeon from Deep within the darkness, the unknown awaits. What Setsuna knows, these ruins were built by an ancient civilization, and much of them remains unexplored. As expected, the monsters spring from the shadows to attack any intruder. Setsuna knows even a teleport bracelet can't shield him from the immediate danger. He and Drago Okred push forward through the fray until they reach a chamber choked with ancient plants. This sight makes him wonder if life once thrived here. He remembers the headmaster's warning that this training is vital for future survival. Now, Setsuna is determined to master spirit magic and claim the top rank in this dungeon. The others finally catch up, and Mifune finds himself completely worn out. Before long, the group reaches a fork in the path. After a brief discussion, they reach a junction. Mifune suggests they should head deeper into the dungeon, arguing that it's the best way to rack up points. Setsuna agrees with the idea, but he can't shake a strange feeling. He notices the foliage covering the wall looks unnatural, suggesting it's a fake. Mifune thinks it's just a coincidence, brushing off the suspicion as nothing more than a fluke. Drago backs Setsuna up, claiming he can hear something on the other side. With a powerful punch, he shatters the fake wall to reveal a hidden room. He grins at Mifune, stating, telling Mifune they're likely on the right path. Even Mifune has to admit the boy was right, and the group charges down the newly discovered path. And Mifune is sure they'll rack up plenty of points. Drago and Setsuna move ahead, but suddenly a massive boulder drops toward them, only to be sliced apart by Drago's mana sword. Setsuna watches the display of power, noting that Drago fired, driven by a fierce desire to show the power of close combat magic, and more than that, he is determined not to lose to Setsuna. But then a projectile flies toward the protagonist, forcing him to dodge just in time before it slams into the wall. Drago notes their improved awareness, suggesting they clear the traps first to help Mifune and Yuzuha catch up. As they move cautiously deeper into the dungeon, until they stumble into a room where a glimmering chest awaits, Mifune rushes in to claim the loot, stealing the credit with a deceptive smile. He thanks Drago as he secures 15 points, leaving the warrior stunned. As Drago realizes this is no longer just training, but a ruthless race for rewards, he vows to win the next one. Setsuna and Drago decide to let it slide for now and push deeper. Drago spots another chest, but just as he reaches for it, Mifune appears once again. Mifune uses a long-range formation spell to snatch the chest again, bringing his total to 30 points while still playing innocent. Even though Drago keeps finding treasures, his score remains stuck at 0 as he continues. Exploring, he soon locates an enemy knight and weakens it, moving in to deliver the killing blow. But as usual, Mifune jumps in and cuts the kill short. The knight's head falls, handing Mifune the credit once more. He climbs to 40 points while Drago sits at 0. They soon encounter a group of monsters that requires teamwork. Mifune can't take everything this time, so Drago earns 10 points even as Yuja, the formation mage, secures 30. Shortly after, Drago spots something hidden in the shadows. Another chest, but Mifune steals that too, skyrocketing to 55 points. Drago is now exhausted from doing all the heavy lifting for no reward. Mifune admits he is strong, but says that Drago lacks the vision to ever get far. Fueled by the theft, Drago's anger boils over until Setsuna steps in. Mifune mocks Drago, claiming his intellect far outweighs mere muscle. He even suggests that people are simply tools to be used to reach one's goals, and Setsuna finally realizes that Mifune is nothing more than a sly manipulator. He's actually a cheat, using 2 formation circles to teleport through the dungeon. However, Setsuna has already spotted the flaw in his trick. He also notices Yuzuha isn't even interested in the points, leading him to suspect that she has a hidden motive of her own. As the group moves deeper, a sudden threat emerges.
Mifune smugly claims victory is imminent, with 80 points leading the pack, while Setsuna remains stuck at 35.
Leaving Drago struggling with a mere 10, the group's confidence is shattered when they enter a room that feels eerily different. Seeing a chest ahead, Mifune immediately uses his teleportation circle too. The moment he touches it, dark fire blasts him back. A crushing aura pours out of the chest, and as it flies open, a terrifying monster appears. A creature far too powerful for a 1-star dungeon. The beast is the king of... Its dark flames drag souls into hellish visions, and the team freezes when the monster actually speaks, warning them of the price for their intrusion. Setsuna realizes immediately that this thing is deadly and warns Drago to carry the injured Mifune to safety. But Drago refuses to retreat, focused only on the points. Setsuna steps in to hold the line. The monster fires a deadly blast at the wounded Mifune, but Setsuna cuts through the flames. Drago rushes forward to attack, only to run directly into a magic circle. Not deterred, Drago charges the monster, only to find himself trapped within a magic circle. The full force of the impact Luckily, he raises his mana guard just in time to survive.
The King of Death.
Death responds by summoning multiple magic circles simultaneously. That tells Setsuna all she needs to know. This is at least a 4-star monster, and the dark fire is closing in. Dark flames close in on him from every side, and while Mifune is being targeted too, Setsuna has to yell at him to snap out of it. Drago jumps in to slice through the dark flames, allowing Mifune to wake up just in time to see Drago saving him. Drago reaches out and calls for help. Mifune grabs his hand and stands tall, but then the magic circles pivot toward Yuzuha. Paralyzed by fear, as the spells aim for her, she is only saved by Setsuna's desperate rush to her side. He quickly checks. Setsuna checks on her, receiving a grateful smile from Yuzuha as Drago keeps the monster busy until Setsuna joins the fray, warning that it is time to get serious. But while they prepare for battle, Mifune is already plotting how to steal the points for himself.
Drago suspects Mifune's true intentions, but the man insists he has no.
Yet, the traitorous student is already waiting for his perfect moment to betray the group. However, Drago makes it clear that Mifune won't be stealing any points this time. Setsuna prepares for the monster, realizing with a grim thought that he missed his chance before. He failed to finish Leo because he lacked the time for a proper charge bullet. Now, the memory of his training resurfaces. Setsuna and Drago train with Lionel, who introduces them to weight magic bracelets designed to make them stronger over time, though Lionel refused to let Setsuna use them while still healing. Lionel warns that this old-school method must be used with extreme care, but Setsuna is eager to push his limits. Back in the dungeon, he unfastens the weight bracelets from his limbs, and as the heavy restraints fall, his body feels instantly light. Drago does the same, and even the impact when they hit the floor shows how heavy they truly were, leaving Mifune stunned by the crazy gear. With the restraints gone, the duo bursts toward the monster at top speed. Setsuna smashes through the magic circles and lunges toward the King of Death, but the monster catches him by the leg mid-swing. That won't save it for long, because Setsuna swings around to land a devastating sidekick. The duo's perfect combo erupts in a massive explosion, leaving a cloud of purple smoke. Setsuna stands amidst the haze. And Drago Okrad's teamwork is devastating, decapitating the monster with that single strike. Setsuna's points instantly jump to 50, matched by Drago's score since they shared the kill. Mifune stands in shock, realizing neither warrior had even used their full strength. Setsuna turns to check on Yuzuha, but to everyone's surprise, she has vanished before they can investigate. The ground starts shaking violently and the floor suddenly collapses.
Mifune struggles not to fall.
Tumbling toward the darkness, Setsuna reaches out and pulls him back, only to see a nightmare unfolding below them. A swarm of undead climbing up from the abyss. They are far too many to fight at once. Even as the dungeon's strangeness begins to dawn on Setsuna, the situation turns dire. The monsters swarm them, and a desperate shout rings out through the chaos. Setsuna urges everyone to aim for the heads if they want to stay alive, but Mifune realizes that even their kills are useless, because dark magic is endlessly reviving the undead. Drago and Mifune both realize the dungeon is abnormal, as these monsters far exceed the expected level. Suddenly, Setsuna senses a massive surge of power coming from the lower floors. Mifune can't sense the surge, dismissing it as a mistake, but Setsuna is certain the power is real. Drago decides to investigate and leaps down into the depths first. Mifune hesitates at the edge. Setsuna warns him that staying behind is a death sentence. Frustrated, Mifune snaps back, asking if Setsuna is looking down on him. Setsuna ignores the attitude, bluntly reminding Mifune that his only contribution has been stealing points from Drago. Without waiting, Setsuna follows him down, leaving Mifune with no choice but to follow too. As they descend, Mifune grumbles about the chaos of the team in the dungeon, but he can't help but notice how perfectly Setsuna and Drago fight together. Drago dismisses the comment, but the silence is quickly broken by the screeching of the undead. Setsuna suddenly freezes, sensing a massive magic signature to the left. The three follow the signal, a grotesque eyeball monster that serves as the source of this strange magic. Setsuna stares in shock at the sight, but while he's mesmerized, Mifune is already plotting his next betrayal. Drago notices the devious look and pretends to stretch, preparing to strike, for a sudden punch to Mifune's face. The blow lands hard, and while Mifune reels from the strike, Setsuna obliterates the eyeball monster to claim 10 more points. With their magic source gone, a new swarm of monsters begins to gather around them, providing a fresh chance to earn points. Drago is fired up for the fight, and even Mifune braces himself to stay in the loop. As they prepare to charge, Setsuna asks Mifune if he knows where Yuzuha went. Mifune claims he doesn't know, suggesting she simply ran off in fear. Setsuna doesn't buy the lie, knowing Yuzuha didn't show fear when the King of Death attacked, and these monsters are far too powerful for this dungeon. Observing the dark magic leaking from the eyeball monster, Setsuna begins to suspect something far more sinister is at play. If the apostles are truly involved, Drago and the other students are in grave danger. Setsuna can only hope Layla and the others are safe. Suddenly monsters rush in, but Drago just grins at the prospect of more points. Neither of them holds back. Drago crushes the creatures with heavy punches while simultaneously slicing them apart with his mana sword. As the mana sword, once the wave is cleared, Setsuna reaches 200 points, while Drago hits 210. Leave. Drago is stunned when Mifune reveals that Yuzuha isn't actually a friend, but just an acquaintance he met only yesterday who was merely acting friendly. Setsuna is shocked to learn they only met yesterday. As they finish talking, Mifune tries to use his teleportation bracelet to escape, but it fails to activate, leaving him stunned. With no way to teleport, Setsuna tells him they must walk back to the surface. As Mifune begins to voice his concern that something is clearly wrong, Setsuna suddenly senses a terrifying presence. Setsuna insists on finding Yuzuha, prompting Mifune to tease him about having a crush on her. Drago immediately shuts down the joke, insisting that he is coming along too, but Setsuna warns him that a dangerous power is pulsing from the depths below. Drago agrees, but the cowardly Mifune suggests they should just run and report this to Giovanni.
Giovanni. Mifune questions how he can be so sure Yuzuha is actually down there.
Using his mana sensing, Setsuna confirms her weak presence, leaving Mifune behind as he and Drago descend into the dark. Mifune stands alone, terrified by the prospect of walking out into the dungeon by himself. Drago Okrid returns to the hesitant Mifune, pats him on the shoulder, urging him to help find Yuzuha so they can all escape together. Mifune reluctantly agrees, praying they can find her and leave this place quickly. Hoping they can leave this place quickly. Mifune questions how Setsuna can sense Yuzuha's mana while he and Drago can't. Setsuna attributes it to constant training, though Mifune remains skeptical. Suddenly, they reach a lower floor, where Drago feels a sudden, unnatural chill settle over them. A strange sound echoes from the darkness ahead. Setsuna points toward the source, and Drago moves forward, spotting a figure in the gloom. It's Yuzuha. Drago rushes to check on her, but they quickly realize something is deeply wrong. Her face looks like the undead, and she is sitting inside a magic circle. Even in that state, she reaches out, begging them for help. Mifune instantly regrets coming along with them. Drago tries to reach her. As Drago rushes to her side, Setsuna grabs him, warning him not to get too close. Drago realizes they are looking at an ancient trap, one triggered by dark magic from a source he saw in his past life. He doubts Yuzuha did this to herself. Instead, he suspects someone else set the whole thing to entrap them. Setsuna realizes the trap requires special magic to break, and calls for a magic weapon to destroy the circle under Yuzuha, telling the others to leave the task to him.
Drago agrees, and Setsuna draws
his mana blade, charging it with power before slashing the circle. The strike shatters the dark magic, freeing Yuzuha, who collapses into his arms. As she slips into unconsciousness, Yuzuha mutters a cryptic warning about not letting Setsuna go. Amidst the chaos, Setsuna notices a strange magic source. Mifune jumps in, claiming Yuzuha was reckless for ending up in this state, then asks if she'll be okay. Setsuna carries Yuzuha on his back, certain that the apostles are behind this dark magic. Drago holds his questions for later, while Setsuna questions if the teleportation bracelets still function.
Mifune tests his,
but nothing changes, making him wonder if Giovanni gave them nothing but broken magic tools. Yuzuha's bracelet is just as useless, leaving them with no way to escape via magic.
Drago urges them to keep
moving, but a sudden earthquake shakes the room, sending everyone into a panic. Mifune is terrified, wondering what could possibly be happening in the dark. They are trapped, even after Drago's desperate attempts to smash a path through the rubble. Instead of forcing their way through, Setsuna suggests they must find a safer way out. Elsewhere, Layla and her team are scouring the area for any students buried under
The wreckage. They soon find a victim trapped beneath heavy fallen rocks.
After pulling him to safety, Layla uses the healing magic in her brooch and while she does, she quietly prays that Setsuna and Drago have survived the collapse. Drago considers using a charge bullet, a high-powered magic shot, to blast the stone. Quake! Drago thinks clearing the rubble is worth the risk, but Setsuna worries that the air is growing thin. To make it worse, they are already exhausted from fighting monsters. Mergi suggests there is one way out, but it may mean Setsuna decides they must head even deeper underground. Drago worries about Mifune and Yuzuha, but Setsuna's resolve to handle it alone shocks Mifune. He admits his own strength, yet warns that far more dangerous monsters await in the depths. Stay with them. Setsuna, however, suspects the earthquake was caused by the dungeon boss waking up. A surge of mana is blocking teleportation, meaning this dungeon isn't one normal place. Setsuna's depth-defying knowledge leaves Drago. Amazed after Drago agrees to stay behind, Mifune asks him to mark the path in case things go bad. Setsuna promises to save them, heading into the darkness alone while wondering what kind of monster could shake the entire dungeon. He worries if his close-range magic will be enough. He carves through undead, wishing he had elemental or purification magic to make things easier. Close combat magic lacks elemental traits, relying on raw power, but he keeps cutting the monsters down, driven by a burning resolve back. At the rubble, Drago keeps searching for a way out. Amidst the chaos, Mifune admits he's been cheating to keep up with Setsuna and Drago, the whole time sounding completely miserable. As he confesses, Drago tells him to stop being a coward because they're getting out of the dungeon before shouting to Layla and her team that they are trapped and need help. Layla presses her ear against the heavy rubble, straining to catch every desperate word from the other side. Meanwhile, Layla and her team immediately begin clearing the debris after hearing Drago's frantic warning. As Setsuna pushes deeper, the air itself feels heavy and changed. An exit is visible ahead, but the awakening of the dungeon boss has barred his path. He remains on high alert, knowing there is no time for a single moment of relaxation. Then, his instincts scream danger, forcing him to leap away at the last second. An unknown monster strikes the spot he just vacated, blowing it apart and barely missing its target. Setsuna barely escapes death, turning just in time to see his attacker. He freezes at the sight of a terrifying two-headed Hydra. Now, stuck in a brutal 2-on-1 fight, he wonders if this beast is responsible for the dungeon's chaos, but then he notices something far worse. The creature's body is visibly corrupted. The creature's unnatural resilience is too much. Setsuna realizes only someone blessed by the evil god could force a monster to recover like that. Then the Hydra exhales a toxic green mist, forcing Setsuna to leap backward to avoid certain death. Knowing there is no way out but through, he realizes he must face this beast. Holding his breath, Setsuna leaps into the air, charging straight at one of the heads. Setsuna lands a solid hit, but it only serves to fuel the monster's rage. The Hydra lashes out wildly, and Setsuna barely manages to dodge every single strike. Holding his breath, he circles toward the beast's back. He realizes the Hydra's head is nearly impossible to take down with a single strike. In his past life, he learned that Hydras are only truly defeated when every head is destroyed at once. He realizes his first attempt failed because the skull was too thick, so he shifts his focus to the neck. The blade bites deep, and Setsuna narrowly escapes as a corrosive liquid splashes toward him, tearing his cape. He breathes a sigh of relief for surviving the acid, but then his heart sinks as he watches the severed head grow back. The creature's regeneration is fueled by a dark, undead power. There is only one way to end this fight. He must cut off both heads. Simultaneously, he knows long-range magic would be easier, so he decides to rely on the secret technique. He's been keeping up his sleeve as he recalls the training. Lionel finds him struggling to manifest 2-mana swords. Lionel praises his progress, but even he sees the truth. Setsuna's body simply cannot keep up with the intensity of his own magic. Lionel warns him that this level of skill normally takes a close combat mage 20 years to master, and Setsuna's body simply isn't ready. Realizing that close combat requires a completely different approach to mana flow, he focuses intensely on his internal control. Back in the heat of battle, Setsuna knows this untested technique is his only shot against the Hydra. Only shot to survive. He decides the safest path is to make the first mana sword work. Setsuna swings, landing a heavy blow with the mana blade, but it isn't enough to finish the job. He realizes the attack lacks the necessary power. As he tries to steady himself, he realizes the attack needs more power. The Hydra catches him off guard with a sudden tail strike, catching him mid-maneuver. Despite the impact, Setsuna manages to land on his feet and prepare for another attempt. He goes for one more try, gathering his strength for the strike. But as he's still putting the attack together, the Hydra retaliates by spraying a wave of corrosive liquid right at him. Setsuna escapes the spray with a burst of speed, consuming. The corrosive mist begins to weigh on his body, and he realizes he must end this fight immediately. The Hydra lunges forward, sensing its prey's desperation. Knowing he only has one shot left, he charges a single desperate chance. He holds his breath and stays perfectly focused, drawing the massive beast into his range. Then, with total concentration, he finally forms 2-mana swords at once, before the Hydra can even react. Setsuna cuts off both heads in one decisive strike. A massive blast of blood erupts behind him, and he finally breathes a sigh of relief. It actually worked. Even with the victory, Setsuna knows he is still far from truly mastering that technique. But then a stranger appears clapping. He praises Setsuna for defeating his creation and claims he finally understands how he defeated Leo. As the man approaches, Setsuna realizes it's Giovanni, a teacher with a sinister aura. Setsuna shows no fear, which only seems to impress the man further. Giovanni claims he is always ready for the unexpected and praises how sharp Setsuna has become. Then, Setsuna confronts. He demands to know if Giovanni is an apostle, and if so, why he is doing this. Giovanni pauses before revealing. Then reveals that Setsuna's tournament performance inspired him to create an undead puppet of his own. He admits he was the one who cursed Yuzuha. Furious, Setsuna realizes Giovanni planned the entire catastrophe from the start. Giovanni coldly explains that Yuzuha wanted to join him, and he simply took advantage of that. He's pleased she never suspected the earring he gave her, though he's annoyed she resisted becoming undead at the last second. Setsuna is sick of his lies and swears. Giovanni's lies and swears he'll take him down. Meanwhile, Layla and the others clear the rubble and to finally rescue Drago and Mifune.
Drago thanks everyone for pulling him and Yuzuha out of the danger.
Meanwhile, Mifune notices a hopeful sign. The mana signal on the bracelet is finally. Layla suggests moving up to teleport to safety, but Drago insists on going back for Setsuna. Take care of. Others promising to meet her outside. With a quick thanks, Drago plunges deeper into the dungeon's depths. Meanwhile, the tension rises as Giovanni expresses his excitement to see how the protagonist plans to punish Setsuna. Furious, the hero charges in with a crushing blow, but Giovanni freezes the air, causing the punch to slam into a frozen wall. The momentum leaves Setsuna vulnerable. Setsuna barely dodges an upward surging ice spike, but a fragment grazes his face. Giovanni mocks him, sneering that a close combat mage stands no chance against his formation magic, and realizes he's running out of time as his mana is nearly depleted from the Hydra fight. Setsuna realizes Giovanni's magic relies on preset locations, so he decides to rush, but as he scans for the source of the spell, he realizes he's already too late. An ice shard tears through Setsuna's shoulder, the agonizing pain forcing a cry from his lips. Collapsing to his knees, Setsuna refuses to surrender, declaring he won't stop until Yuzuha's curse is broken, a resolve that leaves Giovanni visibly shocked. Giovanni offers a twisted bargain. He will lift the curse if Setsuna swears loyalty to him. But the mage grabs Setsuna by the head, demanding obedience. Setsuna spits back a fierce rejection. He swings at the instructor's head. The blow is stopped by a wall of ice, but Setsuna's eyes sharpen as he anticipates the next move. He sees the magic circle forming and realizes exactly where Giovanni will reappear. Setsuna is already waiting right as Giovanni emerges from the circle. Giovanni is stunned. He never expected his teleportation magic to be read so quickly. The movement is too fast. Setsuna lashes out and slices off Giovanni's hand. Instead of recoiling, Giovanni simply smiles and praises the clever strike. Then he casually regrows the limb, proving his terrifying resilience. Giovanni reveals his true nature. He is an undead creature, saved from death by the evil god himself. Claiming to be the god's masterpiece, he boasts of an immortality that renders all humans weak and mortal. His twisted goal is to turn every living soul into undead. Giovanni grins at the wounded Setsuna, mocking his weakness and urging him to surrender before it's too late. Setsuna struggles to remain conscious, his vision blurring as he desperately searches for any way to win. Suddenly, Giovanni's smile widens as he detects a familiar mana signature. Help has finally arrived for the Dark Instructor. As the boy remains still, Giovanni activates the magic circle beneath them to begin his ritual. As Setsuna concentrates, Drago Okrid suddenly appears behind the instructor and hurls a rock. So fast, it tears through Giovanni's mouth and head. Setsuna follows up with a heavy uppercut, but Giovanni's body turns to ice to instantly freeze the blow, allowing the instructor to escape through another magic circle. Drago rushes to Setsuna's side, worrying about his condition. Setsuna thanks him for the timely rescue, and though Drago worries about his injuries, the boy insists he can still fight, only to learn from Drago that Layla has saved the seniors. Setsuna smiles, relieved that Layla has become so reliable, but the peace is short-lived. Giovanni emerges from the shadows once again. Giovanni emerges from a magic circle, seething that Drago ruined his ritual. Drago is stunned by the sight, but Setsuna quickly reveals the truth. Giovanni is the one behind everything. Furious at the betrayal, Drago vows to punish the traitor. Setsuna warns him that Giovanni can instantly turn his body into ice to defend himself and can teleport, though not without warning. The plan is simple. Drago will force a teleportation, and Setsuna will be waiting at the destination. Since Giovanni's regeneration is slowing, they believe they can finish him. The trap is set, and Drago charges straight at the Dark Apostle. Just as predicted, Giovanni turns to ice to teleport away, but Setsuna is already there, ignoring the biting cold that tears through him. He drives a mana-coated right punch into Giovanni, then follows up with a devastating left. Giovanni is blasted into a wall, his upper body shredded by the sheer rage of Setsuna's attack. The intense assault drains him completely. Giovanni refuses to stay down. He produces a dark item gifted by the evil god to begin a horrific fusion with the Hydra. As the transformation takes hold, the monster looms even larger. The apostle vows to teach them true fear, towering over them as a monstrous new form. Lying broken and battered, Setsuna realizes that he and Drago are both facing certain death. Through his blurring vision, Setsuna spots a burning image within the transforming Giovanni. He remembers the headmaster's words: spirit magic can strengthen the body by merging with a spirit, but it can only happen if the user's state is completely empty. With his strength drained, Setsuna finally experiences that total emptiness. He senses a spirit nearby and desperately begs for its power to save his friends. But instead of power, a sudden voice snaps at him to shut up. Setsuna freezes. In the next instant, Setsuna is pulled into a strange new dimension that bears no resemblance to the dungeon.
The dungeon, he turns and finds a giant creature of fire staring
Down at him. This titan-like spirit possesses a wild, violent mana that makes his very legs shake. Despite the tremor in his limbs, Setsuna forces himself to explain that the evil god is threatening his friends, begging for the spirit's power to save them. But the spirit's response is nothing but pure rage. It looks down at him with cold eyes, warning him not to get so arrogant. The ground erupts into flames, and even from this distance, Setsuna can feel the overwhelming heat. The spirit glares, demanding to know what it would gain from helping him. Before he can answer, a flaming boulder slams into him, pinning him to the ground and leaving him stunned by the spirit's sudden aggression. By such an unprovoked attack, the spirit has no reason to help him, so it proves its dominance by crushing Setsuna with a boulder and cranking up the heat. The temperature rises to lethal levels. Soon Setsuna is swallowed by a wall of fire. The agonizing flames tear through him, but he knows if he can't convince this spirit, he and his friends are dead. If he fails to earn this power, everything is finished. Yet the spirit is shocked to find Setsuna still conscious, even as the heat intensifies. The fiery entity senses the spirit of time within Setsuna and begins to wonder why it is there, but the boy still refuses to give up. Setsuna's sheer resistance catches the spirit off guard, and the entity also senses the shadow of the evil god and his apostles. Setsuna demands the power to defeat them, but the fiery spirit refuses to bend, threatening to turn him into ash. He doesn't care. Setsuna fires back, refusing to back down. That defiance finally reaches the spirit. At last, it tells Setsuna to prove his worth. A massive blast of fire breath erupts, swallowing his entire body and his soul. He is completely overwhelmed by thinking of his friends. The agony is unbearable. Yet, the pain is unbearable. Yet, he pushes through it, declaring he won't die until the evil god and his followers are beaten. The spirit is stunned by his endurance, admitting no one has ever survived this long in this realm. It can't believe he is enduring such agony just to protect his friends. As the spirit notices Setsuna finally starting to black out, it realizes he has earned its respect. Setsuna is suddenly thrown out of the fire realm and back into his body. Meanwhile, Drago is being brutally pummeled by Giovanni's relentless, unable to deal with the ice attacks. Giovanni is shocked to see Drago still standing, mocking his stubborn pride. Won't save him. Giovanni grabs the broken youth, declaring that he's about to finish the job, laughing that Setsuna will be next, and the two friends will die as corpses together. After throwing Drago aside, the instructor leaves him with no way to defend himself. Helpless and watching his end approach, Drago finally accepts that he may die, regretting that he might fail. His father's wish to protect his friends with close combat magic. Giovanni unleashes a corrosive blast, kicking up a massive dust, but when it clears, instead of a corpse, there is no body at all. Only the ruined ground. As Giovanni searches for the missing student, feels a warm presence, he turns to see Setsuna, cloaked in a blazing new form, catching Drago. After saving him at the last second, Setsuna undergoes a terrifying transformation, even gaining red hair, as his true awakening begins to manifest. Giovanni stands stunned, unable to comprehend the power the young mage has unlocked. He barely has time to process the change before Setsuna vanishes from sight, leaving only a void where he once stood. Setsuna is already in front of Giovanni, delivering a crushing punch that blasts the undead instructor into the wall. As the undead instructor slams into the stone, he realizes with horror that the blow has even slowed his regeneration, proving this is no ordinary fire. Giovanni then spots a second crest on Setsuna's hand, unable to accept that he is now carrying two magic paths in a single body. The sight makes Giovanni tremble, a feeling he refuses to admit is actually afraid, so he retaliates by spitting a deadly poison mist, but Setsuna cuts straight through the
Poison.
The blast leaves Giovanni shaken and wondering where this power originated. Before he can think, sends him flying once more. Yet despite the incredible momentum, Setsuna's power suddenly misfires, and he collapses. As Setsuna passes out, Giovanni realizes he still has no idea how to handle him. Giovanni mocks Setsuna's sudden collapse, sensing a perfect opportunity to strike, but Setsuna dodges the incoming punch by pure instinct, leaving the instructor stunned. Realizing his target is moving on pure survival reflex, Giovanni decides to end it by locking him down. He unleashes a flurry of ice magic that finally connects, pinning Setsuna in place with jagged shards as he charges forward to deliver a killing blow. But before the blade can reach its target, Giovanni's own arm is suddenly severed by a flying limb. Layla appears, wielding a mana sword to shield her friend. She apologizes for her tardy arrival and promises that Setsuna is safe now. Furious that he let a mere student catch him off guard, Giovanni still prepares to kill her. But Layla is already glancing toward the threat. Back at Setsuna, Layla decides to protect him for as long as she can at the same. Meanwhile, Setsuna finds himself pulled back into the searing fire dimension. The fire spirit mocks him for fainting against such weak flames, leaving Setsuna to wonder why their union failed. Then he realizes Layla is in grave danger. He desperately begs the spirit for power, but is told he must find the way himself. The spirit reveals this is the first time it has ever shared its power with a human, leaving Setsuna stunned. Meanwhile, he sees Layla struggling against the overwhelming strength of Giovanni. Despite her desperate efforts to hold him off, Giovanni strikes her repeatedly before smashing her into Setsuna's frozen, lifeless body. Layla coughs up blood, yet she refuses to back down, to quit. Recalling that strong resolve makes one stronger, she fights to protect her friend, but brutally beaten down by the undead apostle. Witnessing her agony ignites a fierce rage within Setsuna, prompting the spirit to tease him about standing beside his future girlfriend. Receiving no response, the spirit decides to finish him. An enormous wave of fire erupts, completely engulfing him. Back in the real world, Giovanni is still toying with Layla when the atmosphere shifts. Setsuna rises, now wreathed in devastating flames. He lunges at Giovanni, grabbing him by the head, and unleashes the spirit's ultimate magic, Inferno Blaze, flooding the entire area with destruction. Setsuna pins Giovanni down, mocking his immortality by explaining that human strength comes from our limited time. He understood the true nature of flame magic just as death arrived. Giovanni dismisses his philosophy as impossible, but Setsuna only answers with a hotter, more violent blaze,
driving him back with pure heat. Through the roar, Setsuna hears
Layla calling out to him, questioning if he is really the same person she knew. He hasn't changed. He's just finally awake. Setsuna offers Layla a warm smile, promising that everything will be all right. He thanks her for protecting him while he was out, and Drago Okrit admits he never expected Layla to show up. She explains that the seniors used teleportation magic to escape, but she had a bad feeling and returned to check on them. She even sent students to fetch professors, but as Setsuna prepares to praise her, the massive toll of his power finally catches up. His body shuts down and his red hair fades back to its normal color, just as rescue arrives. A rescue team rushes in, but Setsuna insists they treat his friends first. He watches as the others receive medical help and sees that everyone is being cared for. Seeing them safe, he finally smiles. Everything goes black for Setsuna, and when he finally opens his eyes, he's back in the infirmary. He jokes about becoming a regular in this ward, but he's mostly just relieved that he's just beginning to process the relief that everyone survived when Lionel walks in, looking surprised at his recovery. Setsuna's first instinct is to ask about his friends, despite having been unconscious for 3 full days. About everyone else first, Lionel tells him that his friends and seniors are all safe, and that he was the last to wake up. He mentions the headmaster handled everything after the battle, which brings Setsuna relief, though he knows plenty is still being kept from them. Lionel offers an apology, explaining what the headmaster revealed to him. The security failures at the academy left even the instructors reeling, as the danger posed by apostles like Leo remains uncontained. Because the recent attack delayed an internal investigation into these threats, Lionel is furious at their failure to see Giovanni's true intent. Allowed students to be endangered twice for that. He offers Setsuna a sincere, promising it won't happen again. Setsuna is stunned to see his teacher bowing to him, but Lionel commands him to stay still. Overused mana has left Setsuna's body shattered, though Lionel assures him that recovery magic has already mended his wounds, thanks to a mysterious savior. The mystery of that savior is answered when Professor Baldi, the bald teacher, walks in. After Lionel nudges him to speak, Baldy hands Setsuna some sliced apples and prepares to face his own past. The professor lowers his head, offering a heartfelt apology for how he mistreated Setsuna during the orientation exam. He reveals that he was once a top student, but he was cast aside by everyone once he chose the path of close combat magic. That old bitterness fueled his anger at seeing Setsuna embrace the very same style. Baldy's dismissal is irrelevant now. But now, Setsuna's team has secured the highest score in the joint training, and his own performance has rewritten the records for the close combat department. This victory changes everything, proving the very path Baldy once dismissed is more than enough. Even the former instructor offers his thanks and an apology, leaving Setsuna stunned by the man's sudden change of heart. Once they are alone in the classroom, Lionel hands Setsuna a glove, stating that the headmaster specifically requested he have it. Setsuna is confused by the gift, but Lionel's expression turns serious. He warns him that the spirit crest on Setsuna's hand is a sight no one has ever seen before. Lionel reveals that spirit magic is known as ancient magic, a forbidden power. It was the catalyst for a devastating war between mages centuries ago, meaning any connection to it is strictly outlawed. If the Holy Church discovers his secret, Setsuna is finished. Setsuna knew of the Great War, but he never realized the cause was spirit magic. Even so, he wants to know how, despite the danger, the secrets of this power. Lionel admits the headmaster has explained everything to him. Lionel even knows that Setsuna, relieved that his past is safe, Setsuna still wonders if Lionel was the best person to tell him. However, Lionel makes it clear his only concern is that Setsuna is a student of this academy. When asked about the headmaster, Lionel explains the old man is hunting for clues regarding the apostles. Telling him to focus on recovery, Lionel leaves for urgent business, leaving the young mage with more questions than answers. Alone in his thoughts, Setsuna realizes that without the spirit's power, he would have certainly died. He unwraps his bandages to look at the crest, worrying he might never harness that flame again. Suddenly a voice echoes in his mind, warning him that he's only human and far too weak to wield such immense power. Confused, Setsuna searches for the source until the spirit takes physical form. Blazer, the fire spirit, lands on his head like a tame puppy before jumping down to introduce himself. Setsuna looks at Blazer, finding it hard to reconcile this cute creature with the terrifying entity he was just before. The spirit rushes to the window, eager to see the world through new eyes. Everything seems massive to the tiny spirit, though Setsuna suspects it's just a matter of scale. Blazer scoffs at the idea of human society being special, yet he can't hide his amazement at seeing it in this form. Curious why he chose such a small vessel, Setsuna listens as the spirit acts far too proud to give a straight answer. However, Blazer eventually admits the truth. Their link through the crest requires massive amounts of mana, and his true form would drain Setsuna almost instantly. That's why he chose this shape. Now, the connection is clear, and Setsuna realizes this is his perfect chance to master spirit magic. He begins asking about the Great Magic War from centuries ago, wondering if Blazer was a part of it. The spirit hesitates, but he answers anyway, claiming his memory is hazy. He only recalls going wild because his former human contractor wanted something he couldn't provide. Blazer dashes out of the room, forcing Setsuna into a panicked chase. If the church discovers a spirit is walking the halls, he'll be in grave danger. He quickly pulls on his magic-enhancing glove, desperate to catch the runaway spirit before he causes chaos. But Blazer is too fast, darting away from his pursuit. The little creature tears through the school, leaving students frozen in shock at the sight. Setsuna finally catches up to Blazer, only for the spirit to mock how weak his body has become. His body is. The spirit decides to make things worse, make it worse, and bolts off again. Setsuna can only chase after him, wishing he were in better shape. As he runs, Joel thinks Setsuna is heading straight for him, but the protagonist rushes right past, like Joel isn't even there. Carl suffers the exact same treatment. Meanwhile, Cyrus watches from behind a pillar as he chases his runaway pet. A moment later, Setsuna bursts into a classroom, only to realize he has stumbled into Mifune's class. When some girls begin to mock him, Mifune hears them immediately. He shuts them down, surprising the class by firmly defending Setsuna as a friend. Mifune explains that the school only changed its attitude after Setsuna's top training score, as no one knows the truth behind his sudden rise. He smiles, admitting he never thought Mifune would call him. Mifune's pragmatism only makes Setsuna laugh, but the conversation turns serious when Mifune mentions that Yuzaha is finally out of danger. Now, even though she is safe, she has not fully recovered. Fully recovered yet. While professors question her, Setsuna suspects that Giovanni was far too careful to leave behind any clues. However, Mifune mentions a red animal and suggests checking the courtyard. Setsuna spots Blazer in the middle of a crowd and quickly thanks Mifune before running after him. By the time he arrives, a crowd is formed around the spirit, with students wondering if he is a magical beast or just a pet. But Blazer is too busy playing with flowers to care. Setsuna shouts the spirit's name from the corridor, and that sound catches Oktar's attention. Realizing the creature belongs to the protagonist, Oktar decides to take a different route to target him. He targets the pet instead, pretending to protect the students, and assault against Blazer. As the Blazer watches the ice shards rush toward him, Blazer spits a burst of fire that wipes out the projectiles, leaving Oktar completely frozen in shock. A creepy smile spreads across the spirit's face as he mocks the man, nearly scaring him to death. Deciding a lesson is in order, Blazer unleashes a blast of fire that burns Oktar before he flees in terror. Watching from above, Setsuna is relieved that Blazer is safe, but a chilling realization begins to take hold. Recoil from the spectacle. Danger. The onlookers grow even more curious, but as Blazer turns his gaze toward them, they quickly scramble back. Setsuna watches from the balcony as Layla arrives, and his heart sinks with worry. But sharp pain in his legs prevents him from moving. Layla stands directly in front of the spirit, who remains on high alert after the assault from Oktar. But then, Layla senses something strangely familiar. Layla steps closer, asking if the fire spirit helped Setsuna. Down in the dungeon to show her gratitude, she kindly, down on her knees to thank Blazer for protecting her friend. The spirit responds by, Setsuna is stunned to see Blazer calm down so quickly and stop acting. Layla then pulls a special fruit from her basket and offers it to Blazer. He takes it eagerly, and the moment he bites into it, his eyes light up at the delicious taste. Setsuna can't believe the spirit was won over so easily. Later in the dining hall, Blazer sits on Layla's lap while devouring everything in sight. Drago is amazed by his appetite and asks what kind of animal he... Setsuna nervously calls him a magical beast, keeping the spirit's true nature a secret to protect him from the church. At least Blazer is no longer acting aggressive toward the other students. Setsuna thanks Layla for her help, but she simply says she did what she could while the spirit was surrounded. Even as students gossip, Blazer lets it be. Setsuna feels a sense of relief that everyone just thinks Blazer is some rare animal. Blazer tells Layla that if she keeps providing gifts, she might become his subordinate, a secret only Setsuna can hear. After they had been saving him in the dungeon, Drago pulls a letter from his pocket, sent by his parents expressing how proud they are of his team's first-place finish in the training exercise. Setsuna is happy for him, but Layla's voice turns serious as she mentions her worries about Giovanni. He agrees he doesn't know everything yet, though he hopes Yuzaha's investigation will provide a clue. Setsuna wonders if Giovanni is truly an apostle, since merging with the Hydra felt strangely weak. Drago then turns to him, asking about the nature of Setsuna's power. The power was clearly not close combat magic. Layla reveals that Blazer was the source, and the little spirit seems to enjoy her attention as he rolls on her lap. The piece is shattered when Cyrus suddenly appears to call for the group, leaving the other students wondering why he has come for them. The tension is palpable. Seeing their unwelcoming stares, a shameless Cyrus decides to ignore the social cues and targets Setsuna directly. He claims he has never seen such a beast, and even suggests it might be a forbidden one, a line that Setsuna knows will only make things worse. Cyrus steps up to him, demanding that all Academy pets be properly registered with the school. The insult hits home, and Blazer becomes absolutely furious at being called a mere pet. Cyrus issues a cold ultimatum. If Setsuna cannot prove Blazer's origin, the spirit must be removed. Just as Blazer is about to snap, Sakari, a student who helps Setsuna, walks in. He claims he misplaced the registration form for Blazer, shocking Setsuna by coming to his defense. Cyrus seizes the chance to insult him, calling the former top student absolute trash. Then Drago rises from his seat. Cyrus expects a fight, but Drago isn't looking for conflict. Instead, he runs over to thank Sakari for helping their team win the training exercise. Setsuna and Layla join in thanking him. Their kindness for the man moves Sakari to tears. Cyrus mocks them for putting on an act, but the tide is turning. The students begin to shout, proclaiming that the close combat department now holds more prestige than long-range magic. The students mock Cyrus for his failing prestige, forcing him to back down before he orders Sakari to submit his registration form first thing tomorrow. Setsuna is just relieved the confrontation is over before Blazer's temper explodes. He thanks Baldi for intervening, but Baldi insists there is no need, stating he trusts Setsuna had a good reason for bringing that beast into the academy. While Layla and Drago offer praise, Blazer remains entirely unimpressed. Blazer, however, is not impressed. Later that day, Setsuna's phantom beast arrives, bearing a mysterious letter to him from the headmaster. It congratulates him for gaining spirit magic, but expresses worry that he may not be able to control the power. The headmaster wants to guide him himself, but he will be away for a while, so he arranged for a replacement teacher, a concept Setsuna never knew was possible. The note concludes by saying Lionel will make the introduction, burns away, leaving him to wonder who his new mentor will be. Elsewhere, the woman chosen to mentor him is absolutely livid that he exposed her identity. Fuming with rage, she vows to crush Setsuna herself if he proves to be nothing more than a useless child. Meanwhile, the Magic Council refuses to believe that an evil god is involved because there is no proof. The headmaster desperately explains that the lack of evidence is exactly why he needs their help. The headmaster steps out of the meeting to find Lionel waiting, and a heavy silence falls between them. Stepping outside the meeting, the headmaster meets Lionel, and the discussion turns to the forbidden magic was used to turn back time. If the apostles make their move, this secret could become a deadly ability. Lionel reports that Setsuna is improving, though it's a slow process. The headmaster laughs, noting how strict Setsuna's new teacher is. He only hopes the boy is fully healed before they meet. Later, Setsuna wakes to find Carol smiling over him, and he jolts upright, confused as to "Is there?" Carol explains. She brought food. Faster, Setsuna finally smiles, thanking Carol for the food and for helping take care of Blazer alongside Layla. Carol even brought bread for Blazer. While they were out in town, gushing over how adorable he is, Setsuna realizes that while others only see a harmless animal, Blazer is actually much more than that, though Carol admits staying calm near him is hard. Because of her own bond with phantom beasts, she understands the struggle. Setsuna feels lucky to have friends like Carol and Layla watching over him since the dungeon incident. Knowing he's being looked after, he realizes he must heal quickly to master spirit magic. As Carol leaves for class, she promises to introduce Blazer to Fenrir one day. With his friends keeping watch, Setsuna turns his attention toward his studies. He picks up a history book to research the fundamentals of spirit magic, the Great War, where regular mages eventually won and peace returned. The world is far more unforgiving than his memories suggested, as anyone using ancient magic faces immediate execution. Since even knowing of spirit magic is dangerous, Setsuna realizes he must keep Blazer's true identity a secret. Yet, this power is his only chance at defeating the evil god. He stares at the horizon, realizing that some events are shifting in ways that never occurred in his past life. The weight of these changes is heavy. He begins to wonder if he is making the right choice. A few days later, Setsuna has recovered enough to begin his journey with Lionel. Carol watches them depart, worried he is leaving far too soon after his injury. Setsuna assures her he will. As school break begins, Drago Okrid declares he'll be training too, so he won't come back weaker than Setsuna. Layla is saddened that Blazer is leaving, but the fire spirit acts like a spoiled noble, demanding a feast of fruit upon his return. With all the goodbyes finally said,
bittersweet farewells. Setsuna thanks his friends for their help and says goodbye.
While Setsuna still worries about Blazer, Lionel suggests they use a lizard carriage for their long journey ahead. Lizard carriages are difficult to ride, but for a long trip, they are the only real option. The stable owner warns Setsuna that the speed can get rough and he won't be responsible for any injuries. Setsuna simply tells him that is fine, because to him it all depends on how well he connects with the lizard. He approaches one, pets its head, and jumps on. Up to one, pets its head, and jumps on, much to the owner's. What the owner doesn't know is that Setsuna already possesses plenty of experience from his second life. Refreshing, Lionel, however, is struggling. With the speed, before long they find their path blocked by several women on a lonely road. So, recognizing their attire, Lionel realizes these women serve a powerful witch. They are the attendants of Morgana, the very name Setsuna recalls from the headmaster's letter. Lionel clarifies they are traveling to meet her, but one woman coldly dismisses him, stating she has no interest in meeting a mere close combat mage. As they face the women wielding scythes, Lionel and Setsuna realize these aren't mere attendants, but alchemical dolls controlled by Morgana. The witch's voice drips with contempt through them, fueled by her anger that a spirit has chosen Setsuna. She issues a challenge. If he is truly chosen, she says, he must prove it by defeating her dolls. Without warning, the attack begins. The dolls suddenly unleash a massive blast of power. Lionel acts quickly to block. The stray blasts, leaving Setsuna to realize just how terrifying Morgana must be if her mindless constructs wield this much magic. Morgana expresses her disappointment in Setsuna's performance and repeats her refusal to deal with a close combat mage insulted. Lionel decides to get serious by conjuring a massive mana blade, ready to show Morgana
why she shouldn't look down on close combat fighters.
Setsuna steels himself, driven by the need to prove his worth despite the onslaught. As the dolls continue their barrage, Lionel commands him not to retreat, and prepares to intercept a magical shot. With a single decisive swing, Lionel cleaves the energy ball with his mana blade, carving a path through the chaos. The path is open, and as both sides charge, Setsuna sees the lead doll wielding a lightning-charged weapon. Setsuna narrowly escapes the deadly scythe before the dolls launch a follow-up barrage, forcing them both on the defensive. Lionel warns Setsuna to stay cautious, for even a small touch from that lightning will shock him. They barely keep up as the lead doll slams her weapon into the ground, releasing a heavy burst of energy through the doll. Morgana mocks them, saying elemental attacks are too much for them because that branch of magic is rare. Setsuna knows she's right about one thing. Elemental magic is a nightmare for close combat mages because touching it hurts them directly. Other mage types would have an easier time since their mana works at a distance. Morgana then sends golems at them too, still mocking them for struggling against mere dolls, and Setsuna decides to prove close combat magic hasn't shown its true peak. Yet he bursts toward one doll at blinding speed, and before she can react, he lands a hit. Lionel goes after another doll and drops her with a crushing punch. Soon Setsuna is facing the scythe doll again, and he quickly thinks of the best weapon for this fight. He forms a hook-shaped mana sword and leaps at her, using it. He catches onto a tree and swings clear, making her attack miss. Once she's open, Setsuna kicks her in the head. The doll pulls back at once, realizing he has started using the terrain to his advantage. As Lionel fights off one of the dolls, he warns that the scythe user is charging straight at him. She slips into his blind spot and thrusts from behind with a killing blow. But Lionel avoids it at the last second, leaving nothing but dust. Suddenly, the three dolls join hands to create a barrier, leaving Setsuna and Lionel trapped without an opening. The constructs unleash a massive water spell, taunting them with their perceived helplessness. Setsuna is at a loss. Even his charge bullet wouldn't penetrate this. But then Blazer steps forward. The fire spirit offers to smash the spell, though he warns the heat could burn down the entire forest. He activates his power immediately. The crest on Setsuna's hand lights up, and flames wrap around his body. Blazer is impressed by Setsuna's resolve, so he decides to raise the heat even further, intending to incinerate the dolls and their magic alike. He does exactly that, but the flames are far for Setsuna's body. He cries out in agony, desperately begging Blazer to ease off. Blazer is baffled that Setsuna is pulling back, but the young mage explains this is merely a test of his limits. Morgana is clearly using the battle to measure his true strength. Recognizing his true strength, Blazer finally backs off. In a sudden turn, Morgana orders the dolls to stop fighting and guides Setsuna and Lionel to her home. Both are left entirely bewildered by the shift, and even the dolls offer apologies for their previous assault. Before long, the group reaches Morgana's small hut hidden deep within the forest. Once inside, the witch immediately questions why Setsuna didn't use spirit magic when he was cornered. She points out that fire would have shattered that water barrier far better than magic. Setsuna's decision to hold back has left the witch deeply curious. Setsuna explains he kept the fire magic hidden because he doesn't know his enemies yet, and he refuses to let the forest burn to ash. Morgana calls him soft for his restraint, but she praises him for not forcing out power he cannot yet control. Because of that, she offers to teach him how to control his fire spirit magic, and Setsuna bows in gratitude. But Blazer, the fire spirit, is not easily humbled. Mocked by Morgana as nothing more than a cute little animal, the spirit is pushed to its limit. Infuriated, Blazer decides to reveal his true form, and in his fury, he decides to take over Setsuna's mana and burn through everything. The surging flames cause Setsuna intense pain as the spirit tries to prove his strength. Panic sets in, for if the power goes wild, he won't be able to stop it. Morgana, however, has no intention of letting the forest burn. She quickly unleashes her own water-based spirit magic to show Blazer how a true spirit should behave. Blazer retaliates by launching a powerful flame bullet, but Morgana simply dissolves into water to absorb the impact without a scratch. Having seen enough of his tantrums, she decides to end the game. With a casual snap of her fingers, she summons a massive torrent of water from the lake, sending it rushing at him, leaving Blazer trapped in a watery prison. Morgana leaves the trapped spirit there before telling Setsuna the truth. His power is lacking because he hasn't truly bonded with the spirit. To her, Blazer is just a wild beast, but she promises that a real bond will allow him to control the flame and draw out the spirit's full potential. Setsuna can only watch in awe as Morgana effortlessly commands the very elements. Commands nature. After freeing Blazer, Morgana explains that spirit magic has 3 stages. Starting with becoming, Morgana explains the second stage of growth is to enter the spirit world on your own will and face the spirit to earn its true recognition. She's even annoyed that the headmaster failed to teach him properly, calling the man a brat. Morgana then points toward the forest, claiming it is the perfect place for Setsuna to empty his mind. Training begins the next day, and Setsuna accepts the challenge to prove his worth. Under Morgana's watchful eye, he begins a grueling routine of meditation and chores, while Blazer runs wild. His training is relentless, involving physical sparring with Lionel, and even watching Morgana use water magic to slice ingredients with ease. After eating the meal she provides, Setsuna returns to harsh training, pushing himself through even the most extreme methods, like sitting bare-bodied under a waterfall. One night, he witnesses a rare spirit phenomenon, a beautiful event that makes the entire forest glow. After 2 hard weeks of this intense regimen, Morgana admits she is impressed with him. Morgana declares that they are finally ready to enter the spirit world to form a true bond, but she warns that raw power is useless without iron willpower. Even the ancient fire spirit Blazer looms in the background. Because of the dangers ahead, Morgana decides to accompany Setsuna, despite Blazer's warning that his power might not hold within the spirit domain. Blazer tells him not to get cocky, but Setsuna simply smiles, needing nothing more than the spirit's approval. Morgana turns to Lionel, asking him to guard their physical bodies while they are defenseless in the spirit realm. Lionel promises to protect them alongside his servants. With consent given, Morgana tells them it is time to reach a state of selflessness to open the gateway. As they sit cross-legged and begin to meditate, they are quickly transported into Blazer's domain. Blazer watches, impressed that they actually managed to make it, but seeing Blazer's true form, Morgana finally understands why. He's so arrogant. Now that Setsuna can perceive spirits, he realizes just how overwhelming Blazer really is to protect Setsuna's will from being lost in the spirit world. Morgana quickly places a protective barrier. Blazer mocks Setsuna's weak resolve and then unleashes his power, swallowing him in flames. But this time, Setsuna handles the deluge much better. His top-class magic control allows him to navigate the spiritual energy. On top of that, his new state of selflessness gives him the edge he needs. Setsuna vows to earn Blazer's approval, but the fire spirit prepares to show him his true, ultimate power, threatening to burn him to ashes. Back in the real world, Lionel watches the flames erupting from their bodies and realizes the process has begun. He hopes Setsuna survives, but a sudden sinister magic alerts him to an approaching threat. This evil force is heading straight for the hideout at the worst possible moment. With Morgana and Setsuna helpless in their trance, Lionel is left to defend them. He readies himself for whatever is coming, and a moment later, a dark presence steps into the room. The intruder is Leo, who looks upon the scene with surprise. Despite Leo's terrifying aura, Lionel refuses to show a hint of fear. Then, things get even worse. Jigon arrives as well, and the 2 apostles descend upon the hut, hungry to snatch Setsuna and Morgana while Leo settles a score with his old friend. Sensing Jigon's overwhelming aura, Lionel realizes he's facing an apostle too. He tells the villains they've picked the wrong time to face a teacher, but Leo smugly claims they aren't even his target, a provocation that only makes the tension rise. Fueled by rage, Lionel draws his lunges toward Leo, proving that academy teachers are no cowards. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, Blazer starts. Distractions of the fire spirit. Setsuna continues forward, but he stops when he notices a sudden shadow of worry crossing Morgana's face and asks what's wrong. Morgana reveals that an evil force has invaded the forest, slaughtering her servants and threatening the real world. Recognizing the threat of the apostles, Setsuna makes a reckless choice. He will face the fire spirit, Blazer, alone. Barrier is the only thing protecting, warning that if he fails, he may never return to reality. World Setsuna insists he doesn't care about the danger, demanding Morgana prioritize helping Lionel and the others. To let him face his destiny, she prepares to leave, warning him to come back alive. With Morgana gone, Setsuna is left alone to face the flame spirit, Blazer, in this daunting spirit realm. Blazer questions why a mere human seeks power that is far beyond his natural reach. Setsuna answers with a heavy truth. In his previous life, he lost everything. The spirit catches a glimpse of the horrific destruction that follows, seeing the devastation firsthand. He explains how the apostles manipulated the army to cause its collapse, and because of that, total collapse and the loss of everyone he loved. That regret reached through time, sending him back 10 years driven by fierce resolve. Setsuna vows to never let anyone take what he cares about again. After listening, Blazer finds his reasons small, but he respects the courage it takes to face one's fear head-on. The spirit declares that Setsuna has earned his trial, but he issues a warning. He isn't asking for just a piece of Blazer's power, but something much more dangerous. Because of this, the trial evolves into a clash of wills. Blazer shrinks down to meet him at his level. And Setsuna charges in without a moment's hesitation. He charges. Lionel struggles to hold back both apostles, earning even Vidrak a sliver of respect. But the tension breaks when the last surviving doll strikes, hitting Vidrak with alchemy magic, which only serves to fuel his wrath. Dark energy explodes from the god's body as he ruthlessly destroys the servant. He follows with a devastating blast that sends Lionel and everything in its path flying. Of the house, Lionel is shocked as Vidrak grows stronger despite the massive mana drain. Seeing an opening, Leo decides it's the perfect moment. He fires a deadly energy blast straight at her. But the attack is swallowed by a wall of water. Morgana returns to her body just in time to block the apostles' assault, and she scolds them for breaking into her home. Leo is annoyed that Morgana woke up. At the worst time, Morgana prepares to teach him a lesson. Lionel rushes back inside and slams Vidrak. With his sword, Morgana fires a volley of water bullets at Leo, but they vanish on contact. Witnessing magic nullification for the first time, she stands stunned, while Leo mocks their so-called spirit magic is pathetically weak. Suddenly, Leo senses Lionel behind him and barely dodges a killing blow. Leo tells. Vidrak roars in response to the command to keep Lionel busy while the old woman is dealt with. But before the beast can react, Lionel strikes, launching Leo violently out of the house. Morgana watches in shock, realizing that if Leo can erase magic, Lionel shouldn't have needed to dodge yet. He landed the blow. Morgana wonders if there is a condition to Leo's power, perhaps hoping hit Leo before he can erase it. Meanwhile, Lionel continues his struggle against Vidrak while Morgana develops a plan. She strikes first, sending water from below to catch Leo off guard, but the trick fails as he laughs, his nullification wiping out the tide. Desperate, Morgana unleashes her trump card, calling forth a massive mass of water to drown her enemies. Leo admits the move has him cornered, but Morgana believes even he can't handle this deluge. She hopes to wipe out both Leo and Vidrak at once. But Leo puts on a fake act of fear before releasing a massive wave of dark energy that obliterates the entire attack. Smiling, he tells Morgana he's trained for a moment like this. She can't believe he can use long-range magic despite his nullification. Now, he has her cornered and Lionel has fallen to Vidrak as well. Leo moves in to strike Morgana, but Setsuna suddenly appears and smashes a flaming punch into his face, sending him flying through the forest, leaving Morgana to smile. Setsuna's control over fire is so incredibly sharp that the forest isn't even burning. Vidrak turns to the protagonist looking unimpressed by the display. He sneers that Setsuna is nothing like Leo, who is still just a rookie. But the moment the spirit senses the apostles, Blazer declares he wants to burn them all alive. Setsuna knows Blazer is fired up, but he warns the spirit that Vidrak and Leo are dangerous. Blazer scoffs at the caution, refusing to play humble after their recent victory. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, in the spirit world, Setsuna and Blazer were locked in a brutal exchange of blows. They traded heavy punches, each hit landing with devastating force. The fire spirit even begins to bleed, forced to acknowledge Setsuna's incredible willpower. Amidst the chaos of the spirit world, Blazer catches a glimpse of Setsuna's smile and asks what's so funny, only to receive an answer of absolute confidence. Setsuna is going to win, even with his face wrecked by Blazer's relentless punches. Refusing to quit, Blazer rushes him, mocking a weak human's misplaced confidence. But Setsuna's reply is pure certainty as he meets the overwhelming flames head-on, leaving the spirit stunned. Blazer never imagined a mere human could endure his full power. Setsuna explains that Blazer's strength is actually his weakness, because the spirit has always won. He doesn't understand the power of a man who has, in his past life, he faced endless despair and crushing defeat, learning how to stand back up every single time. Won't break, and that iron will is his path to victory. He declares that Blazer is about to suffer. Setsuna promises a crushing defeat, but Blazer counters that this will be the human's end. The two warriors hammer each other with their free fists, channeling all their energy into a final devastating clash that erupts in a blinding explosion of power. As the light fades, Setsuna is the only one still standing. Blazer is forced to admit that the boy is stronger than expected and finally accepts his defeat. The spirit asks how Setsuna grew so certain of victory, admitting he even felt Setsuna's iron while absorbing his own fire. Shocked by this display of mental fortitude, Blazer realizes the boy has grown into something more. He finally recognizes Setsuna as a peer worthy of his power, and the two share a fist bump. Setsuna offers his thanks, but the spirit dismisses it, telling him to return to the real world. Back in reality, the battle is far from over. As Setsuna faces Vidrak, Lionel warns him to watch out for those claws, but Setsuna knows the danger. They steal the mana of any target he slashes. He knows this well because Vidrak was the only apostle Setsuna faced before his rebirth. The devourer of all can't erase magic, but he can absorb it. In a past life, Vidrak single-handedly crushed the Northern Kingdom, stealing their magic even as he destroyed their greatest alchemical treasures. Vidrak remains sure that Setsuna can't win. Meanwhile, in the forest, Leo recovers with newfound speed and strength. Setsuna realizes Leo has grown too, but Vidrak claims the kill for himself, ordering Leo to stay back. Leo complies, leaving Setsuna to face the nightmare. In his past life, long-range magic was his solution, but not this time. Setsuna knows a single slash could be fatal, yet he refuses to back down. He is stronger now, and he is ready. Vidrak rushes forward, but Setsuna counters with a fiery punch that blasts him back. Refusing to give him a moment to breathe, Setsuna charges back in, with a barrage of flame-covered strikes. As Setsuna batters the apostle, the real fight begins. In the chaos, Vidrak struggles to comprehend how Setsuna has suddenly become so much faster. He doesn't realize that Setsuna's speed comes from. Lionel watches the display with a proud. Setsuna keeps pounding Vidrak from every angle, showing a mastery over his flames that even leaves Morgana impressed. But the tide turns when Vidrak lets out a brutal, ear-splitting roar, causing everyone to clutch their ears in pain. The shock allows the apostle to land a heavy hit, forcing Setsuna back. However, Vidrak has already taken in
some of Blazer's fire,
and he begins amplifying it as the flames spread over his entire body. Vidrak's power surges, and he begins to mock the protagonist, reminding him why. Instead of panicking, Setsuna grows even more excited to see the true strength of Vidrak's new power as the apostle rushes him. Setsuna matches Vidrak's speed and slips past every deadly strike. The apostle continues his rampage, tearing through the surroundings, but Setsuna evades him with ease. The hero remains untouched until Vidrak, feeling the heat, lunges for Morgana's water, power to quench the flames, but suddenly his massive won't move. He realizes the terrible truth. He cannot fully devour spirit magic. Setsuna mocks him, noting that the spirit fire doesn't obey Vidrak, it's eating him alive. The apostle was never strong enough to truly handle its power, and now he can only writhe in agony. Jagan won't let him suffer through the pain alone, so he turns to Leo, begging him to extinguish the flames consuming his body. Leo can't believe this sudden reversal, and Jagan just screams at. Now, in a desperate panic, the dying apostle screams at him to just do it. Agrees, but instead of nullifying the flames, he unleashes a devastating destructive magic at. The magic is purely destructive. The attack tears through Jagan's body and slams straight into Morgana, who is caught completely off guard. As Morgana is mangled, Jagan screams that Leo has betrayed them, but Leo coldly replies that the mission comes first, now that Jagan has helped them find Morgana. And, with Jagan's role in finding Morgana finished, Leo views him as nothing more than an obstacle. Nearby with him, right before he can blow, but Setsuna moves faster, manifesting a sword of spirit flames to strike him down, cut Jagan down, leaving only a black gemstone. Setsuna turns to see that Leo has slipped away once more, vanishing without a trace of mana. Instead, he rushes to Morgana's remains, desperately trying to lift her up and begging her to hold on until help arrives, but Morgana only smiles, telling him that disintegration magic has made it impossible to save her. Lionel tries to intervene, but the reality is final. Despite the tragedy, Morgana tells him he should be proud to be a mage recognized by his spirit. Then she presents him with a pendant containing her spirit, Nia. She hopes this will help him connect with the water spirit and protect others. After her death, broken, Setsuna lays her down gently. In his grief, he demands to know why he should strive for strength if he can't even protect those close to him. Lionel's response is a heavy truth. Life is inherently uncertain. Lionel continues, insisting that no matter how strong Setsuna gets, he'll never be perfect because he is human. Therefore, he must never give up, even when things feel hopeless. As Setsuna weeps in his grief, Morgana's servant suddenly appears and smacks him on the head, declaring that he was fooled. He is left reeling, completely lost as she claims, but the true shock is just beginning. The servant claims she is the real Morgana. Setsuna stands paralyzed by the shock as, stunned by the revelation. The servant explains that the woman who died was merely an alchemical doll used as a decoy. Even Lionel is speechless as the real Morgana smiles, calling the decoy her greatest work. Setsuna finds the idea of a lifelike doll insane, noting she appeared the same in the spirit realm, but Morgana explains that appearances can change there. To silence Lionel's lingering doubt, Morgana removes her headwear to reveal her long elven ears. Being an elf gives Morgana a lifespan far beyond that of any human. Shocked, Setsuna realizes her long life means she witnessed the Great Magic War. Morgana notices his interest and offers to share its secrets, but there's a price. Setsuna offers money, but Morgana laughs off the joke and suggests they move to the lake to discuss the erased history of the war. Upon reaching the water, Morgana begins acting like a playful child. The two men can only stare, bewildered by her sudden change in mood, but their confusion is quickly replaced by anticipation. As the stones ripple through the lake, Morgana decides it is finally time to explain the Great War. She begins by reminding them of the many races that inhabit the world, from dwarves to beastmen, but it is the elves who are most tied to nature and to the spirits themselves. Because of this connection, elves learn to harness spirit magic. In the old days, humans and elves shared a sacred bond, but some let that devotion transform into blind worship. One treacherous elf exploited the trust of a king, using spirit magic to fuel a massive conquest. This betrayal was the true catalyst for the Great War. After a brutal conflict, the side that embraced spirits and elves was crushed, leaving a legacy of hatred so deep that ancient magic was merely a mask to hide the history of spirit interaction. After hearing this, Lionel asks if she is still angry at humanity for how they treated the elves. Morgana admits. Morgana's hatred for humanity used to be no longer. She still keeps her distance though. With the hatred for elves still simmering among some humans, she used a body double just to hide her true identity. Setsuna asks why she finally chose to reveal herself, and her answer is simple: the headmaster trusts them, and Setsuna has earned that trust. Truth that only her sincerity could bring. Setsuna quickly denies crying and looks to Lionel for support, but the instructor is too busy laughing at him. After the laughter subsides, the two help clean up Morgana's hideout, preparing for the inevitable departure. After tidying the space, they prepare to leave. Morgana thanks them for their assistance, and Setsuna warmly returns the sentiment. Lionel asks about her plans, and Morgana reveals she must move since her hideout was exposed. The thought of losing her connection to Lucia hits Suna hard. He bows his head, pleading for her to help humanity if danger ever arises again. Moved by his conviction, Morgana tells him to ask the headmaster if the time comes, as they still maintain contact. Grateful, Setsuna prepares to depart, but his peace is short-lived. Blazer, still nursing a grudge, erupts from the crest to threaten Morgana, warning her that he will burn her to ash next time. Ash, until Morgana quickly scares him off with a bit of water magic. Afterward, Setsuna and Lionel head back toward the academy, where a lesson he carries with him as they travel. Setsuna renews his promise to use the spirit's power only for justice. Both of them are relieved to finally enjoy a calm ride back to the academy. Meanwhile, Leo stands on trial for failing to kill the hero and for abandoning his ally. He claims he did kill Morgana, but Santanakia asks if he actually confirmed the witch's death. Leo admits he didn't, though he insists no one could survive such a hit. This admission enrages Santanakia, whose terrifying aura pours off him as he reminds Leo that he was ordered to ensure she was dead. The crushing pressure nearly crushes Leo's bones until the 8th apostle Tsukuyomi steps in, she says. Leo should have at least brought back Jagen's body, since she could have turned him into an undead servant. Leo then complains that no one told him Setsuna knew about Jagen's power, but Santanakia cuts him off, stating failure has no excuse. However, he decides to review everything about the boy, convinced. Pucker points out that Giovanni, the 8th apostle's toy, was a failure too. Santanakia wonders if she can handle the fallout. Setsuna's destiny hangs in the balance as Tsukuyomi's words settle, and she answers with total confidence that she can. With her power to revive the dead, she's clearly planning something. Setsuna travels back toward the academy, wondering how everyone is doing without him, while Lionel guesses that Drago is likely training like crazy. Setsuna agrees, and he begins to reflect on his journey. Looking up at the sky, he wonders when he first started caring so much about the people around him. When asked if he was different before, Setsuna confirms it, admitting that in his previous life, all he cared about was training, and he lived to reach the pinnacle of long-range magic through constant winning. He never needed anyone's help and lived without friends, but in this life, everything has changed. For him, he finally has people to lean on, having learned that other magic paths are truly vital. He is even grateful for the control he mastered in his past life, which allows him to excel in close combat. Lionel notes that such skill comes from relentless hard work, not just talent, and must have taken years to master. After a long walk, Lionel suggests they take a rest. Setsuna pulls out the magic item Morgana gave him, and as he reads the attached note, he realizes the truth. This necklace is a massive item that could save him later, and Blazer can already feel the power within. Because of that connection, Setsuna puts it on just as Morgana instructed. He whispers a quiet question to the pendant, hoping for a sign. To his shock, The water spirit answers him directly from within the jewel. She knows exactly who he is because of Morgana, and she offers her power if he can complete her trial. Setsuna's excitement is short-lived though, because this won't be an easy task. The trial is simply to move her. This news only serves to confuse him more. This leaves him more confused as she explains her only desire is to escape the spirit world. Blazer is disappointed by the lack of a harsh challenge, but the spirit clarifies. She means no harm, a friendliness that surprises Setsuna. Still puzzled by the meaning of her request, Setsuna feels a hand on his shoulder. Lionel calls him a lucky man. The mentor claims he has a story that is guaranteed to amaze him. The water spirit perks up, but Lionel quickly shifts from Legends of Ordino, the indestructible blade and Wallace, the iron wall into a tale so dull that everyone falls asleep. But Setsuna remains preoccupied with his trial, deciding to wait until he can return too. Upon their return, Layla immediately begins analyzing the trial's meaning. The challenge she suggests Setsuna visit the art museum with her to meet someone who might help. Setsuna agrees, and, as usual, Carol and Drago Okrid decide to join the group. Soon, Setsuna returns to his training, returning to the sacred tree. He returns to the sacred tree repeatedly to tackle the water spirit's trial, but he keeps coming up short. Eventually, even Blazer has to admit that Setsuna has
gotten pretty far with.
Truly impressive with his power, a level of praise that catches him completely off guard. But the celebration is short-lived as winter settles in, bringing a reminder of the looming danger is drawing near. He is frustrated that he still hasn't made a contract with the water spirit before it strikes. Setsuna sets the spirit trial aside to focus on more urgent matters, confirming to Blazer that he is ready for what's coming. The sacred tree can no longer support him, as he has drained its mana dry. Despite the loss, Setsuna is grateful to have mastered Blazer's power before the tree's recovery began. The catastrophe is set to begin in 7 days. Blazer asks for details about the 4 disasters that signal the end. Setsuna explains the invasion is tied to 4 deadly events: the plague of Dragon's Silence, the fall of the Magus army, and the disappearance of the royal capital. The first to arrive in this timeline is the undead invasion, a nightmare from his past life. In his previous life, that undead wave slaughtered countless people, leading Blazer to wonder why they sound so terrifying. But these weren't, they were the bodies of heroes, and Setsuna suspects someone has found a way to turn even legends into powerful undead. Since the target is the bodies themselves, Setsuna plans to reach the royal cemetery before the catastrophe begins to stop it. During lunch, Layla asks Drago if he is heading home for winter break. Drago says yes, and he'll learn secret combat techniques from his father, while Carol invites Blazer to visit her family's icy lands, only for him to turn her down. Immediately, Layla is stunned by Carol's immense wealth, so she turns her attention to Setsuna to ask about his plans, but he is too deep in thought to hear her. Carol notices Layla getting flustered as the two girls whisper about Layla's feelings for the popular Setsuna. The conversation shifts to Setsuna's past, as he reveals he grew up in an orphanage in the Aldina region, which is remarkably close to Layla's family inn. Suddenly, the proud noble Carl interrupts to offer Layla a fancy vacation, but she looks at him with nothing but disgust. Before he can reach her, Earth magic strikes. Earth magic suddenly yanks the noble off the ground, finding a girl dressed like a nun standing there. Setsuna watches in shock as this newcomer runs over and hugs Layla, prompting him to ask for her identity. Layla introduces Roberta, a relative who has arrived to take her home for the break, to assist with the Saints Festival in Aldina. Setsuna's eyes light up at the mention of the Saints Festival. He knows this annual event is a precursor to the grave robberies that occur when security drops. As a result, the tension begins to fade. Roberta finally relaxes, sensing no ill intent toward Layla. She takes a special interest in Setsuna, having heard rumors of his prowess, and offers him a ride toward... Roberta kindly offers him a ride. On the first day of winter break, the trio sets out for Layla's home before heading to Aldina. Layla, worried about Carol's warning, quickly declares that she wants to join the festival too. But before she can finish, a sudden impact slams into the carriage. They rush out to find a pack of demonic dogs. Roberta notes that monster attacks have been rising lately and wonders about the cause. She tosses special seeds at the beasts to repel them, leaving Setsuna to react. Setsuna watches in confusion as the seeds suddenly explode into massive, towering trees. Grow into giant trees that crush the monsters. Roberta reveals she used her mana to accelerate their growth, a skill that would be vital in the coming war. Seeing such advanced healing magic makes Setsuna hopeful, as mastering this power is essential for survival against the evil god. He's relieved someone has mastered it this early. This early Setsuna offers to help, but Roberta warns him that the bites from these demonic dogs are incredibly dangerous. The warning leaves him speechless. Roberta can only stare as Setsuna wipes out the remaining beasts with a single devastating charge bullet from his fist. Her eyes narrow as she questions. Control is, she begins pressing him for answers about his training, but Setsuna quickly cuts her off to keep his secrets safe. He cuts her off, suggesting they check on the others. First, meanwhile, Layla watches him guard his glove, becoming certain that he is hiding something important. By later that day, at an inn, Roberta begins her interrogation again that night. Layla can't stop thinking about his secrets. Determined to find answers, Layla heads to Roberta's room to ask about traveling to Aldina, but she pauses at the door. She is about to leave when she hears a voice from within. Layla listens, stunned, as Roberta uses a magic tool to report to the church, labeling Setsuna a dangerous user of ancient magic. She even requests 20 purification knights to subdue him. The terrifying request is so jarring that the cup Layla is holding slips from her hands, and it crashes to the floor. Roberta rushes outside to catch the spy, but the hallway is empty. And even the broken glass has vanished. By the next morning, Roberta acts normal, leaving Layla deeply unsettled. Since ancient magic is often linked to darkness, she can't help but wonder if Setsuna truly is using an evil power. Layla is left with a terrifying question. What is she supposed to do? After training, Setsuna joins the group for breakfast. Roberta masks her true motives behind kindness, though the air remains heavy. The group relaxes, but Blazer has never heard of a sauna before. Setsuna decides to try the steam room, while Blazer tries to act tough against the rising heat. Even the King of Flames is feeling the heat. Setsuna realizes. Suddenly, Roberta walks into the sauna, wrapped in only a towel. Setsuna is completely caught off guard. He asks what she is doing there, but she simply sits near him. She explains the room is shared, but her eyes are fixed on his glove. She suspects he is hiding something under it. Determined to uncover his secret, Roberta decides to act now. Roberta leans in, determined to uncover the secret Setsuna is hiding beneath his glove. But just as she reaches out, the door flies open. Layla bursts in, catching them both off guard. To diffuse the tension, she drags Roberta away, using a cleaning sign as a convenient excuse to get them out. Relieved to have protected him, Layla stays firm in her belief that Setsuna is a good man. Roberta remains focused on her mission, even as the group prepares to move on toward Layla's home. However, Layla interrupts the plan with a sudden request. She wants to travel to Aldina too. Roberta is stunned by the sudden change in plans, but Layla insists she wants to see Setsuna's hometown. Setsuna leaves the decision up to Roberta, who reluctantly agrees to the addition to their group. Despite her suspicions, Roberta refuses to let her mission slip. She worries that Layla's presence might lead. She knows she must stay vigilant so that Setsuna doesn't. The peace is instantly broken as the other kids start. Soon after, the group arrives at the Aldina orphanage, the place Setsuna once called home. The moment they step inside, Setsuna is met with joyful shouting as the local children swarm around him like he is a father figure. It is a sight that leaves even Roberta silent. Through the commotion, Thomas, the orphanage representative, steps forward to welcome the returning hero. He greets Setsuna warmly, asking how his journey has been. Setsuna proudly tells the girls that Thomas is like a brother, while the man explains he is only giving back to the orphanage because he was once an orphan there too. As the two joke around, Layla is stunned to see the rising to the top, but Setsuna remains resolute in his goal to become a master of close combat magic, prompting Layla to declare him an amazing mage. Thomas praises Layla for being such a good friend before Setsuna retreats to pay his respects at the grave of Deborah, the woman who saved his life. The weight of his gratitude is clear to Layla, until Roberta approaches and asks to share memories of the deceased. Setsuna gently sidesteps the topic, claiming he has other business to attend to. The cemetery's barrier has been removed, leaving the resting place of once mighty mages vulnerable to evil forces that could revive them and bring disaster to humanity. Setsuna must stop this robbery before these heroes become mankind's enemies. Even Blazer, the fire spirit, warns him to keep his magic hidden from Roberta. Preparing for a battle in 2 nights, Setsuna promises Deborah he will keep his word. Meanwhile, Roberta shifts her focus to Thomas, demanding to know about Setsuna's past at the orphanage. Thomas resists the interrogation, but Roberta's demeanor shifts instantly. She snaps, brandishing her Inquisitor badge to make it clear her questions are not requests. Thomas stands stunned. Layla apologizes for the intrusion, trying to diffuse the tension before the investigation escalates further. She's quick to apologize for the eavesdropping. Desperate for answers, Layla urges Thomas to reveal everything about Setsuna, and he finally, reluctantly relives the rainy night he arrived at the orphanage, carried by a woman riddled with arrows. In her final moments, that woman Setsuna's mother, Emma, begged Deborah to save the child. Thomas explains that to understand Setsuna, they must first understand Emma's past. Emma was a simple girl who loved her life's work until a powerful noble noticed her. Sensing a light in her soul, He promised her a life of luxury and love. She moved to the Schneider estate, believing her dreams were finally coming true. But she was merely another concubine in a house full of them. Hoping for his affection, Emma bore a child, thinking her wish would be granted. The noble briefly praised her, but then used a magic brooch to test the infant's potential. Finding nothing, his fake affection vanished, and he coldly dropped the baby. To the highborn, a weak bloodline was an unforgivable failure. He was enraged that Setsuna showed no magic talent at birth. The truth was far more sinister. He never wanted Emma, only the magic power hidden within her. Driven by a desperate anger, Emma even grabs a knife and tries to kill her baby, blaming him for destroying her hopes. But just before
the blade can fall, the infant gives her a huge
and innocent smile. That pure look shatters her resolve. Emma drops the knife and pulls her baby. Later that night, the tension returns when the noble's butler arrives at her door. Emma asks why he's there, and the butler makes it clear they are coming to take Setsuna away. He claims the child must be removed so Emma can focus on bearing better heirs. Emma pretends to agree, telling him she needs a moment to get ready. But when the butler finally checks the room, Emma is gone, and he spots her fleeing with the child in tow. He immediately orders guards to hunt her down, commanding that they bring her back, dead or alive. Even after sustaining multiple wounds, Emma manages to reach the orphanage. Deborah lets her in to treat her wounds, but Emma knows she likely won't survive. Emma dies with the crushing regret of leaving Setsuna with a family that never wanted him. She mourns a better life her son could have had, her heart breaking as she faces death before she can. With her final breaths, she gasps. To save him, witnessing this agony, Deborah grips Emma's hand and vows to protect him and never surrender him to anyone. It is then that Deborah reveals the way forward. Setsuna's birth won't dictate his fate, and he will find his own happiness. After hearing these final words, Emma finally passes away. 7 years pass, and Setsuna has grown into a tough boy who always tries to help. One day, he comes back hurt. When Deborah asks why, he explains that he tried to stop a noble from bullying a friend, but the boy mocked commoners as worthless and crushed him. With magic, crying, Setsuna asks Deborah if helping means nothing when you're weak, and if prayer even works. Deborah only smiles and suggests they pray, but Setsuna snaps, asking if prayer will really save him, and if he should instead vow to prove those nobles wrong. She reminds him that his mother was strong, so he needn't rush. As long as his heart remains resolute, he will be too. Later, Deborah hands him a book and tells him that if he lacks magic power, he should find. The book is a guide to magic control, stolen from a noble's shelves by Emma to aid his future. Setsuna's eyes light up as he realizes the potential of this stolen knowledge. Because he can't understand the book, Setsuna turns to Deborah for help. She suggests testing the instructions inside. She demonstrates the first spell, a fireball, showing him how it works. Setsuna watches in awe as Deborah explains that control is the key to true power. Until he masters it, he's limited to basic life magic, but the book promises so much more. Determined to improve, Setsuna promises to work hard. He looks toward the future with a new sense of purpose. Even when the advanced material becomes confusing, Deborah remains by his side, promising to guide him through it. And with that, Setsuna begins training his magic control every single day. He never skips a single session. 5 years of relentless practice pass, and his skill becomes nothing short of remarkable. Thomas looks on in awe, telling him that he might one day become a grand mage. When asked which magic path he intends to follow, Setsuna admits that long-range magic suits his control best. Yet, he wants to test other possibilities before making a permanent decision. Possibilities, because choosing a path permanently locks one's core. He decides to practice several styles to see which truly fits his soul. Panic breaks the peace when Thomas learns that Roka has been taken by a bully. After the noble slain drags her into the woods for rejecting him, Setsuna sprints into the forest where Roka finds herself cornered by the predator as he prepares to assault her, telling the commoner to stop resisting. Slain reaches for her. But a sudden piercing sound from the brush breaks the moment. He turns to lash out at his followers, only to find them being swarmed by a sudden tide of goblins. He's frozen in shock, as these creatures are never seen in these woods. One lunges, and Slain blasts it with a weak spell that barely does more than push it back. Feeling emboldened, he thinks the monsters are no big deal. He begins bragging to Roka and his followers about the power of noble magic. But then, the goblin he struck stands right back up, leaving Slain visibly shaken. He tries to double down, pouring even more power into his next attack, but it does almost nothing to the creatures. In a desperate act of cruelty, Slain grabs Roka and shoves her toward the monsters, demanding she be useful for once. The goblins grin, sensing a fresh sacrifice as Roka stands alone, facing certain death. Setsuna arrives to mock Slain's pathetic magic. Without a second thought, he jumps between Roka and the horde. He quickly checks if she's alright, and a tearful Roka thanks him for coming. But the danger isn't over, because the goblins are now focused on him and Roka, now slain, and his lackeys can only watch as the real fight begins. The goblins choose to ignore the duo and chase after Slane's group instead. Leaving a shocked Roka behind, Setsuna realizes they are attacking because Slane,
the aggressor.
He quickly tells Roka they must head back to Thomas and the others. Meanwhile, Slane's cowardice surfaces as his own buddies abandon him, leaving him alone to face the enraged goblins. Desperate, Slane runs until he reaches the edge of a cliff with nowhere left to go. He begs the monsters for mercy, but Setsuna appears instead. Offered a chance to be his subordinate in exchange for his life, Slane's arrogance persists, but Setsuna refuses. He isn't there to help, he's here to make Slane pay for his attempt on Roka's life. After unleashing heavy attacks to clear the monsters, Setsuna's precise technique only fuels Slane's contempt. The noble claims he has figured out the protagonist's trick. In his eyes, it is nothing but
magic control.
A cheap fake compared to raw power. Setsuna knows his reserves are low, making this fight difficult, but he has spent 5 straight years sharpening his edge. Setsuna is ready to prove that years of intense training and refined skill can crush raw, unearned talent. He lights a sheet of paper with magic, leaving Slane stunned by what looks like divine bestowal. Even though path is something most are born into, but Setsuna is doing something impossible. He is manually reshaping his monocore, the organ that stores a mage's power to mimic complex spellcasting. While most are locked into a single path by the right of mastery, creating a permanent magic circuit, ensuring they only access standard, system-based magic. Magic is far too rigid for him. Setsuna uses sheer control to reshape his very essence, and then he hurls the burning sheet toward the oncoming goblins, igniting it fully before it even reaches them, turning the scrap into a fireball that forms a protective barrier. Setsuna admits this might only be a temporary delay, but for a stunned Slane who couldn't face the monsters alone, it's a miracle. Setsuna managed to stop them with ease, casting a protective light to soften the impact. When they land, Slane, unable to believe the versatility of his magic, mistakes it for healing, only to realize it's far too unrefined for that. Slane is left reeling, unable to grasp how a commoner can mimic so many different disciplines. Suddenly, Setsuna grabs his hand. With no other option, they leap into the abyss and crash into the water below. When Slane wakes up, he finds himself in a cave. The mage teases him for fainting after only one jump, but Slane is too distracted to care. Slane notices a terrifying sight. A monster-blocking magic array has been set at the cave's entrance. Bitterness boils over as Slane spits that a commoner like Setsuna couldn't possibly be a genius, but Setsuna simply credits his relentless work. As they prepare to head back, Setsuna delivers a chilling promise. Slane will pay for what he did to Roka. Upon returning to the village, they are met by Thomas, who immediately scolds the boy for his reckless behavior. Setsuna won't let Slane escape his consequences so easily. Instead, he shoves the trembling noble directly toward Roka, granting her the justice he promised. Setsuna warns the terrified Slane that Roka can do whatever she wants. He could even be dragged back to the goblins. Facing certain doom, the noble begins to beg for mercy. But mercy is not on the menu, and before he can finish his pleas, Roka delivers a brutal kick between his legs. Slane collapses in agony as she warns him to stay away forever. Watching the scene, both Thomas and Setsuna find a grim satisfaction in the justice served. With the bully humbled, peace finally returns. Peace at the orphanage is shattered when Deborah falls sick, and soon, death looms over the woman who was a mother to them all. Thomas plans to become a priest to protect the children, and Deborah, seeing his devotion, thanks him and says she knows he can do it. Setsuna also shares his dream of entering the Magic Academy. He credits the very training she provided for making that goal possible. Hearing this, Deborah cries with joy at the fine people they've become. But, suddenly, she asks if they are ready to hear about her sins. She reveals a dark past as a member of the Magus battalion where she failed to protect her village during a monster attack. Setsuna tries to comfort her, but Deborah insists that many of the victims were the children's own parents. A curse from the monsters ruined her body, leaving her broken and unable to have children. She fled to the village seeking hope and forgiveness, making raising the children her way of atoning for her past. She taught them to have a strong heart, yet she admits she was the one responsible for their tragedy. Deborah thanks the children for everything, finding their smiles to be the core of her heart. Through tears, Setsuna tells her that they only came this far because she was the one who gave them those smiles. He vows to protect the next generation and become a top mage to be worthy of her legacy, of her name, and she gently pats his cheeks, thanking him for growing so strong. But then, life slips away as she passes. And as the children break down in grief, Setsuna's farewell to his mother figure is met with Layla's tears. Meanwhile, Roberta realizes the true source of Setsuna's amazing magic. Roberta finally understands the incredible strength behind his power. Even so, Roberta still can't grasp why he would choose the danger of close-range magic over a better future with long-range spells. Sensing he has a reason for risking it all, but she still demands proof. That night, Roberta lies in wait for Setsuna to pass, hoping to uncover his secret crest through a sudden attack. Her magic rips his glove away, but instead of a crest, she finds only a common burn scar, catching her completely off guard. Instead, she finds only a common burn scar, leaving her stunned as Setsuna calmly tells her to step into the light, demanding to see if he wields ancient magic. Setsuna calmly shows her the mark, explaining it was just a training accident from the academy that he chose to hide. After a close examination, Roberta finds no sign of deception. She is forced to apologize for her suspicion and asks for his forgiveness, realizing the misunderstanding is finally cleared up. Finding no deception in the wound, a humbled Roberta bows her head to ask for his forgiveness. Setsuna accepts her apology and explains he is merely patrolling the royal cemetery as strange things tend to occur there during the Saints' Festival. Roberta accepts his word and leaves fully convinced that he has no more secrets. But the moment she departs, the blue orb Morgana gave him slips from his hand, finally revealing his true crest. Blazer is relieved the interrogation is over. Setsuna reveals he took the hit on purpose to end the confrontation. The timing was perfect, allowing him to hide his secret without further conflict. That orb was a clever alchemical tool from Morgana, designed to blend into the skin and hide the glow of his true crest. It was a perfect deception. Relieved that Roberta's suspicions have faded, Setsuna can finally focus on his true objective at the cemetery. Meanwhile, as the Saints' Festival arrives, Roberta visits Layla to offer an apology. Layla, relieved that Setsuna is no longer under suspicion, offers her support. Roberta admits she is glad she no longer has to watch her friend with doubt, and then she asks if Layla has any plans to invite Setsuna to the festival. Layla's awkward response immediately catches Roberta's eye. The truth comes out when Layla admits her fear. She believes Setsuna is aiming for something far beyond his station, leaving Roberta stunned. While Roberta contemplates her next move, Setsuna prepares for patrol by leaving his water spirit pendant behind. He can't risk the apostles discovering it, and he won't let Morgana or the spirit be put at risk. With the pendant safely tucked away, he tells Blazer it is time to head out. Before he can leave, Setsuna runs into Thomas and issues a grim warning. He tells him to keep the children inside for disaster might be looming. The memory of the children vanishing in his past life haunts him, fueling his resolve to prevent history from repeating. Thomas promises to watch them closely, and Setsuna thanks his big brother for being dependable. Determined to stop the tragedy that stole his family, Setsuna prepares to depart. However, as he turns to go, he's caught off guard by a sudden presence. Setsuna stares in stunned silence at Layla, who has arrived dressed beautifully for the festivities. Setsuna can't attend the festival with Layla because his duty calls him to the royal cemetery. Hits Layla hard and leaves Roberta absolutely furious. She demands to know why he can't make time. But Layla quickly steps in to accept his decision, allowing Setsuna to leave while wishing him luck on his patrol. At the cemetery, the air grows heavy as the ground suddenly begins to shake. Then, the dead begin crawling out of their graves, threatening the guards on duty. Setsuna arrives just in time, punching the head off an undead to save them before shouting to evacuate immediately as the situation is far too dangerous. Despite his claims of helping with the patrol, the guards remain skeptical of this stranger. They warn him to run before he's overwhelmed, but Setsuna's sudden strike hits only undead when Tsukiyomi, an apostle of darkness, effortlessly dodges him with a smile. Setsuna is thrown off by her sudden appearance, as he can't understand how she knew his exact plan. So, her appearance throws him off. She looks remarkably like Yuzuha, so he asks if they are connected. Connected? Hearing the name, Tsukuyomi decides to talk, explaining that Giovanni offered Yuzuha to her, and in return, he worshipped Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi believes Giovanni chose Yuzuha because of a resemblance to someone important, but Yuzuha failed her in the end. Now, the apostle turns the tables, demanding to know how Setsuna tracked her. Down, Setsuna explains that he boosted his hearing to follow the outbreak and noticed that the magic in Yuzuha's earring was completely different from Giovanni's. That dark aura was easy to trace. Hearing that, Tsukuyomi praises his instincts and strength, finally understanding why Giovanni wanted him so badly. Still, she points out that none of that explains how Lee launched an energy punch that tears through everything until it hits her. A massive shield erupts in front of Tsukuyomi, completely blocking the blow as she mocks him. She claims she came to the cemetery with a backup plan. Setsuna is stunned by the sight. Because that magic belongs to the legendary Iron Wall of Wallace, a summoning spell that allows nothing to pass through. It is an impenetrable defense, but it can also retaliate with a lethal vacuum slash from a magic sword, forcing Setsuna to duck just in time to avoid the severing iron of Ordino. Now Setsuna faces the legendary shield and spear of magical history, the very pair Academy teachers always spoke of. Stunned, Setsuna demands answers from Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi reveals she revived this legendary duo at the Southern Mausoleum to serve her plan. And she laughs, claiming Setsuna is the reason she gathered such warriors. Then, she turns herself into an undead throne, waiting to see if he can break her defense. At Setsuna, but the shield bearer pops up in time to protect his partner. He's frustrated by how fast and durable this defense is. A direct attack simply won't work. The duo covers each other's weak spots perfectly, and as the swordsman leaps to finish him off, Setsuna springs back just in time to avoid the blow, but then he notices something odd. The heroes have frozen, resisting Tsukuyomi's control. While she admits their strength, she believes their resistance won't last. She pours in even more magic, intending to crush their very will to make them fight again. These heroes once stood their ground for 3 days to protect others, and seeing them desecrated like this makes Setsuna furious. Tsukuyomi is indifferent to Setsuna's rage, seeing it only as a precursor to his inevitable downfall, even as the battle unfolds in his hometown.
The Dark Apostle taunts him with a horrific vision. She will soon force him to destroy his own people.
She laughs, already picturing the massacre that is to come. Meanwhile, back at the house, Roberta is still reeling from Setsuna's rejection, but a sudden realization strikes her. He hasn't been working. He's been watching the cemetery. Something is deeply wrong. She rushes into Setsuna's room and discovers a small, mysterious blue orb on the floor. The item reacts to her touch, merging with her hand and confirming her suspicion. Setsuna used it to hide his crest. Roberta insists that Layla must help her restrain and confront him. Layla wants to assist, but Roberta refuses, fearing the danger.
Water magic emanating from his closet.
Elsewhere, Setsuna continues his desperate struggle against the overwhelming undead horde. To reach Tsukuyomi, Setsuna decides to use it as a hidden move. As the technique activates, he slips through the horde, unnoticed by the monsters that rely on mana sensing rather than sight. With his perfect mana control, he becomes a ghost, completely erasing his presence to become untouchable to them. Panicking, Tsukuyomi screams for the undead to stop, but he's already close enough. The onslaught he unleashes is meant to keep the undead attacking until he reaches
Tsukuyomi, leaving her stunned by such a trick.
Setsuna actually perfected this technique through countless experiments in his previous life, a skill once too dangerous for training, but now he uses it without hesitation. Setsuna knows he's facing a legendary duo, each powerful enough to
rival a Hydra, prompting him to ask Blazer how long his spirit magic can hold them off. The fire spirit's answer is,
the clock is ticking. He only has 3 minutes left. He only has 3 minutes to finish this. Meanwhile, Roberta arrives at the graveyard, only to stand frozen in shock at the scene before her. Roberta arrives to find the landscape swarming with leaves her confused. She already knew he used ancient magic, but even knowing he mastered ancient magic, the chaos here is more dire than she ever imagined. 2 cemetery guards rush toward her as she desperately seeks answers. They reveal that Setsuna saved them, making her wonder if he's fighting for the right causes, or merely too dangerous to comprehend, meant only to be feared. Watching this, Roberta realizes Setsuna's magic remains a catastrophic threat, capable of leveling everything in his path. Setsuna to protect her. Setsuna reaches the final line of Tsukuyomi's defense. Setsuna creates a mana clone and carves through the undead, pushing, but the legendary duo intercepts him once again, realizing his mana shift just in time to block his advance.
he is
Trapped instantly as the defenses close back in. Realizing brute force is his only option, Setsuna prepares to use spirit magic, but he loses focus.
he is
On the brink of death when something suddenly yanks him away, a plant wrapping around him like a hand. Setsuna is shocked by the rescue, and even more shocked by what he sees. Roberta's sudden intervention saves him, but she warns that the danger is far from over. She fears Layla would be crushed if he died fighting the undead, so she vows to protect him. This creates a new dilemma. Setsuna can no longer risk revealing his spirit magic in front of her. To make matters worse, his mana guard is useless against the legendary duo, leaving him cornered and wondering how to break through. Tsukuyomi is caught off guard by Roberta's appearance, and she mocks her for showing up just to die. Roberta fires back, stating she couldn't hide from Tsukuyomi's foul stench. Setsuna charges the undead once more as Roberta moves to support him. Roberta attempts to bind the undead swordsman, but the shackles shatter easily. Seeing this strength, Roberta realizes that Setsuna has been fighting this monster completely alone. Too strong. Setsuna realizes how dire the situation is. even as Blazer pushes him to unleash his true power. The fire spirit's rage is palpable, but Setsuna holds back, wary of Roberta's watchful eyes. He desperately searches for another way to turn the tide. Right then, Layla suddenly appears and strikes Tsukuyomi from behind, but the undead shield effortlessly blocks the blow. Layla explains that the water spirit warned her of the danger, a revelation that stuns Setsuna and confirms his suspicions about her connection to the spirits. Setsuna wonders if something is amiss with her bond, even as the water spirit voices her desire to see him succeed. With Layla by his side, Setsuna asks for her help. She agrees immediately, and the three of them launch a coordinated assault on the duo. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of undead. Even as Roberta supports them with magic, the undead swordsman slices through her vines with ease. As the trio struggles to hold their ground, the Apostle unleashes a surge of power, boosting the legendary duo's strength to devastating levels. The surge of mana makes the duo even more dangerous, a threat far beyond their previous limits. Layla attempts to jump back, but she's too slow. Suddenly, a cold blade is pressed against her neck. Trapped and unable to dodge, Layla realizes it's finally over.
But Roberta throws herself
Directly into the strike, the blow slams into Roberta's chest, sending her flying into the dirt. Layla screams her name. Desperate, she rushes to Roberta's side. Tsukuyomi mocks their weakness, threatening to turn both Layla and Roberta into undead servants to be used. As Layla tries to tend to the fallen woman, the undead swordsman lunges for another kill. Setsuna bursts onto the battlefield just in time, trailing ancient flames that incinerate the undead. Watching the devastation, Roberta finally sees the truth. Setsuna is wielding ancient magic. The fire spirit Blazer gets fired up, asking how Setsuna plans to take down the legendary duo. He simply tells him not to worry, as he has already spotted their weakness. He charges straight toward them, throwing punches and weaving around their relentless attacks. Tsukuyomi finally witnesses spirit magic firsthand. She realizes why Jigon never stood a chance, yet she remains calm because the undead never tire. Tsukuyomi predicts Setsuna will run out of mana before he can even reach her. Setsuna refuses to waste mana on a massive spell, so he searches for a smarter way to deal with them. His reserves, instead, he finds a way to exploit a critical flaw. The duo has zero teamwork. He exploits this flaw, maneuvering with ease and slipping between them. That forces the swordsman to swing, but Setsuna ducks under the blade. The strike misses him and dents the shield, leaving Layla and Roberta stunned. But Setsuna isn't finished. He draws his flaming blade. With a single devastating strike, he smashes the shield to pieces. Now, the undead defender has no protection, and Setsuna cuts it cleanly in two. Furious at the loss, rushes him next, leading to a brutal high-speed sword clash. Setsuna dances through the undead with surgical precision, finally finding an opening. His fiery blade slices through the swordsman, and his fiery blade slices the swordsman in half. A quiet apology follows for the man he had to kill. Tsukuyomi's fury erupts at the sight of her so-called heroes, failing such a lopsided fight. Setsuna simply tells her to shut up, his confidence unshaken despite the chaos. He knows his skill timer is running low, but he isn't worried yet. To buy more time, Tsukuyomi tries to drain Setsuna's time with more undead, but a legendary swordsman suddenly shifts sides. Can still move. Setsuna smiles and thanks his ally for the help, before turning a deadly gaze towards Tsukuyomi to make her pay for her arrogance. He swings his blade and she attempts to hold him back, but his flaming sword cuts right through her. The blade burns her very existence away, just as reaches his mana limit. Blazer praises the fallen heroes, to which Setsuna agrees controlling the dead is the real challenge. He turns to the fading Roberta, who's struggling to stay present. She asks if that power was ancient magic. With nowhere left to hide the truth, he admits it. Layla quickly cuts the tension. Roberta continues to defend him, acknowledging that his power was used solely to save them, but with execution looming, all three are suddenly ensnared by vines that look like Roberta's own magic. Everything is caught off guard when Tsukuyomi suddenly reveals she is still alive. She declares that the dead are not the only things she can control. Emerging from a cocoon, the Apostle takes on a monstrous new form. Setsuna is shaken to his core, realizing her true power has been hidden until now. She has him pinned and is poised to take his head. He struggles to break free, but the vines stifle his mana blade. In a desperate bid to save him, Layla tears free and rushes toward the monster. Setsuna screams for her to stop, seeing the lethal danger. But Layla is driven by courage rather than fear. Before anything can be done, Tsukuyomi pierces straight through Layla, throwing her aside and leaving a massive wound in her chest. Setsuna watches in absolute horror. Setsuna can't process the sight as memories of their past flash through his mind. In his shock, C surrenders himself to Blazer's power, erupting with massive firepower to burn away the restraining vines. Blazer shouts for him to stop, but Setsuna charges the monster, ignoring the warning that his very life is being consumed. Tsukuyomi mocks this suicidal resolve, then jumps back instead of confronting him directly. She spits out web fluid to trap him, but even this fails to stop the monster, as Tsukuyomi rises into the air, raining down a deadly spiked volley of webs. Tsukuyomi prepares the final blow, but then the impossible happens. Layla appears, steps in, stunning Tsukuyomi with her sudden presence. Setsuna rushes to her side, asking if she is okay, only for Layla to reveal that she survived because her body transformed into water. The protection from her pendant pulls her deep into the spirit world, where she meets the water spirit, Waternia, who offers her strength. Layla remains confused by this sudden benevolence. She questions why a spirit would aid her, but Waternia explains that Layla has already proven herself. By witnessing the selfless love between Setsuna and the others, Layla has shown her something the spirit world lacks. The spirit explains that she was moved by seeing a man risk everything for a woman, and that woman would do the same. To Waternia, that level of sacrifice is enough to pass her trial. In this lonely spirit realm, such mortal devotion is the most fascinating thing of all. Because Layla sees human love as something beautiful, Waternia decides she is worthy of wielding her power. The water spirit offers her a chance to return and save her lover, forcing Layla to acknowledge those feelings. As the two freeze in realization, Waternia reminds them that the fight is far from over. The realization hangs in the air. Then, the spirit's mana surges, flowing through Layla's entire body to prepare her for battle. Watching Layla's natural command of spirit energy, Setsuna decides to trust her newfound strength. The transition leaves Roberta feeling deeply disappointed.
Ready for combat, Layla tells Setsuna to rest while she takes on Tsukuyomi alone.
Setsuna watches in awe as Layla prepares to face the apostle, deciding to lend her full trust. Guided by Waternia's immense power, Layla begins to reshape the energy. Instead of a blade, she crafts a weapon of fluid destruction. Layla unleashes a wild, unpredictable torrent of strikes, lashing her water whip at Tsukuyomi in jagged patterns. The water whip strikes with incredible speed, pushing the apostle back before she can even react. Layla maintains relentless pressure, snapping her whip so fast that Tsukuyomi is left with no room to breathe. Tsukuyomi attempts to retreat, but Layla traps her, declaring that there is no escape from this torrent. Desperate to break the bind, Tsukuyomi performs a terrifying feat by shedding her very skin. She dashes across the field with predatory grace, slips behind Setsuna, and prepares to strike. Her hand reaches out to finish him. Tsukuyomi moves to finish the fight, but Layla's whip manages to intercept her strike. Determined to win, Setsuna rushes Layla with a desperate plan to wrap Tsukuyomi's entire body in a whip, but Waternia warns that creating enough liquid to do so will be difficult. She continues that, while water is essential, it's incredibly inefficient. Recalling how Morgana once used lake water to form massive spheres, Setsuna quickly devises a way to provide the necessary volume. He urges everyone to prepare for a final move that will end the fight. Setsuna and Layla stand back to back. Even the apostle is shaken by the pressure, though she still believes she can dodge the strike or simply molt. The monster remains arrogant, believing her core is invincible and mocking them by offering to turn them into undead soldiers. That's when Layla unleashes her blue whip technique. The whip slices past the defense, coiling tightly around Tsukuyomi to trap her before she can molt. The apostle realizes too late that she is completely immobilized. With no nearby lakes to provide such volume, Tsukuyomi wonders where this massive amount of water came from. The mystery is solved when she sees Setsuna, who is still radiating intense heat. By warming the entire battlefield, Setsuna has been melting the snow to create the very water Layla needed, having melted the snow to secure this final calculated advantage. Realizing she is trapped and that Setsuna is charging with pure killing intent, she hurriedly offers a desperate deal. She promises eternal life as an undead, or even ascension as an apostle, but Setsuna doesn't care. Igniting the flames around his body, he launches a punch like a bullet. His strike meets Tsukuyomi head-on. The impact is absolute, shattering Tsukuyomi's core and incinerating her existence entirely. Layla exhales in relief as the battle ends, but the heavy mana drain begins to take its toll. The sudden drain on her energy makes Layla stagger, sending her stumbling forward, and Setsuna rushes forward to catch her before she falls. He tells Layla he's amazed by her mastery of spirit magic, prompting a blushing response from her. As the two awkwardly fluster over each other, Waternia pops in to tease them about their love life. Setsuna smiles, thanking his friends for saving him before finally collapsing into Layla's arms. The battle has left an ally dead, and even angrier was the realization that he was the one who did it. While others laugh at the fallen, Satanisha remains focused on the strategic failure. She realizes Tsukuyomi was too cautious, meaning Setsuna must have bypassed every single one of her backup plans. Therefore, she orders Pukur to watch Setsuna's movements closely. Setsuna is acting too strangely to ignore, and she suspects a traitor is lurking nearby. Leo is at the top of her list. Pukur is surprised, but Satanisha commands him to deal with Leo. Pukur is thrilled, promising that if Leo is truly a traitor, he'll kill him. Much later, Setsuna wakes up under the care of Roberta's care as she uses healing magic. Setsuna is shocked and asks
Why she hasn't tied him up or
thinks she should be turning him over to the church. Roberta admits she still has her doubts and acting. Yet, she quietly asks Setsuna who he really is before he can answer. Layla wakes up too, surprised to find Roberta letting them use her lap as a pillow. Once they recover, Setsuna leads them to a hillside overlooking the town. Setsuna suddenly drops a bombshell, revealing he hails from a future where the world has already been destroyed. He insists on his truth, predicting a wave of calamities, starting with this very castle burning in 6 years. Next, the town will fall to giants, followed by the academy being swallowed by monsters in 5 years. Roberta still thinks he's only joking, but Satanisha's presence confirms the gravity of his words. Even after hearing his impossible tale, Roberta admits his warnings and abnormal strength make it hard to dismiss. Layla, seeing the pattern of disasters following him, immediately declares her belief. She realizes he has been carrying the weight of a doomed future alone, a burden that clearly leaves him stunned when she shows her support. Even Waternia joins in, gushing about their blossoming connection. Yet, Roberta notes the church might never accept a story of time travel to him. Setsuna tells her the choice of the crest is hers, but warns her to watch the saint at the top of the church. In his past life, that saint. But Roberta argues that the High Saint is far too devoted to ever side with evil. The news leaves Roberta in shock, for she knows exactly who Gustav is. Suddenly, a giant bird descends, carrying the unmistakable crest of the Magus Battalion. The soldiers hop off the mount, but they find no undead in sight. Confused by the lack of combat, the unit leader asks who managed to clear the area. When told of the recent undead swarm, Setsuna starts to hesitate, but Roberta quickly intervenes by raising her badge. She claims she handled the undead herself, assuring the soldiers that the situation wasn't as dire as reported. The leader praises her after seeing her church affiliation, though Roberta keeps the truth of the battle hidden until she can confirm everything with the church. The leader then recognizes Setsuna as the student slated for training with them. He introduces himself as Sid, the commander of the Magus Battalion, and tells the boy he can join after the new year if he proves his strength. But Setsuna can't believe the strength of the person standing before him, because the voice belongs to a former battlefield comrade, a man whose raw magic power is his complete opposite. That man is Zappa, a teammate who has already noticed him. Zappa looks over, eyes narrowing as he observes the boy. Setsuna tries to maintain a smile, but the tension spikes when an undead suddenly lunges at the girls, only to be met by Zappa's wrath, blasting it away with such overwhelming firepower that even Blazer is impressed. Setsuna isn't surprised, remembers how Zappa's magic power was unmatched in their past life. Even if his control wasn't as refined, he watches as Layla approaches to ask if he knows this man, and Setsuna simply, one day they will truly become friends. But for now, Zappa brags that Setsuna's close combat magic is weak, and commands him to stay behind him during their training. Setsuna only grins, knowing Zappa is most effective when he's leading the charge. Zappa is clearly under his skin, and Sid steps in to diffuse the tension, offering to move Setsuna to a different squad if Zappa remains a problem. But Setsuna simply smiles and declines, insisting that he wants to remain on the same squad. Zappa stares in shock, grabbing Setsuna before he can react, demanding to know if the boy is trying to pick a fight and get himself killed. Sid intervenes by pulling Zappa away, telling him to stop the chatter and let Setsuna prove his strength in training, instead of just talking. Still annoyed, Zappa storms off, leaving Layla to worry that training with him won't be easy. Setsuna doesn't mind, as he only cares about gaining Zappa's strength for his own growth. With dawn approaching, he suggests heading back to the orphanage. After they arrive, Roberta quickly returns to the church, leaving the others behind. Setsuna stays to help the villagers after Layla departs. Days later, Setsuna says goodbye to the orphanage to return to the academy. To help the villagers, a few days pass before Setsuna says goodbye to the orphanage, returning to the academy to continue his studies. Once back at school, Layla hopes to use the camp to connect with Lafusatash and master her spirit magic. Carol expresses jealousy over Layla's break, but the girl's chatter is interrupted by Setsuna's growing anxiety. He can't stop thinking about the disaster looming during training. He needs Zappa on his side to stop it. Seeking supplies, Setsuna heads out shopping for training gear. But as he walks out of the store, someone steps into his path. As he walks out, Setsuna dodges an attack from behind with ease. The assailant is Akhtar, and the former dreamer looks utterly disappointed by Setsuna's effortless defense.
Why are you being so dumb? Setsuna asks.
But Akhtar is beyond reason, fueled by a desperate need for revenge, because Setsuna has destroyed everything he ever wanted at first. Akhtar. He fought to maintain that status, but Setsuna arrived and shattered that reality. Lashing out in rage, Akhtar unleashes a violent wind blast, but Setsuna only chops right through the magic with her bare hands. Akhtar stands stunned as Setsuna calmly explains how to control the energy, a kindness that only infuriates him more. Calling Setsuna a worthless close combat mage, Akhtar refuses to back down and attacks once more. He's desperate to reclaim his reputation and win the attention of even Carol, a goal that leaves Setsuna completely confused. Akhtar blusters about how perfect Carol is, claiming he deserves her by his side. Setsuna snaps, blocking the next strike and calling him trash for claiming to love her. While never actually caring about her well-being, he tells Akhtar that respect must be earned through real effort. While nearby, Cyrus is listening to the entire scene. He is unimpressed by Akhtar's stagnation, whereas Setsuna's growth is relentless. Cyrus muses that Setsuna might have been the world's greatest mage if he had chosen long-range magic instead. As the fight continues, Cyrus spots a student sprinting toward the combatants. Akhtar, he has, but he can't touch him. The long-range mage is losing his grip. Setsuna weaves through the air in a rapid zigzag to close the distance. Akhtar suddenly feels a terrifying presence, punch coming, and realizes he might die. Setsuna pulls back slightly, then delivers a devastating blow to the head, dropping him. He declares he will hand Akhtar over to the authorities, warning him of expulsion from the mage world. But then a student jumps in to protect Akhtar. Setsuna is shocked to see Carol standing there, and he demands to know why. Carol is defending him, but she insists she has her reasons. She reveals that Akhtar was once a completely different person. She wonders if Setsuna knows how awful he has turned. Done. She admits she is, but she reveals the truth about his past. Back in their first year, Akhtar was a kind commoner who shared his potions even when he was suffering. Setsuna is stunned by this revelation. Carol admits power corrupted him, but she refuses to give up on him, wanting to give him one last chance. This resolve is interrupted when Akhtar stands up, battered and broken, announcing he will withdraw from the academy. Formed tomorrow, he bows, stating he doesn't expect forgiveness, and that Setsuna can report him if he wishes. Then Akhtar finally says what he's wanted to tell Carol all along. He loves her. Carol can only thank him. Admitting the confession makes her feel like the Akhtar seems present again, but he confesses there is someone else she likes. Akhtar accepts the truth without regret, and then urges Setsuna to pour his soul into Magus training, since that dream used to be his. Setsuna smiles, promising to carry that torch forward. With peace finally restored, the tensions of the past begin to fade. With the tension broken, Cyrus leaves with a smile. At the Magus core, Zappa and Valerie, the trainee supervisor, prepare to welcome the incoming trainees to the training grounds. Where everyone is already gathering, Setsuna stands before the newcomers. He makes it clear that these next 3 weeks of Magus Battalion service are not for fun. He expects real results. Among the trainees from Elm Ridge Academy are Drago, Setsuna, and Mifune. Other students immediately look down on them for focusing on close combat magic. They dismiss Drago's utility, even spreading rumors that he was saved in Eldinia. Most students refuse to see Setsuna as a viable teammate, waiting to see what he can actually do. As team selection begins, Sid instructs everyone to pick a unit. Zappa is already planning to take Mifune into Sid's unit, but when Setsuna boldly claims he wants the same unit, Zappa is annoyed, doubting the young man will even pass the upcoming test, will ultimately fail the upcoming test. Sid reminds the trainees that assignments depend on merit, so they must attack a golem to generate a score. The test begins, and the first trainee manages a 382. Scores vary wildly as the trainees step forward, including one dismal 0. The scores fluctuate wildly as trainees take turns, with some even failing to register a single point. Then, it is Mifune's turn to demonstrate his skill with formation magic. The crowd looks on, impressed. He earns nearly 600 points, a massive result. Next up is Drago, who eagerly steps up to face the target. Setsuna must now face the stone golem. The other students expect him to fail, but they are stunned by his sheer power as he beats the beast. He scores incredibly high, 800 points. The trainees are amazed by Drago's strength, though some assume it is simply due to his size. With a high bar set, Setsuna is called up to make things tougher. Zappa suggests a demon-type golem. Valerie warns him of the danger, but Zappa is determined to crush Setsuna's confidence. Valerie worries for him, as demon-type golems are notoriously difficult to handle because they can fly. As a close combat mage, she believes Setsuna has no real chance. But as Setsuna steps forward and smiles at the beast, the trainees think he's finished. Even veteran mages struggle against such an enemy, and some even laugh, expecting him to fail miserably. They think he'll get the worst score of all, assuming the demon type will win once it jumps into the air, but the signal is given and Setsuna instantly rushes forward with clean, precise strikes, destroying the golem in front of everyone. It breaks apart into dust, leaving the crowd speechless. The system can't even record a score, because Setsuna was simply too strong. He briefly wonders if he went too far before remembering that the Magus Battalion values ending the fight decisively. Valerie thinks the system glitched, but Setsuna's sheer power has actually broken the system entirely. Zappa begrudgingly admits the score was over 1,000, leaving skeptical trainees to claim the golem must have been faulty. Other trainees warn Setsuna that real battles will never be this easy. The next day, Valerie and Zappa visit Sid's office, where it's revealed that everyone is watching the prodigies. Among them is Han from Ace Magic Academy, a standout trainee who scored over 700 points with ease. Because of the friction between Zappa and Setsuna, the commander decides to put Valerie in charge of Setsuna and his new rival Han. She accepts the mission with a determined promise. A moment later, Valerie takes the two under her care, leading them toward their next challenge. Valerie begins by guiding them through the base. The Magus Battalion is an elite force of top mages from across the continent, and they rely on highly advanced, government-backed teams, since each unit holds 5 members. Setsuna and Han will join the CID as the 6th and 7th trainees, members practicing with normal combat missions before advancing to special operations. As they walk through the facility, Setsuna's eyes widen as he recognizes several faces from his past life. Valerie explains that performing well can earn an officer's recommendation, which carries immense weight with guilds and other groups. Their goal is to learn the unit, praise them to influential guilds. Such a feat sounded simple, but Setsuna knows exactly how agonizingly difficult that path was. The peace is broken when a mocking instructor insults Valerie and her choice of a close combat mage, even throwing backward toward the trainees. Seeing this, Setsuna is instantly furious. The provocateur keeps pushing Setsuna's buttons, so the stone with the force of a bullet tearing through the man's cape. Valerie stands stunned, watching as Setsuna has just stood up for her. Watching the tension, Han asks Valerie how it feels to be. Valerie's training is cut short as the instructor ends.
The lecture for the day.
Setsuna watches as Valerie walks off, hiding his face in his cape. Later, Setsuna finds Valerie, praising his intense firepower, but Valerie is clearly unsatisfied. His casting takes far too long. No matter how hard he tries, he can't cast fast enough, making him fear his chosen magic path might have been a mistake. Setsuna understands. Having seen mages struggle with their paths in his past life, Valerie then admits that his family has produced Magus Battalion commanders for generations. But as the eldest child, he ended up without any talent. Even his own sister is considered a superior mage. Despite this, Valerie joined the Magus Battalion to prove his worth, yet he still feels inferior to ordinary mages. Setsuna is deeply impressed by his grit, seeing that despite everything, Valerie refuses to quit. Setsuna insists his resolve is far more admirable than the delinquents who mocked him, leaving Valerie stunned by the kindness. To calm him, Valerie casts an illusion magic circle that fills the area with beautiful flowers. With a small smile, Valerie asks if that's why they call him a legacy brat. Setsuna disagrees and tells him his magic is beautiful. He then asks Valerie if she is ready to join a combat mission to prove everyone wrong, but Valerie doubts she can improve in time. Before the next mission arrives, the next day, Setsuna and Han meet Valerie, who announces they are heading out on a real mission. In this world, monster danger is measured by a star rating system. Setsuna is already familiar with the concept, so nothing about the mission surprises him. While goblins and undead are mere 1-star threats, the real danger lies much higher up. The team heads into the wetlands, moving toward the heart of monster activity. Deep in the wetlands, the group prepares for a special operation, moving beyond mere training and into the dangers of real combat. They quickly reach the battle zone, where Cedric and Zappa prepare to lead while the rest of the mages supports from the rear as they enter the fray. Setsuna advises Valerie to seize the moment and show her true potential as the heir of the Light family. As they train, Setsuna notices that Valerie's mana reserves are among the best in the battalion, But everything depends on her ability to cast without fear. Suddenly, a 3-star spider monster lunges from the shadows and grabs Valerie, catching her in its grasp. Setsuna charges instantly, slicing through the monster's tentacles to free her. Once Valerie is safe, Zappa finishes the creature with a blast of flame. The spider's strike is repelled, prompting Cedric to step in and finish the beast. But Valerie stops him, insisting on facing the monster alone. Zappa grows concerned, warning that her magic isn't suited for this fight and that she shouldn't be forced into danger. Suited for this fight, he insists that he and Cedric join him to deal with it. Suddenly, Setsuna interjects, declaring that he and Valerie will take care of it himself. Even a trainee can grow, and Valerie is no different, despite Zappa's frustration with Setsuna's sudden confidence. Setsuna simply asks if she is sure she can win, prompting Valerie to reply with a confident smile that only further irritates Zappa. Valerie thanks Setsuna for the opportunity and quickly activates her magic circle, creating a beautiful illusion of flowers that leaves Zappa baffled by its utility. Setsuna tells him to relax because he is about to see the real trick he had suggested the night before, that her Phantom Garden magic is actually the key to casting multiple spells at once. This revelation makes Valerie realize he might be right, since the skill consumes almost no mana. She wonders what exactly they can do with it. Setsuna explains that illusion magic's true value lies in its massive coverage. Valerie is stunned, as she realizes his plan is to hide a lethal spell inside the illusion itself. Valerie spreads the Phantom Garden across the entire area, and then the tentacle monster suddenly bursts into flames. Cedric realizes the genius behind it. Valerie hid an attack spell inside her illusion to mask its weaknesses. Setsuna watches, remembering how his own Hecaton Bolt worked best when it was paired with other spells, but the reprieve is short as more tentacle monsters crawl from the shadows. Zappa tells Valerie she's still clumsy, but at least her moves are splitting the monsters up. He angrily fires a strong flame attack. As Cedric watches the skirmish, he notices that while the other trainees perform well, Setsuna stands completely apart. To Cedric, Setsuna's battle sense is exceptional, operating with a level of combat magic that ignores traditional limits. The mission concludes as the team wipes out the last of the monsters. Cedric watches the successful cleanup with pride, admiring the strength of this year's trainees. He approaches Valerie to praise her hard work, but she suddenly collapses from a sudden pang of pain, only to be caught by Setsuna. Cedric asks if she's injured, but she dismisses him and rushes off to find privacy. Zappa notes her extreme shyness, but Valerie is actually searching for answers in secret. Finding a safe spot, she pulls back her clothing to reveal a body covered in grim injuries and scars. And under her chest bandages, an even more unusual set of markings appears. Suddenly, Han appears, looking down at her with knowing eyes. His suspicions were confirmed. Valerie is a girl, and her body bears the marks of a violent past. In a flashback, Valerie's life as a mage falls apart in a moment of pure frustration. He shuts himself away, leaving his little sister to face a heavy burden. She must protect the family name from ruin at any cost. She cuts her hair to disguise herself as a boy, joining the Magus battalion in hopes of earning the respect her family lost. Han finally understands why Valerie's sister went so far, knowing that a single discovery could lead to her expulsion, and desperate, she begs him to keep her identity a secret, promising him anything. Han suddenly grabs her cheek, revealing his true motive. He wants an officer's recommendation so he can rise through the ranks. Valerie is furious, but she is trapped by Han's threats. When the group reunites, Valerie looks crushed, a change so obvious that Setsuna notices it immediately and questions the pair. Han simply brushes her off, claiming they were merely discussing training. By the 10th day, Setsuna can see they have grown, both in combat and logistics, but something feels fundamentally wrong. With Han's ambitions in focus, his manipulation becomes clear. He's already forcing Valerie to do his chores, the menial chores Han should be handling. Setsuna reflects, recalling their last combat where Valerie's performance was uncharacteristically weak. That lapse in focus had left her vulnerable during the fight. Zappa angry at her, but Han jumped in to play the hero, even lying to Setsuna by claiming Valerie was underperforming just to secure his own advantage. Valerie is clearly bending over backward for Han, and Setsuna suspects that something is wrong. He finds Valerie cleaning Han's shoes while the boy sits like royalty, forcing her, demanding answers. He confronts him to know what is going on, but Han acts casual, claiming she is simply helping because she believes in his potential. Setsuna tells him to quit pretending, but Han stands up. Han's resentment boils over, and the boy decides to attack Setsuna. He unleashes a violent blast of wind magic, but Setsuna shrugs it off with ease. As Setsuna prepares to show Han why this was a mistake, the bully is stunned by the tanked attack. Han wonders if Setsuna is truly just a close combat mage, yet he refuses to back down and prepares another spell to clash and wreck the grounds. But before they can collide, Zappa rushes in, shouting for them to cease their fighting. He turns to Valerie. He calls her a fool for not intervening, causing Valerie to lower her head and beg for forgiveness. Zappa warns Han that his behavior won't go unpunished. Suddenly, a voice booms over the PA system announcing a briefing in 10 minutes for a sudden announcement cuts through the tension. A special operation briefing begins in 10 minutes. Students must choose tasks based on their own ability. The options range from escorting royals to surveying dungeons, dangerous dungeons, or clearing out an orc lord's nest. Rhodes Island. The mention of the island makes Setsuna remember the infamous incident, prompting Scythe to ask about it, but the commander reveals Rhodes Island sent a distress signal before all contacts, and the guards vanished. Setsuna remembers his past life when he chose the royal escort mission instead of the island. Back then, the unit that went to Rhodes Island was wiped out by unknown monsters, leaving Zappa as the only survivor to return. Even after Sid's unit went there to scout, with Zappa serving as the monsters that wiped out the unit left behind nothing but a barren, lifeless wasteland. Those same monsters reappeared when the evil gods arrived, proving they were linked to the divine catastrophe. The devastation they caused was so absolute it tore right through the Magus battalion. Setsuna realizes the source of these monsters must be on that island, and he is determined to uncover the truth. The news is grim. Missions will be assigned based on merit, through a series of high-stakes mock battles. Drago Okrid grins at Setsuna, confidently declaring that his unit won't lose a single match. Meanwhile, the night before the combat tests, Layla reaches out to Setsuna through her pendant to check on his training. Setsuna replies that things are going well, and Layla shares that her spirit magic is advancing. Even the water spirit, Waternia, joins in, noting that while her mana is low, her controlled anger has boosted her spellcasting. But Waternia hints at a greater destiny, suggesting Setsuna might encounter the legendary rainbow spirit, Bifrost. Even the ancient spirit Blazer has only heard whispers of this kingly legend. It makes the spirit wonder if Bifrost even exists. The very idea of the rainbow spirit ignites a fire in Setsuna's heart. If he can borrow the Spirit King's power, he might finally stand against the evil god. Setsuna replies that their progress is smooth, and the issues between Han and Valerie seem to have settled. However, Han's magic still feels unsettling to him. Even Blazer, the fire spirit, agrees that Han gives off a very bad feeling. The water spirit, Waternia, warns Blazer against attacking Han just for his vibes, but even she admits the feeling is hard to ignore. The next day, all the trainees gather for a high-stakes mock battle. Special formation magic has been placed over the arena to provide a healing effect for any, but they are warned that it cannot bring back the dead. Threat watching him, waiting for his moment. The tournament rules are simple. A 5-person team battle to knock out, incapacitate, or force the opposition to surrender. Or force a surrender, while Han and Setsuna attack from the rear, leaving Valerie to provide support. Sid has meticulously built this formation to play to everyone's strengths and compensate for their weaknesses. He holds the plan in high regard, a rare respect that speaks volumes about his tactical skill. However, luck isn't on their side when the draw is announced. They'll face Diaz's squad in round 1. A matchup that includes Mifune, whose teleportation magic makes him a nightmare for surprise attacks, disrupting the flow of any team fight. Mifune's captain shouts, interrupting the talk. He explains that Mifune will only serve as support, while their 3 long-range mages focus on the enemy. With a summoner as their 5th, Sid quickly deduces their strategy, using beasts as shields to protect their mages as they bombard the other side. Diaz just laughs, certain that Sid's team is doomed since they've relied so heavily on a close combat mage. Setsuna suspects Diaz is simply bitter that Sid rose to commander so quickly. While the formation is decent, Setsuna realizes Diaz's inability to see Mifune's true potential proves the squad leader is blind to real talent. True talent! Earning him a sneer as Diaz tells him to prepare. He will prove everyone wrong by crushing the outdated idea that only long-range mages have value on the battlefield. The mock battle begins, just as Setsuna predicted. Diaz's squad opens fire with long-range attacks, forcing Sid to order the others to intercept the incoming spells. Meanwhile, Setsuna reaches the summoned beast. He tries to cut through the monster's thick armor, but the creature's shell is impenetrable. He has to pull back. Diaz watches from the sidelines, boasting that no rookie could ever pierce such a shell. Its shell is even tougher than a golem, and the mages begin to struggle against Sid's formation. Desperate, Diaz tells his team not to give up. He is certain victory is guaranteed once Zappa runs out of mana, so an attack suddenly flies toward him. The projectile is about to hit, but Mifune jumps into the line of fire to using his teleportation magic to move Diaz out of the line of fire. Diaz stands there in total shock at the sudden save, while Han seethes with rage that Mifune has disrupted his plan. Mifune managed to track Han's position simply by sensing his mana. Despite the chaos, Diaz starts celebrating and claims victory is close. Mifune knows better than to assume victory is already his. While Setsuna struggles against the Scorpion, Han watches closely, studying his every movement. Even as Diaz continues his mockery, the true threat is just beginning to reveal itself. Setsuna used the mana blades as a distraction to charge a powerful shot, and with a sudden strike, he shatters the beast in one blow. That single blow wipes out the defense Diaz was counting, and leaves him stunned. While Setsuna dismantles the enemy line, Han targets Diaz again, but the shot curves suddenly and slips. The impact sends Diaz flying across the arena, leaving his teammates, Mifune and the others, in total shock. Seeing their captain incapacitated, they raise their hands in surrender as healing magic washes over the battlefield to end the match. The crowd starts paying attention to Setsuna, amazed that he crushed the enemy front line. To them, Zappa is after the victory is secured, Setsuna approaches Han. Setsuna walks over to Han, demanding to know how that long-range spell changed direction. Han brushes it off, claiming Setsuna is reading too much into his movements, even after pulling on his robe before that last attack. He claims it was merely a precaution, but the tension between them is undeniable. Zappa quickly interjects to keep the peace, reminding them that they just won a match. Seeing that Setsuna is already suspicious of him,
Han decides to
step away and wait for a better moment. However, his retreat is cut short when Drago Okred arrives to announce their next move. As more squads prepare to compete, Drago Okred steps forward, promising to settle the score personally. Setsuna is determined to win this match and claim the Rhodes Island mission. Soon, Drago's team enters the arena to face him. Drago finally faces his opponent, only to find himself looking down at Cha-Cha, a cute little girl. After Cha-Cha arranges her formation with Drago at the center, Drago bares his chest and unleashes a family secret. His body transforms into a monstrous red-skinned form, releasing a massive aura that leaves even Setsuna wary. He can only wonder if a human body can even survive carrying such monstrous power. Setsuna must uncover Drago's true identity, while the trainee hides his secret technique. This mystery only makes the protagonist more excited for the fight. And then their clash begins as Drago rushes in to land a heavy punch at his head. Setsuna manages to dodge, but the sheer pressure from the swing alone bruises his skin. He realizes a single clean hit from Drago Okred could knock him out instantly. Boosting his strength, Setsuna goes for a pro wrestler's slam, trying to bring the giant down, but Drago doesn't budge. Smiling, the trainee declares that such tricks are useless against his Hercules skill. In a desperate attempt to regain momentum, Setsuna slips behind him, but his strike fails too. The protagonist stands stunned by the overwhelming force. Stunned by the resistance, Setsuna can only watch as Drago continues to smile. Meanwhile, Han launches an attack, but Drago effortlessly pulls up a massive rock and uses it to block the shot. It's clear that Hercules boosts raw physical power, and because Drago has trained his body since childhood, Drago has turned physical prowess into a cheat. Drago is displaying power that feels beyond magic, achieved through pure physical enhancement. Setsuna is impressed. He never expected to be pushed this hard in close combat. But that only fuels his fire. Zappa unleashes. Drago Okred simply halts the massive blast with a single casual palm. Zappa is incensed and fires again, but his magic fails to even scorch Drago's skin, who boldly declares his very body is an impenetrable armor that no strike can pierce. Zappa realizes Drago is shielded by enchantment magic, making his mana guard nearly impenetrable. Drago is only getting stronger as his teammates continuously stack buffs upon him, making him an unstoppable force. Watching from the sidelines, Sid recognizes Drago's setup as an ancient warrior formation. In ages past, there was a class of fighters who relied solely on their physicality and martial arts. During that era, magic was still primitive, leaving mages to serve as mere support for those warriors. However, as monsters grew stronger and magic evolved, that combat style was left behind. Drago's mastery of this relic proves he is an exceptional close-range mage. Sid is further stunned that Cha-Cha is gambling everything on a trainee, specifically a close combat mage. If Drago breaks through, the entire squad's formation will crumble. Sid decides he has to gamble everything on Setsuna too, while Setsuna relies on Zappa, knowing he won't let the team fall without a fight. Suddenly, Zappa ramps up the intensity, pouring out massive firepower that puts serious pressure on the other side. It gets worse when Han targets their support from behind, only for Drago to dodge a surprise shot from Han. Fired up by the intense combat, Setsuna fights to remember why he once led the Magus battalion, while Drago refuses to back down. They trade blows. Setsuna finally spots a gap, slamming Drago into the dirt and standing over him with a mana sword, and declares that the match is over, leaving a stunned Drago unable to believe he lost to a single throw. Cha-Cha is stunned as her main fighter falls. To prevent further loss, she surrenders. With that, Sid's unit wins again, and once more Setsuna amazes the crowd by proving that mages can fight differently. He admits he simply found a weakness in Drago's incredible skill. Drago is impressed, grabbing Setsuna's hand to promise that their next fight won't end like this. Once the mock battles wrap up, Sid earns the right to choose the next mission. While Zappa waits for news, Setsuna realizes he must act quickly to push for the Rhodes Island mission. Heading towards Sid's office, Setsuna realizes this will be their first real conversation. He also can't help but notice that he never knew Sid in his past life. Setsuna wants to ask about Han and Valerie, but his mission takes priority. Upon entering the captain's office, he stops dead in his tracks. There are 3 Sids standing inside, leaving him completely stunned. Setsuna is left completely stunned. Before he can make sense of the sight, Sid offers him a drink. Setsuna declines, as the commander explains that having duplicates is useful for his duties. When Setsuna asks, Sid confirms it is a special cloning magic which catches him off guard. Setsuna thought Sid only relied on long-range spells. However, Sid reveals his true power is called Copy Gear, allowing him to use the spells of others. Setsuna is stunned, realizing the magic belongs to a teammate, making it a type of magic he has never seen before. The ability has severe limits, however. Sid can only store 3 kinds of magic for a single day due to his small mana pool. It's because of those many uses that he's constantly chugging energy drinks. Watching him, Setsuna finally understands the crushing weight of Sid's responsibilities. Then, Sid asks. Setsuna explains he's interested in the special mission, catching the leader off guard. Sid is surprised, assuming Setsuna would seek the royal escort job to climb the social ladder through the royal family. He's only partly right. In a previous life, Setsuna would have chosen the royal escort mission to secure a promotion, but now, his priorities have shifted completely. Just then, one of Sid's clones hands him something.
One of Sid's clones hands him a document?
It shows he chose the worst magic path despite having better options, leaving Sid deeply conflicted, as the records don't match his current goals. Sid presses for answers, telling Setsuna he doesn't need to be so guarded and that he truly wants to understand him. But Setsuna struggles to finally admit that his true motivation is pure anger. He knows someone is trying. He is driven by the need to take back what was stolen from him. Take what is his. He chose close combat magic to finally stunned. Sid asks if Setsuna believes this enemy is connected to something much larger. Rhodes Island is a land of mystery, and unlike other missions, its true danger remains unknown. Sid was already planning to send his unit there, smiling because things seem to be going his way. Then Daniel and Iris burst into the room. After a ridiculous exchange about chocolate, Daniel and Iris finally find what they need to confirm, that their boss is completely hopeless. They reveal that Cha-Cha's team will escort them on the Rhodes Island investigation mission. Sid guesses the team is just acting out of caution, but the duo only reacts with pure frustration at his cluelessness. Sid truly is a hopeless leader. Setsuna knows that while Iris and Daniel are talented, they died in his past life. This time, he vows to protect them at any cost. With the conversation ended, Setsuna bows to Sid, who wants to discuss Zappa, but Setsuna already knows the man's true nature. However, tensions boil over later when Zappa lashes out at Valerie for her perceived laziness because the upcoming mission holds deadly unknown dangers. Zappa's anger explodes as he kicks her away from the unit, leaving Valerie stunned. He threatens that if she follows them, he will break her bones. But just as the threat looms, a frightening aura bursts from Valerie, making her seem like a completely different person. She rises with power pouring off her, declaring her duty to her family as her new strength. She admits her confidence was lost, but thanks to someone's help, she is ready to fight him. Seriously shocked, Zappa accepts the challenge and fires back with full force, intent on putting her down for good. But before the attack, before the violence can escalate further, Setsuna lunges forward to shatter the confrontation down and promises that he will ensure they get results. By asking Zappa to trust Valerie's determination, Setsuna manages to defuse the tension. Soon after, it is time. It's time to depart for the island. At the docks, Cha-Cha and her team arrive to help everyone board the ships and head for. Daniel hopes the island is still a peaceful place. and that things stay that way until they arrive. But little do they know while they sail, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Elsewhere, Leo finds that Morgana's house is gone, leaving him frustrated. Hooker stands behind him, mentioning that the Magus Battalion is heading to investigate Rhodes Island. He wonders if they will be wiped out by the evil legion there. As Leo realizes Setsuna might be on that very mission, Hooker suddenly strikes. Leo barely dodges a ninja knife thrown by Hooker, and the blade slams into the ground with enough force to crack it. Shocked, Leo demands to know why he was attacked. Hooker jumps to that conclusion instantly, but he doesn't mind fighting. Back, in fact, he's excited for a historic duel that no one has ever seen. With a Joker-like grin, he prepares himself for the clash. Meanwhile, as Sid and Cha-Cha's teams approach the target island, Sid spots massive birds in the sky. It's a strange sight, for these birds don't belong on this island. Even though the volcano has been quiet, and tourists usually flock to the hot springs, something feels off. The whole place feels wrong, prompting Sid to remind everyone to find survivors and stay sharp for combat. The stakes are personal. In a past life, Sid's entire unit was wiped out, leaving Zappa as the sole survivor of a massacre. Monsters from nowhere have arrived. Since these creatures, Sid knows how brutal these missions can be, warning the unit that 30% of trainees quit annually due to the danger. He urges them to prioritize survival over glory, telling the trainees not to chase officer recommendations if it means dying in the line of duty. Daniel suddenly expresses a bad feeling, and Setsuna quickly realizes the wind has died. The sea goes unnaturally still, and soon, then the water erupts as a massive sea serpent bursts from the water, revealing a 3-star monster. Zappa can't believe such a dangerous beast is in these peaceful waters, but Valerie steps up. To defend the ship, she casts a barrier as Sid begins giving orders to the team, identifying the monster's weakness as lightning. He blasts the beast with a lightning spell, amplified by the water, instantly replaced by fury. It sinks for a moment, but then it rises again, slamming the ship with a tentacle that leaves Iris reeling. These appendages shouldn't exist on a sea serpent, and as Setsuna begins to grasp the true nature of this threat. But before he can act, another tentacle lashes onto the deck. He tears it, shred it with his bare hands. Multiple monster heads rise from the depths, surrounding the ship, and leaving Zappa to realize why the vessel stopped so suddenly despite the encirclement. The team holds their formation and strikes back, but then, the vessel is struck with devastating force, throwing Daniel back. Sid catches Daniel before he plunges into the sea, quickly ordering the summoner to call for help. Call a divine bird to escape the doomed ship. While Daniel summons the bird, Valerie deploys her barrier to protect the group from the chaos. The bird carries them away just before the monster crushes the vessel into nothingness. They barely have time to catch their breath before flying monsters with human faces appear overhead. They are completely surrounded by the grotesque creatures descend from the sky. It becomes clear they were lured here, a realization that settles heavily over the group. The terrifying truth sinks in. They didn't just stumble upon this chaos. They were lured into a trap. Iris panics about their missing comrades, but Sid remains calm, noting that Cha-Cha's squad is full of enchantment mages. But they'll only have hope that they can regroup later, leaving Sid to decide their only real option is to keep moving. As the group travels on foot, the once peaceful island has become a nightmare filled with twisted monsters. Iris tries to comfort a shaking Valerie, whispering that things aren't hopeless yet. But as Iris approaches a flower bud, it suddenly bursts open into a monster filled with jagged teeth, snapping Iris up in its maw. As her comrades scream her name, Setsuna lunges forward and slices through the beast's throat, slices the monster's neck, forcing it to spit Iris out. Her shield had saved her life, though she is hurt. Setsuna rushes to her side, and though shaken, the team's healer confirms she is all right. As the team's healer, and Valerie breathes a sigh of relief, seeing Iris is still with them. Daniel remarks that these monsters are even more savage and varied than they expected. Sid realizes the island is far too dangerous to stay on, but survival is far from certain, because a wounded man, Sister Supine. While asking what happened, the man says he's searching for his little sister, and Sid asks his name. He identifies himself as Janelle, explaining that monsters, unlike any they've seen, attacked his village. In the chaos, the adults tried to protect the children, but he was tragically separated from his sister. Broken and desperate, Janelle begs the group to find her. She is the only family he has left in a village overrun by monsters. Setsuna offers a comforting pat to the young man, reassuring him before turning his gaze towards Sid to announce that the retreat plan is over. A new mission is set. They must save every survivor they can find on this island. No one argues with waiting for Janelle to recover so they can finally head toward his village. As they trek, Iris warns Janelle that her magic healed his wounds, but it didn't restore his strength. Janelle nods, understanding the risk as the group keeps moving through the dense forest. Suddenly, a rustle from the bushes makes them. A rabbit hops out, causing Valerie to briefly lower her guard until Zappa warns her to stay alert. Lower her guard. Sid inspects the creature and realizes it's far from normal, noting the magic. Leaking from its body, the rabbit turns hostile, and as the team prepares to fight, they realize the creature is not alone. Before they can react, they are completely surrounded as a swarm of magic rabbits begin jumping. The group snaps into a defensive circle, standing back to prevent a breach. Zappa unleashes powerful flame magic, commanding everyone not to panic. The monsters seem weak, and Daniel summons his giant wolf to assist the defense. But even so, a few of them still manage to bite him amidst the overwhelming swarm. As Daniel struggles to move, the terrifying truth is revealed. The rabbits are using a paralytic poison. Setsuna realizes the poison will only grow more lethal with every bite from the swarm. With Daniel collapsing to his knees, Sid decides to copy Iris's healing magic and orders the others to keep the monsters. The team blasts the monsters back with everything they have, finally clearing some space. They finally clear some space, but as Setsuna heads back, she misses a single rabbit sneaking up behind her. Han watches the predator approach but chooses not to act. Just before it strikes him, Valerie jumps in. Valerie moves fast, using her magic and stop the beast, saving Han from disaster. Save Han. While the fight leaves Han furious, Janelle is amazed by how
strong they are.
Daniel adds that he is feeling much better, while Setsuna is more interested. 2. Sid's glasses, asking what they are. Sid explains that they are a magic tool designed to assess a creature's danger level by analyzing its mana movement and appearance. He's glad he brought them, and decides to demonstrate their utility on nearby wildlife. The birds rate as 3 stars, and the beasts as 2. The flower monster that attacked Iris was only 1 star. Since Valerie is handling support, Sid offers her a spare pair. Janelle thanks Setsuna and stays close, gathering firewood alongside him as they make their way forward. Gathering wood, whispering his dread of Han. Janelle is still shaken, convinced that Han saw the monster but chose to do nothing to help. Desperate, Janelle fears his sister is in grave danger. Setsuna reassures him, calling him a good big brother. When asked how they'll find her, Janelle explains she wears a red pendant, a birthday gift from him. Setsuna swears they will find her, but elsewhere, the sister is in trouble. Trapped in a cave, Sepine appears to be turning into a monster. Daniel offers Janelle hope that they will find her once they reach the village, so as night falls, Sid suggests that the group take turns on watch, leaving Valerie to take the first shift. As Valerie stands guard, the peace is abruptly broken. Han approaches Valerie with a cold warning, telling her to stay out of his business, threatening to expose her true identity as a woman. He's still fuming that she interfered with Setsuna's safety earlier. Valerie maintains her composure, stating she has already played along with his demands, and Han scoffs, boasting that the island's monsters are nothing compared to his power. Then he drops a bombshell. He tells Valerie that he plans to make her his wife. The proposal leaves Valerie in shock, but Han snaps at her, demanding she feel honored. In his mind, this marriage is the only way to save her family from disaster. But Valerie knocks his hand away, rejecting the union entirely. Before the tension can explode, Sid steps in to force Han to back off. Both Valerie and Han are startled by Sid's sudden intervention. Setsuna watches closely, having already suspected that blackmail was the motive. It's a dark game. Setsuna believes Han's erratic behavior is driven by the corrupt magic he uses. Han is caught off guard, assuming Setsuna is simply trying to mess with his head. Despite Setsuna's warning that he is taking on too much, Han brushes him off. Yet, as he departs, a seed of doubt takes root, and he resolves to fight to the death on this island. Setsuna warns him he's overestimating himself. Once the tension settles, Setsuna asks Valerie what truly happened. She wants to confide in him, but the fear of ruining her life keeps her silent. For now, she can't talk about it, and she begs him to keep her secret to avoid further drama. Setsuna decides not to press Valerie further, choosing to prioritize her well-being over the mission. He makes a solemn promise that if anything goes wrong, he'll be there to help her. The next morning, the team sets out. As they prepare to move, Iris warns the group to stay alert for any looming threats. Walking the forest path, Daniel urges everyone to stay focused so they can finally complete their mission. Setsuna nods, but a sudden silence falls over the woods, making him uneasy. The eerie quiet is shattered when a swarm of flying monsters rushes toward them, only to fly straight past the group in a frantic hurry. The team is left bewildered, and Zappa notes that these 3-star monsters wouldn't be fleeing unless something much worse was chasing them. As Sid orders a formation, a terrifying chimera, a nightmare of lion, goat, and gorilla heads, bursts from the brush, and Valerie freezes as she realizes it's a 4-star monster. This explains why the others fled the forest. Even Sid is shocked by such a high-ranking beast. He orders an immediate attack, but the beast strikes first. Fast as the Chimera charges the group to meet the threat, Daniel instantly summons a beast to drive the monster into the ground, but the creature only gets smashed down. Daniel stares in shock at the Predator's raw power. Setsuna rushes into the fray to finish the fight, but the Predator suddenly turns and bolts, vanishing back into the brush.
The retreat leaves. Setsuna.
And then a massive foot slams down from above, crushing the Chimera with ease. The entire team stands frozen in pure terror as Valerie scans the new threat level and nearly collapses in horror. It is a 6-star danger beast. The creature towers over them, looking utterly unnatural. The sight freezes Suna, realizing this is the same nightmare that wiped out the Mage Corps in his past life. The beast devours the Chimera effortlessly before hurling the carcass at the group to force a scatter. Daniel is caught in the wreckage, pinned down as blood spills everywhere, and Janelle cries out in horror. Setsuna immediately attacks to save him, but his sword simply bounces off the monster's leg. That confirms his worst fears. The monster's hide is indestructible. Sid screams for a coordinated strike, so Iris rushes toward Daniel, but another giant monster appears right in her path. It's happening. One monster was bad enough, but now there are more. A second later, a swarm of 6 giant monsters arrives to surround the team. They've cut off every escape route, and Setsuna realizes these are the Gorfont. These Gorfonts trigger haunting memories from Setsuna's past life. In that life, monsters just like these wiped out entire battalions of mages. They are trying to crush the group, but the team holds their line. Valerie is the only thing standing between them and death, maintaining a vital barrier. But the strain is taking its toll, and the magical pressure causes blood to run from Valerie's nose. Suddenly, Janelle spots someone in the distance, his sister. Driven by desperation, he breaks rank and runs toward her. Cedric struggles to maintain the formation to keep everyone safe while Zappa orders the group to move on. Valerie protests, refusing to leave the fight, but Zappa shuts her down. But Zappa's words hit harder than the monsters. With a knowing smile, Zappa tells her that throwing her life away on this island would be a waste. Setsuna isn't surprised by the blunt words. He sees through the act and knows Zappa cares deeply for his comrades. Zappa's kindness is always hard to detect, but he's truly being helpful. With the situation escalating, Sid orders the team to split up to chase after Janelle, while Zappa stays to cover their retreat. Therefore, the group must scatter. Setsuna sprints over to grab Daniel. Daniel out of harm's way, and then he follows the others as the lone warrior prepares to unleash fierce power. With no one left to protect and his pride on the line, Zappa finally stops holding back and releases blazing fire that scorches the gore, slowing the monsters down. The team finally corners Janelle at the cliff's edge. The monsters are thrown into the water below, leaving the team to wonder if, meanwhile, the mastermind behind these monsters watches from afar, treating their struggle like a game for his own amusement. Setsuna washes ashore alone and realizes he has been separated from his companions. He hopes to regroup, but he is immediately surrounded by a pack of chimeras. Elsewhere, Iris finds herself trapped alongside Han. She suggests they work together, but she is suddenly left alone with the monsters. Han has simply run off, leaving her to face the danger. He is certain he can survive on his own. As monsters chase Valerie, Sid hears her calling out. He demands to know her location. Valerie hears the captain's voice echoing from a nearby cave. She is lured toward the sound, only to realize it was a trick used by monsters to mimic him. The realization comes too late. Cedric senses the danger and turns, but that split-second distraction is a fatal mistake. Agrafont, the massive monster, strikes from behind, narrowly missing Cedric, but shattering the ground where he once stood. Cedric struggles to fight back, but the monster slams him into a tree, leaving him completely vulnerable. He realizes the beast's strength makes any tactical deception useless. Even as the commander of the Magus battalion, Cedric knows only top mages like Zappa might stand. With a snap of his fingers, he activates copy gear to give his units an advantage, and blends healing and formation magic with a long-range spell. He pours every ounce of his power into one desperate massive lightning spear. And Sid can't use magic for a while. His luck only worsens when 2 Gorfons appear behind him. A heavy blow sends him crashing to the ground. He is about to be torn apart when Setsuna rushes in, blocking the blow with a fist so charged with mana that the monster recoils in pain. Having already saved Valerie, Setsuna prepares to help the commander. Setsuna decides to stop holding back, and his hair turns a scorching red as he prepares to unleash flames from his very body. He lunges forward with overwhelming power. Setsuna rips a monster's head off with a single punch, his fury mounting as he is. Enraged by these creatures that mimic human voices to hunt, the protagonist brandishes a flaming sword. He slashes through them, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. When one Gorfant tries to grab him, Setsuna slices off its arm with precision. He charges toward
the monster, promising it the same despair he felt before his regression.
He incinerates the creature from head to toe, turning the battlefield into a monster graveyard, proving they picked the wrong enemy. Once the fighting ends, Once the carnage subsides, Setsuna checks Sid's pulse and breathes a relieved breath when he sees Sid is out of danger. Setting up a warm shelter, he lays the two of them down. He places them on warm rafts and waits as Valerie wakes first. Setsuna rushes to her side to check her injuries, but Valerie, still hiding her true identity, tells him not to worry because she can manage on her own. When Sid finally wakes, he thanks Setsuna and asks how he defeated the Gorfins. Setsuna hesitates, but Sid lets the matter go, sensing the hero's desire for silence. The group is still talking when a bloodied Zappa arrives, with Han following closely behind. Zappa just smiles, claiming the monsters were nothing more than a warm-up. He claims they used an invisibility cloak to avoid the beasts. Then, with Iris's whereabouts still a mystery, Sita insists they regroup with Cha-Cha's team. However, the whereabouts of Iris remain unknown. The group needs a way to regroup with Cha-Cha's team to stay together. Han suggests a nearby village might hold survivors, and he proposes that he and Setsuna head there, leading the group toward a cliff. Setsuna is surprised to find a village past the forest, but his distraction is fatal.
While Setsuna is distracted, Han is getting ready from behind,
But Valerie notices the movement and rushes in, herself between them, to take the blow for Setsuna. Valerie refuses to betray the man who helped her, but Han's brutal attack rips her shirt, revealing her true identity as a woman. Valerie quickly apologizes, confessing she failed the Magic Academy and has been living as her brother. Yet Han isn't angry. To him, everyone has secrets. Setsuna promises to keep Valerie safe from Han's wrath. With that, Setsuna draws his mana sword. Han instantly uses his cloak and vanishes, leaving Valerie panicking. But Setsuna tells her to stay still. He sharpens his senses and locks onto Han's strike. Before it, deflect the blow. Catches the core of the attack. This reveals the truth about Han's magic.
What Han's magic truly is.
Golem. Valerie is stunned because Han isn't a long-range mage after all. He has been tricking everyone by hiding mana inside invisible golems that fly through the air. The reason the attacks can change direction is that Han is commanding them from afar. After locating him, Setsuna hurls the golem back at him, tearing off Han's cloak and exposing the spirit aid behind his magic. The fire spirit Blazer is stunned, realizing Han is being bolstered by a spirit named Zephalion. Han is stunned by the discovery, but his survival instinct takes over as he lunges at Setsuna with a fresh attack. But Setsuna's mastery of spirit magic allows him to read every weakness. Setsuna keeps batting the attacks away, even as Han admits he is using the same dangerous spirit magic from the Great Magic War. Valerie watches in horror, realizing this forbidden power should never exist in this world. As Setsuna slices through another wave of magic, Han suddenly manipulates the energy's trajectory. The attack bends mid-air, striking Valerie with sudden lethal force. She is sent plummeting over the cliff, forcing Setsuna into a desperate choice: fight or save her. If he chooses Han, Valerie dies. If he chooses Valerie, he is vulnerable. Setsuna doesn't hesitate and dives into the abyss after her, leaving Han completely shocked. Han mocks the suicidal choice, but Setsuna manages to catch Valerie before they drive his sword deep into the cliffside to their fall. Han refuses to let them climb back up and attacks the ledge, causing the rock to break apart and send them both dropping. Laughing at Setsuna's perceived uselessness, Han thinks the fight is over, but then he spots a hand gripping the very edge of the ledge. He freezes in horror at the sight. Setsuna is dangling by a single finger while still shielding Valerie. That finger is glowing red. It means Setsuna has copied Drago's Hercules skill. Han is completely shaken, wondering what kind of insane magic talent Setsuna possesses. His mastery is undeniable. Suddenly, Setsuna hauls himself back onto the cliff to face Han. Setsuna tells Valerie to regroup with Zappa and the others, giving her his cape as Valerie agrees and flees. As she runs, Han tries to strike her, but Setsuna cuts the attack apart and carves a safe path, driving Han into a rage. Furious, unleashes a swarm directly at him. With a lifetime of combat experience, Setsuna tears through the golems with ease and turns to Han. Setsuna delivers the truth. Han has plenty of mana, but his control is garbage. He mocks the boy for obsessing over such fake long-range magic. Setsuna scoffs, noting that Han has never truly polished. Setsuna challenges him to show him what real power looks like. Furious, Han roars and summons a massive golem, Yet Setsuna simply closes his eyes as if it means nothing, activating mana suppression to vanish completely. From the golem's senses, Han begins to panic as he loses sight of his enemy and tries to summon more golems for protection, but his spirit refuses to yield more mana, reminding him of their strict agreement. Desperate and trembling, Han hears Setsuna's voice mocking him for failing to truly sync with his spirit's essence. Han trembles, not knowing where the mage is, until Setsuna suddenly appears behind him, and Han is standing there covered in flames, staring him down. Setsuna reminds Han that he promised to show him how to really use his spirit's power. Setsuna finally closes the distance, lunging forward to strike. Even the core of a mage can't hold Han's, dragging his broken body across the dirt. Knowing he's beaten, he drags himself off the cliff and plunges into the water below. He only survives because his spirit magic is still backing him, relying on his spirit magic. Later, Han stumbles through the forest, gasping for air and blaming Zephalion, the spirit that promised him greatness, for this weakness. Han is furious at his meager mana, fueled by a hunger for greatness. He was born into a branch family of a noble house, where low-ranking nobles exist only to serve the main line. Growing up, he was told a man with small mana is just a useless tool, expected to die for his family's sake. Refusing to suffer a worthless death like his father, Han chose a different path. That path led him to a Shadow Chanter's relic, where he met Zephalion. After passing the trial and making a contract, his power skyrocketed at the academy. But now that Setsuna has humiliated him, he only craves revenge. Desperate and fleeing, Han stumbles into a dark cave where he finds monsters sealed in capsules, a sight that leaves him completely stunned. But he isn't alone in the darkness. There is already a strange man waiting for him. This is Legion, an apostle who welcomes Han to his workshop with a chilling proposition. Elsewhere, the battle against Pooker is over, and Leo has emerged victorious. He notes that while Pooker's gravity magic could affect anything he touches, the man simply faced the wrong opponent. He was crushed for his misfortune. Resting against a tree, Leo decides that Sasuna's fate is sealed. Legion is an upper-ranked apostle, ranked 5th. He is far more dangerous than any lesser apostle they have faced. Leo suspects that Legion is merely playing with them, treating them like disposable test subjects. Han is still shouting at Legion, demanding answers about those twisted experiments, but Legion remains unnervingly calm. The apostle knows Han's true desire is actually nothing more than power, a realization that leaves Han completely speechless. Legion reaches out a hand, offering Han all the power he desires, but the offer comes with a terrifying price. Legion sees his doubt and crushes it by reminding him that he is truly alone. Yet, with the Royal Mage Corps turning their backs on him, Legion reminds him that he has nowhere left to go. Shaken by the Apostle's insight, Han decides to lash out at the world, blaming everything on Setsuna. Convinced the protagonist ruined his life, Han makes a desperate choice. He chooses to accept Legion's dangerous power, even as a warning echoes in his mind. Zephalion warns him not to take the hand, for the Apostles exist only to devour the world, and Han's acceptance means Zephaleon's protection is lost forever. But Han only laughs, claiming he's already sick of Zephaleon's protection anyway. He takes Legion's hand, and with a predatory smile, the Apostle claims his new prize. Meanwhile, Sid and the squad arrive at a town, hoping to find survivors among the ruins. They think there may still be life left if they search carefully. To cover more ground, Sid suggests splitting into 2 groups. As Sasuna and Valerie link up to find Siachi's squad, Valerie suggests finding Janelle and his sister for help. Then Valerie's foot slips, causing her to tumble toward the edge. Setsuna catches her at once, preventing a fall. Sasuna reminds them they're a team, but their regrouping is cut short when they spot Janelle ahead, who is visibly wounded and struggling to stay standing. Valerie rushes over to ask how he survived alone out here. Janelle explains that his sister Sepine was with him, but she headed toward the nearby cave. He was too terrified to follow her. Valerie is confused by his hesitation. Then Janelle drops a bombshell. He saw Sepin grow wings. Stunned, Valerie tries to convince him he must have imagined it. Sasuna decides to investigate the cave himself, leaving the others to return to the squad, unaware of the peril ahead. Valerie's warnings fall on deaf ears as Sasuna rushes toward the darkness, claiming there's no time to waste. With a calm smile, Sasuna reassures Janelle that he will find Sepine, finally convincing the duo to head back. As Sasuna approaches the cave, he can't help but wonder if the trouble they're facing means Sepine could actually be an apostle. Setsuna has gone in alone, a move so dangerous that even Blazer suggests he must fight seriously to survive. Zappa is furious that Valerie let him enter the cave by himself. While Sid tries to calm him down, the group's tension is shattered by his sudden appearance. Han arrives looking completely transformed, and his eyes search only for the protagonist. He demands to know where Setsuna is. Zappa refuses to yield, but Han's interest in the others is non-existent. Determined to crush anyone in his path, Han promises that they will all regret standing against him. To prove his new power, he breaks the crystal tied to his old power and unleashes long-range flames that nearly incinerate the entire group. The group barely escapes the heat. Zappa is stunned, as Han was meant to be an enchantment specialist, and Valerie is just as shocked because no one should possess two magic attributes. Han simply laughs. As Han boasts of his superiority, Sid urges the team to stay together and remember they still outnumber him. To show them even more extra, arms suddenly sprout from his back, leaving the team paralyzed by shock. Han mocks them, claiming their numerical advantage is useless now that he can wield multiple attributes. As he begins showcasing these new powers, the terrifying reality of his magic finally sinks in. He is truly a multi-element threat. But then Cedric notices a horrifying detail about those extra limbs. They belong to the mages who were guarding the island. Han has attached the corpses of dead mages to himself to steal their power. Valerie is horrified and disgusted by his depravity, but Han just sneers. He proudly declares, with a sneer, Han boasts that this power was gifted to him by Legion before continuing his assault, demanding a way to break the stalemate. Desperate Zappa prepares to stack everything he has to shatter Han's shield.
Zappa begins layering
his fire magic far more deadly, a feat that leaves Valerie in absolute awe. Every layer adds incredible power, though the control required is immense. Han sees the danger in Zappa's mounting mana and grows a fifth arm to crush the spell's momentum, just when the situation looks completely hopeless. Drago Okrid leaps forward to block Han's crushing strike with his own body, followed quickly by Cha-Cha. They look relieved beyond words. Cha-Cha reports that Iris and Daniel are being treated safely. While Valerie is relieved to see backup, Cha-Cha is bewildered by Han's monstrous transformation. While Valerie is relieved by the reinforcements, Cha-Cha is baffled by Han's terrifying new form. Sid says there is no time for explanations. They only need to buy time so Zappa can finish his spell. Cha-Cha fears it won't be easy against such a monster, but Drago is willing to use his own body as a shield. That's enough for him, Han laughs, claiming they'll never be strong enough to win, while Zappa continues building his trump card. But the laugh dies fast as Zappa finishes, much faster than expected, leaving Han in shock. Han watches in pure terror as Zappa completes the three-element combo spell, Apollonic Ray. Despite the threat, Han refuses to quit, but Han refuses to back down, sprouting extra arms to launch a frantic storm of attacks that disrupts the spell. The chaotic mana storm causes Zappa to lose his footing and crash down, leaving him vulnerable to Han's mockery. Han gloats, demanding they witness a mage who can wield every branch of magic. He claims he has surpassed humanity and will never lose again, vowing to turn all who once looked down on him into mere tools. Seeing the monster before them, Cedric realizes that defeating Han will be nearly impossible with all those extra arms. However, Valerie notices a possible opening from her position in the back. Cedric agrees it's worth a shot, and the team puts their plan in motion as Valerie slams her staff down. Cast Hecatomb Bolt, but Han refuses to be caught. He charges straight at Valerie, but Drago throws himself in front of the hit once more. Han screams for him to stay out of it, but Drago replies that he has no intention of standing aside. Enraged, Han increases the force of his attack and pushes Drago past his limit until he collapses, buying just enough time for the others. Valerie moves to finalize her spell. Han senses the danger and dodges Valerie's sudden strike, but he only laughs at the apparent futility. Cedric quickly cuts in to warn him. He's about to learn the true nature of Valerie's magic. Then, the real blast strikes. Valerie walks up to Han, pointing out his ultimate weakness as being alone. She explains that no matter how many arms he sprouts, he still only has one brain. By attacking from multiple angles, they can shatter his focus and create an opening. The spell is just the prelude, is just the setup as the team prepares to deliver the final blow. Han breaks down in despair. He refuses to die as nothing more than a mere tool, just like his father was. Valerie tells him that while there might be a reason for his dissent, it doesn't justify treating others as mere objects. She urges him that he should have fought for what was right instead of choosing this dark path. Zappa moves in for the kill. Han's strength finally fails, severing his connection to the power within. As his earring falls, Zappa walks over and picks up the bitter admission that Han could never master spirit magic the way Setsuna can. The truth leaves Zappa stunned, realizing that Setsuna has truly unique connection with the spirits. Meanwhile, deep inside the cavern, already entered the dark cave where he finally finds Sifine, a victim of experiments. He tries to reach her, but she rushes. Safin swings wildly at him, but Setsuna dodges with ease, his hands still tucked in his pockets. Her momentum carries her straight to the ground, revealing her pathetic power. Also notices he can't feel any presence. Sensing no killing intent, Setsuna reassures Safin that he only wants to save the people on the island. Hearing this, she wonders if he really means. Setsuna gently pats her head, promising her everything will be okay. Tears well up as Safin explains how monsters appeared on the island and began snatching villagers. The captives were taken somewhere else, and then their bodies began transforming into hideous creatures. They only escaped when the monsters looked away. Setsuna can see how crushed she is. Setsuna tries to comfort Safin by saying her brother is only worried for her. But the girl drops a devastating truth. Her brother is dead, having perished right before her eyes to save her life. Stunned by the tragedy, Setsuna realizes the horrific scale of the island's mystery and tells Safin to stay hidden in the cave until he returns. Then, the protagonist quickly stands and heads out, sure that his friends are in danger. Outside, Sid and the others are still recovering from their brutal fight with Han. Sid tells Cha-Cha to check on Drago, who passed out after pushing himself too far. The group starts helping each other, when Jonal suddenly begins clapping, and everyone freezes in confusion.
Wondering what's going on, Jonal starts rambling about how impressive they are for beating Han, even though each of them was far weaker.
Alone. He says humans are amazing, and Valerie walks up to him, thinking he's just lost in his own thoughts. But Sid sees the truth and yells for Valerie to get away from John L. Before she can react, Legion reveals himself through John L's over to see what happened. Sid keeps his cool and asks if he's the Legion he heard about. Legion confirms it. He says this island is his lab. Legion reveals the island is his personal laboratory for crafting monsters. Zappa stares in horror before demanding answers regarding his missing sister. Legion claims Safin is too valuable a specimen to lose, even as Zappa snaps and hurls insults. Ignoring the rage, Legion reveals that Junel's body is still suffering inside him, even while his power, life fusion, allows him to consume any living thing. While Zappa loses control, Sid realizes Legion's mana is on a level far beyond anything they have ever faced. This monster's potential is limitless, and Legion is eager to study it. He produces a collection of weapons, including the staves of Iris and Daniel. Cha-Cha watches in horror as Legion holds her squad mates' gear. He offers to use them as test subjects, suggesting they stop resisting and offer themselves up for his experiments. Zappa, hot-headed as ever, fires a fireball straight at Legion, but the blast burns away into nothing. Legion's skin remains untouched by the flames, which only fuels Zappa's fury as he keeps blasting him. Even when questioned, the Apostle's constant, eerie smiling only makes the situation more infuriating. Zappa's fireballs are useless against a man who claims pain cannot control him, so the boy doubles his efforts, but then a terrifying transformation begins. Legion's skin hardens into dragon scales, granting him perfect immunity to the heat. Having perfectly adapted to Zappa's magic, the Apostle decides to end the stalemate by taking the offensive. He charges straight for Sid, who desperately conjures a magic shield to block the onslaught. The defense is useless. Legion smashes right through the barrier like it isn't even there. Sid barely dodges, catching a glimpse of toxic pollen swirling in the attack. A grim sign of the many monsters Legion has fused with. The sheer versatility of his monster fusions is staggering. Legion mocks their futile struggle, claiming no one can prepare for every monster on the continent. Before Sid can recover from the shock, a new strike slams him into the dirt, leaving him broken on the ground. With Sid incapacitated and helpless, the squad's formation is completely shattered. Cha-Cha rushes forward to aid him, but Legion's hand is already reaching out to catch her. Legion catches Cha-Cha in a crushing grip, attempting to squeeze the life out of her until Zappa lunges in to drive the Apostle back with a blast of fire magic. Legion notices something concerning about Zappa's basic spells. They tell him only basic spells. He's reached his limit. Seeing his teammates all fallen, Zappa decides to turn this moment into his final stand. He raises his staff and tells Legion the real battle starts now. Zappa begins channeling a massive fireball with layered spells, but before he can launch it, Legion spots a fatal opening, watching with cold precision. But Legion is too fast. He severs Zappa's left arm before the magic can even form. Zappa screams in agonizing pain as the limb falls. Legion moves in to finish the job, coldly advising Zappa to surrender before more is lost. But Zappa refuses to back down, yelling that Legion is wrong about his limit. With only one arm remaining, he unleashes a wild, desperate barrage of attacks. The onslaught catches Legion off guard. Zappa shouts in triumph as his strikes tear into Legion's head, seemingly securing a victory.
That hard-won victory.
is instantly shattered as Legion begins pulling himself back together. Zappa can only watch in horror as the monster regenerates. Legion is fully restored, leaving Zappa to realize the monster may be immortal. While he stands in shock, Legion fires a crushing. Just before the blow lands, Drago leaps in to shield Zappa. Zappa screams for him to stop, desperate for the weakened man to stop pushing himself. But Drago only offers a weary smile, claiming he won't have to hold on for much longer. Suddenly, Setsuna's ally appears behind Legion and cuts him. Setsuna assures Zappa he will handle the monster. He promises to handle it from here before watching. The monster immediately lashes out with Tentacle, which Setsuna slices instantly. Setsuna slices through another massive attack, cutting down the incoming wave of monsters. As he clears the path, he wonders how many creatures Legion has already fused with. Legion praises his flawless close combat magic, but notes it lacks the power he used against Tsukuyomi and Jagan. In that moment, the truth strikes. Legion is an apostle. Realizing the danger, Setsuna prepares for a brutal battle as Legion introduces himself.
The encounter is finally here.
Setsuna knows this won't be easy, but he refuses to back down. He rushes forward, driving a heavy punch that slams Legion into the ground. Legion chooses to face him directly. To end the experiment, Setsuna calls on Blazer's power, moving with blazing speed to land a devastating fire charge to Legion's head. Before Legion can even react, Setsuna hammers him with a massive blow. Setsuna unleashes a fast barrage of flaming blows, and one massive punch that sends Legion flying. He didn't expect the apostle to still move after that impact. Legion admits the spirit magic is impressive, but he remains unafraid because he has already fused with over 10,000 lives. Realizing his spirit magic has a time limit, Setsuna pushes to last long, but Legion quickly takes to the sky, raining down a lethal long-range attack. Legion continues to rain brutal attacks down, mocking the inherent limits of close-range combat. Setsuna realizes he is being overwhelmed and is forced to retreat into the air. Desperate search for a strategy before Legion can descend. Suddenly, Zappa appears at his side, catching him completely off guard. But the real shock comes when Setsuna notices that Zappa's arm is miraculously back. Cha-Cha deserves the credit because, as soon as she saw how badly Zappa was hurt, she rushed over to help. The precision of her advanced healing magic leaves Zappa amazed as she mends the wound where the arm was cut. It is his first time witnessing such skill. Cha-Cha is able to perform this miracle because Sid provides the necessary mana to finish the treatment. Once Zappa is whole again, Sid warns everyone that they must stop Legion since he has already captured the villagers and their allies. Sid urges them forward, declaring that they are the only ones capable of ending this threat. Determined to make Sid's rallying cry count, Setsuna tells Zappa they cannot let his efforts go to waste. Zappa agrees, but then he drops a bombshell by asking how Setsuna has been handling Legion while using spirit magic. Realizing his secret is exposed, he knows he has no choice but to answer honestly. Zappa reminds him that as a royal mage, justice is his duty, but he'll overlook the mystery. If Setsuna can just defeat Legion with that power. Zappa admits he just finds the magic annoying and asks why Setsuna never shows the squad any respect. Setsuna just smiles, knowing he can never reveal that they were actually a silent smile, unable to reveal his secret past life to Zappa. A moment later, Zappa reaches into his pocket and pulls out something. Zappa produces a glowing green item and hands it to Setsuna. Certain it will help him, Setsuna is stunned to realize this is the very tool required to connect with the wind spirit. As Zappa asks if he can use it, Setsuna closes his eyes and reaches out to Zeph, the wind spirit, in his mind, seeking power. Zeph asks if Setsuna is truly ready to face his trial. Zappa notices the shift in Setsuna's aura and groans at the thought of helping someone use spirit magic. Even so, the urgency of the battle looms, and Zappa promises to hold the line. Setsuna accepts the deal to buy Zappa time. With that, Zappa runs off to face Legion, while Setsuna sits down to begin his trial when suddenly the environment shifts as he enters the realm of wind. Everything is changed. As usual, Blazer grumbles about Zeph, but Setsuna is far too focused to care. Blazer tells him he'll understand once he meets Zeph himself. Soon, the wind spirit appears, presenting a simple test: escape his maze of wind. Setsuna is surprised that Zeph doesn't care about worthiness. Instead, the spirit explains he simply enjoys watching talented humans. Blazer cuts in, mocking the spirit for watching people get drunk on power and eventually fall apart. Once Setsuna realizes Zeph only values strength, he steps into the maze and quickly finds a path forward. Closing his eyes, he calms his mind and follows the flow of. Setsuna realizes the difficulty of the trial, grateful that his heightened perception allows him to navigate through the maze where others would perish. He reaches a junction where one path feels soft and peaceful, while the other feels wild and dangerous. Setsuna initially decides the calmer path must be the way out, but he remembers Hong could only access half a spirit's power, meaning the real answer has to
be something else. Setsuna turns toward the path filled with stormy, threatening wind.
He realizes Zeph wants someone capable of facing a raging storm. Meanwhile, Zappa's relentless struggle against Legion is only serving to annoy the Apostle. But while Setsuna seeks his strength, Zappa's relentless struggle against Legion is only serving to annoy the Apostle, who realizes that speed, but Zappa hits him with a desperate spell. Skunk Fog. The Skunk Fog releases an incredibly nasty stink that is especially toxic to monsters like Legion, who is fused with so many souls. He chuckles and charges at Zappa, forcing him to jump. Retreat. Zappa is cornered and right as Legion moves in to finish him. Setsuna returns. He slams Legion with a force so great the Apostle's hair turns green, signaling that Zeph's wind power has joined him. Legion's eyes widen as Setsuna's new strength takes hold. The Apostle starts rambling about wanting him as a test subject, but Setsuna, the hero, silences him with a punch that shifts the tides of the battle. Legion is stunned by the true potential of spirit magic. As they clash, Setsuna uses his newfound speed to blast Legion toward the ground. Despite the onslaught, the Apostle remains calm, knowing that while wind magic is fast, it lacks the raw power of fire. Then Setsuna switches to fire magic. Setsuna and Blazer had already spotted the molten lake below. Therefore, Setsuna delivers a massive punch that sends Legion plunging into the magma. As the lava swallows the Apostle's screams, Setsuna grabs Zappa and leaps to a cliff, watching the eruption with disbelief. Zappa is glad the time they bought actually mattered, but then they notice movement in the magma. To their absolute shock, Legion rises from the lava, and the fight is far from over. He emerges in a blind rage, and the threat is growing. Setsuna's attack cost him half the creatures fused into his body, which is a massive blow to his plans. Furious, Legion vows to use everything he has left to kill them all. Of them will leave the island alive, immediately launching a deadly spell that forces them to run. Zappa is shaken by the sheer amount of mana Legion still possesses. He realizes he can't dodge forever. He fires his own fire magic, but Legion only mocks him, claiming the magma has made him resistant to heat. Zappa finds himself trapped, with no path left to escape. Setsuna jumps in to save him, but the wounds heal instantly, proving they can't win by simply cutting him down. Setsuna creates a whirlwind and retreats to safety with Zappa. As they hide, a worried Zappa asks for the plan, since wind magic alone might not be enough to stop Legion. With Blazer's fire proving useless, Setsuna whispers a desperate new plan to Zappa. He has spotted the target. A crystalline core at the center of Legion's body must be the source of the Apostle's power and life. Strike the core and end this nightmare once and for all. Core, and end this struggle. While Zappa worries about the extraction, Setsuna insists he can do it. It's a gamble, but it's the only move that can finish Legion in one hit. Zappa smiles, sensing Setsuna's confidence, and vows to create that opening even if it costs him his life. Those words bring a painful memory to the surface. In his past life, he had asked Zappa for help in making and opening against Vidrak, and Zappa had offered the same sacrifice. He couldn't save the world then, but this time Setsuna is certain he can. With the pact made, the plan begins. Zappa steps out from the shadows, drawing the furious Legion's attention. As the Apostle readies to unleash his full power, Zappa suddenly shouts that he wants to make a deal. While Legion pauses to listen, Zappa suddenly drops his staff and raises a hand in surrender. This sudden compliance leaves the Apostle completely stunned. It's a shocking move, as the warrior begs for mercy and offers to help with the experiments, but Legion isn't fooled by the charade, knowing Zappa is merely stalling. Seeing the ruse, Zappa bursts into mocking laughter, insulting all the research and total pathetic failure. Clearly thrown off by the taunt, Zappa reminds him that his monsters are gone, and more importantly, Safin is safe. Calling the Apostle pathetic and finished, Zappa grins, driving home the fact that everything Legion's composure cracks as the insults sink in, but he quickly realizes. Trying to set Zappa suddenly unleashes a sudden lightning. The gambit fails, and Zappa collapses to his knees in exhaustion. Legion sneers, asking if this pathetic stall was meant to buy time for Setsuna since the hero is nowhere to be found. Desperate, Zappa attempts to channel one last hidden spell to buy more seconds, but the Apostle sees right through it, declaring the plan worthless before the magic can even form. As Zappa desperately tries to move, Legion sneers, looking down at him like a mere insect. He claims humans are nothing but test subjects meant to be crushed, but before the Apostle can strike, a sudden magic blast slams into him. It's Han, refusing to let anyone be treated like a mere tool. The effort is too much for him, and Han collapses into unconsciousness. Yet his selfless act provides the opening Zappa needs. Seizing the chance, Zappa unleashes a massive lightning spell that strikes Legion hard. Before the Apostle can recover, Setsuna descends from above, praising Zappa's strength as a top mage. Legion can only look up in shock at the hero's sudden appearance. Setsuna apologizes to the spirits, but he knows he has no other choice but to finish this. Legion prepares his own counterattack, but the movement stops as Janelle's head emerges, desperately holding the Apostle in place with sheer will. Through tearful eyes, Janelle begs Setsuna to save his sister. So Setsuna declares that while Legion may have taken Janelle's body, he will never possess his spirit. Legion roars that Janelle is nothing more than a mere test subject, but Setsuna refuses to listen. Ignoring the Apostle's taunts, Setsuna focuses entirely on delivering one decisive strike. Legion realizes too late that the target is his core. Yet he remains arrogant, believing neither fire nor wind can pierce his defenses. Then, Setsuna does something truly shocking. Despite Blazer's protests, the hero forces both spirit powers together at once, pushing his body past the limit of what any mage can control. But Setsuna forces his way through the immense strain. The elements fuse into a singular, devastating force, and Legion is instantly terrified. As the Apostle screams that no attack can reach him, Setsuna promises that this single strike will free everyone Legion has used and ruined. Unleashing the combined might of fire and wind, Setsuna lunges forward, aiming directly for the core. Before Legion can even react, a fatal slash rips through his head, cleaving his core in two. Legion dies. Freeing the slash is so overwhelming that Zappa is forced to shield his eyes as Legion's life fades, leaving the Apostle to wonder how Setsuna could, having achieved what he thought was the perfect fusion, could be defeated like this. He realizes that forcing souls together is nothing compared to making their wills obey. Because of that mistake, he has failed. Legion's body crumbles into dust, and with his death, the souls he fused by force finally regain their freedom. As Janelle fades away, he thanks Setsuna and pleads for him to watch over. Supine, in the aftermath, Zappa walks over to praise Setsuna's incredible strike. Zappa grins, bumping fists with Setsuna in a show of true camaraderie, calling the performance truly incredible. Even Cedric gives Zappa credit for holding the line while the plan unfolded. Inside the spirit realm, Blazer is still grumbling about the fusion, but Zeph, the wind spirit, is thrilled by the cooperation. As the darkness recedes, Han is finally freed from Legion's influence. Cedric carries the unconscious man away, declaring that the nightmare of Lotus Island is over. The Gore-Fence creatures that once devastated the Royal Mage Corps are finally gone, leaving the island in peace. Setsuna and his allies also manage to rescue Safin and the other captives held by Legion. Setsuna feels a quiet gratitude for the survival of Sid and Cha-Cha's squad, thanks to the knowledge of the future he carried with him. Once the captains have had time to recover, the mages prepare to depart the island. The mages finally leave the shores, leaving the relieved islanders behind. A few days later, relief ships arrive at Lotus Island to begin the rebuilding process. After the crisis, the heroes receive prestigious letters of recommendation from the commander for their bravery. With training finished, Setsuna and Valerie prepare to head back to the academy, but they suddenly spot Valerie's brother bowing before Sid and Zappa. He takes the blame for Valerie's reckless actions, claiming, failed as a mage now. He begs Sid to let Valerie come home so he can finally take on the duty he has avoided. Zappa snaps back, insisting that Valerie is already an essential part of the squad. He is frustrated that the man ran from the academy, only to return, claiming he can simply take his sister's place. Instead of backing down, the brother continues pleading, swearing he will do everything he can to protect Valerie. Tears well in Valerie's eyes as she reaches out to touch her brother's shoulder, and then she thanks him while clarifying that she truly loves serving in the Royal Mage Corps. Valerie bows to Sid and Zappa, promising to work to make up for the shame caused by her brother.
Mistake.
She then asks Sid to let both of them serve in the Corps together, leaving Zappa caught in a difficult position as the siblings refuse to give up. Sid jokes that Zappa has already lost the fight before revealing he has been promoted to commander of the Western Branch. He offers Zappa a new role as captain, assuming he will take Valerie's brother as his first recruit. The news is met with a sense of relief as Sid provides the siblings with the answer they wanted. They are both welcome in the Mage Corps. The Light family finally has a chance to
rise again through service. However, Zappa makes it clear that he has no room for weaklings and warns them that training will be brutal.
Driven by resolve, Valerie's brother promises to do whatever Zappa asks. Once the crowd clears, Sid calls Setsuna aside for a private discussion. He updates him on Han, who is recovering under heavy watch after losing his ancient magic. Though Han is guilty of many crimes, his lack of a spirit magic crest might actually save him from execution. With the legal details settled, Sid begins to probe deeper into Setsuna's mysterious knowledge, hinting that he knows more than he's letting on. Suddenly, Sid shifts the conversation towards Setsuna. He mentions how strangely accurate the young man was regarding the events on Rhodus Island. Then he asks the question that changes everything. How does Setsuna know?
Legion and all the apostles, Setsuna is caught off guard, facing a dilemma between his secrets and the truth.
Setsuna decides there is no other way. He must reveal the full truth to Sid. He begins from the very beginning, explaining the horrors of the apostles. During the emergency meeting, he reveals they serve Vidrak in their quest to destroy the world. After witnessing their power, Sid chooses to trust Setsuna. Sid vows to increase patrols to protect the holy city's dragon from the apostles. Setsuna thanks him, but then he reveals the ultimate tragedy, the disappearance of the capital, the largest city in the country, which vanished without a trace. Setsuna notes that this won't happen for another 2 years, so there is still some time to act. Sid suspects the enemy is working in secret inside the capital, and he promises to send scouts to investigate. Sid is impressed by Setsuna's insight and his own ability to adapt. But then Sid asks how Setsuna knows so much about the enemy's plans. Setsuna reveals the truth, explaining he has returned from a doomed future to save humanity. Sid accepts this heavy burden of truth without hesitation. Sid tells him thanks are unnecessary. The Royal Mage Corps stands as humanity's shield, and as Setsuna prepares to depart, and Sid shake hands, sealing a bond of mutual trust between them. A few hours later, the group gathers to prepare for their journey. Through tears, Cha-Cha tells Drago to return safely after his graduation. Meanwhile, Zappa urges Setsuna to drop out and join the Corps immediately, challenging him to become the strongest team possible. Setsuna promises to consider it, but first Valerie approaches to offer her gratitude and a startling revelation. She admits that Valerie is not her true name, but rather her brother's name, while she is actually Vanessa. Setsuna and the others turn away from the Corps. Setsuna and his companions leave the Mage Corps behind to head back to the academy. Meanwhile, news of Setsuna's victory over Legion begins to spread to the ears of Leo. The news shocks Leo, making him believe Setsuna is the prodigy destined to deliver him a great gift, and now he has 2 Corps on his side. Shortly after, Layla runs up to greet Setsuna, telling him that the headmaster is back at the academy and wants to meet with them. Upon entering the office, Setsuna finds Lionel waiting alongside the headmaster, and the instructor welcomes him back. Lionel asks for the full story, so Setsuna sits down to fill them in on everything that unfolded during his time at the Mage Corps. Happened during his training at the Mage Corps. The headmaster admits that Setsuna's warning will be vital later, adding that the apostles will soon begin moving much more aggressively. He also mentions that he knows Layla has back at the academy. Lionel shares grave news from his travels with the headmaster. Based on everything they've witnessed, a full-scale war may be looming on the horizon. Because of the looming threat, the headmaster tells Setsuna and Layla to prepare themselves. He reflects on how he lost all his comrades in the past because, since no one has fallen yet, the situation feels surreal, and he declares he is prepared to die if that's what he is ready to face death if it means protecting others. Setsuna is determined to protect the world, so he approaches the headmaster with an unprecedented request. This decision sends a shockwave through everyone present, shocks everyone. He wants to forge a pact with the legendary time spirit, Chronoboros. He wants to bond with the time spirit. After seeing the combined power of fire and wind, Setsuna knows he must master multiple spirits to reach the level needed to defeat Vidrak. Driven by this desperate goal, the headmaster summons the elusive time spirit. The air grows heavy with a frightening presence as the spirit, Chronoboros, reveals himself. He already knows Setsuna's intentions, but he has questions. Setsuna declares he is ready to face his trial without hesitation, and Waternia offers a way for everyone to witness the trial. A moment later, Setsuna arrives in the time realm to face an impossible challenge. He must defeat an opponent he knows deep down he cannot beat. Chronoboros warns that victory over this opponent is the only path forward, though Setsuna feels the nerves of the moment. He refuses to let fear stop him because he has no plan to lose. But the opponent emerges, and the crowd gasps as they recognize Setsuna's own former self. Setsuna wonders exactly what kind of mage he was when he chose long-range magic. The trial begins immediately, forcing him to close but before he can make his move, he is blasted by a surge of fire magic. Hits him, overwhelming his defenses. Layla watches in shock, since Setsuna can usually block fire. Even the headmaster explains that the heat damage makes this specific magic lethal. The past version of Setsuna shows no mercy, launching another long-range attack that Setsuna must dodge as he runs, desperately seeking a blind spot, but his tactical choice backfires, for as he closes in, his past self, surrounds himself with a mana barrier that Setsuna cannot react to. In time pierced through, he loses the match, leaving everyone stunned by the power of his former self. As a long-range mage, even the headmaster admits this version is the strongest mage he has ever seen. So, Setsuna's former self is so powerful that Layla asks Chronoboros if this means no pact is possible, but the time spirit is merciful. He declares that as long as Setsuna refuses to give up, he can challenge the trial. As many times as he wants Waternia, the water spirit notes that Setsuna shows no intention of quitting, and as the battle resumes, Setsuna manages to block the incoming fire attack and redirect its force. The headmaster breaks a sweat as he watches Setsuna combine 6 different attributes at once, demonstrating a level of mana control that is unprecedented. He admits he has never seen anyone fuse so many attributes into one deadly spell. The headmaster is terrified, remembering the sheer insanity of this attack. He attempts to block the onslaught, but the raw force breaks through his defenses and burns him down to the bone. Panicked, Layla cries out that Setsuna's past self is unbelievably strong, yet even that power was not enough to defeat the evil gods. The headmaster explains that Vidrak's magic decomposition overcomes every attribute except close combat magic, as close combat requires direct physical confrontation. Lionel watches in shock as the gap between long-range spells and close combat magic reveals itself to be a wall that seems impossible to cross. Then, Chronoboros explains that time moves differently here, meaning what they see is a loop of Setsuna fighting his past self over and over. Layla watches in horror, realizing that despite his endless courage, he has failed to win a single time. Lionel warns that this is a cruel trial. If Setsuna cannot overcome his own legacy, he might is truly possible. Total despair. The tension rises as everyone wonders if he can win, and even the headmaster begins to doubt if beating his past self is even possible. Setsuna feels that same mounting frustration. After 1,000 failed battles, the close combat magic he worked so hard to master has proven utterly useless. But that frustration only fuels his resolve, pushing him to reach for something new. A technique that, manifesting a blade of pure mana, Setsuna slices through everything in his path, cutting through even the most powerful attacks his past self can throw at him. In that moment, Setsuna's right eye turns a piercing gold, signaling he will go beyond the limits of this trial. Setsuna is mastering close combat magic. Layla has completely lost, however. Lionel and the headmaster immediately grasp exactly why his eye has turned golden. That gaze allows Setsuna to witness the War God's Eye.
War God's Eye, a legendary power once attributed to a legendary mage. It allows one to see the flow of mana at death's door, something Lionel never thought Setsuna could achieve without years of training.
This specialized magic works by boosting the physical body, and he is using that essence to pour mana directly into his optic nerves to see every flow, but pulling off this precision requires a technique, Qigong. Even the most elite mages struggle with it. Even the time spirit Chronoboros is impressed as Setsuna uses the trial to grow stronger. Usually mages focus on muscles, and Setsuna's past life mastery allows him to unify his mind, technique, and body instantly. This synergy transforms him into the ultimate close combat mage, weaving effortlessly through lethal strikes. Though limited in range, this perfect form allows him to manipulate mana to slice through spells, creating an unstoppable path directly toward his opponent. He finally breaks through to his past self, but the onslaught isn't over. As he closes in, his former self unleashes a devastating 6-attribute attack, leaving everyone on edge. It looks like Setsuna is about to fail once again, but not this time. Using his new vision to read the mana flow, he strikes the attack at its absolute weakest point. The attack shatters, and Setsuna carves a path straight toward his opponent. Seeing that his younger self has finally reached him, the past version gives up. Setsuna smiles, promising to use this newfound power to defeat the evil god. With the threat neutralized, a collective sigh of relief sweeps through the onlookers as they breathe again when they realize he has actually won. Even the headmaster is amazed that Setsuna conquered the version once considered the strongest. Watching from the sidelines, Layla tears up with joy, seeing him finally clear the hurdle. The time spirit Chronoboros confirms Setsuna's success. As Setsuna returns to the real world, Layla notices that he now carries the essence of 3 spirits. Setsuna remains focused. He knows the true target is Vidrak, the god above all apostles. To reach him, he must acquire even more contracts. Setsuna's quest for more spirits is interrupted when the headmaster steps in, proposing a journey to the Valley of Spirits, a hidden elven village and home of spirit magic. Layla is stunned by the news, having never heard of such a mystical place. The headmaster explains it is a top-secret sanctuary, but he assures them he knows a way in. The peace is shattered when an attendant brings in a priest, covered in blood and barely standing. The wounded man stuns the room by identifying himself as a member of the Holy Church, carrying an urgent letter for Setsuna. Layla's eyes widen as she realizes Roberta sent it, and they quickly discover it concerns Marianne, the highest-ranking priest in the church. Roberta's words, the attendant's warning is urgent, signaling that Setsuna and Layla must face a truth that cannot wait. Panic sets in as they realize the letter is stained with crimson. Them fear something terrible happened to Roberta while she sent it. After the messenger departs, the attendant says, the attendant takes the priest to the infirmary. As the tension breaks, Layla asks a question that has been weighing on her heart. Why Setsuna won't save? Marianne Setsuna finally admits she is the one person he can't save and explains his reason. The scene shifts to a flashback where the saintess is lost in prayer. She is interrupted by Gustav, an apostle, and she asks why he would break her devotion to the Creator. Her tears reveal a soul deeply committed to her faith. Her endless tears show how deeply devoted she is. While Roberta watches from the shadows, sensing something is wrong, Gustav offers a praise that feels far too hollow for the situation. As the darkness clears, Roberta panics when the man reveals himself to be Satania, the second apostle. The saintess recognizes his name and asks if his power stems from the evil god. He confirms it, wielding his terrifying authority, Dimension Rend, a power that tears through space to open, a force that tears through the fabric of reality itself. Suddenly, holy knights rush in to demand his identity, leaving Roberta shocked that they moved without her orders. Believing Satania intends to harm the saintess, the knights charge at him, but he wipes them all out with a single wave of his hand. The knights are dragged into the void, leaving a furious saintess to face the traitors. Gustav drops his facade, revealing his true apostle form through thousand-faced illusions. But the saintess remains unbowed, mocking them for revealing their secrets so easily. She produces the Tome of Sealed Truth, a weapon of divine power. By writing their abilities into the tome, she seizes total control over their very essence. Satania tests this new authority, attempting to strike her arm. The attack fails completely, proving the tome's power is a miracle, granted by the Creator. With its scripture capable of rewriting the laws of the world, the saintess is godlike, but as she prepares to act, Satania begins to clap. Impressed by her power, he then tells her she must meet his master. A massive rift tears open behind him, and Vidrak steps from the darkness. The saintess trembles, losing herself before his overwhelming presence. As Vidrak is revealed as Vidrak, Roberta watches from the shadows, paralyzed by confusion. The trembling saintess falls to her knees, realizing he is the one. The saintess asks why the Creator would destroy the world she was told to protect, assuming he must be disappointed in it. But Vidrak disagrees, claiming that humanity has grown well and beautifully decorated his garden. But now that's enough. He intends to purify the world before humanity becomes nothing more than pests. Vidrak then reveals the truth. He is the one who ordered the saintess to keep the world pure. And the Tome of Sealed Truth is merely an authority he granted her. This means Marianne is actually the first apostle. Roberta stands stunned, unable to believe the revelation. While Marianne is initially shocked, she accepts her true nature almost immediately. Believing the world should be destroyed and return to its creator, Marianne offers herself to him completely. She tells Vidrak he can do whatever he wants with her body and her very tears. He accepts the offering. As he begins to take her, Roberta panics, her only thought being to warn Setsuna of this nightmare. She tries to flee, but Satania senses a presence in the room and strikes. Though her arm is cut, just as another hit is about to land, the knights arrive to protect her. They tell Roberta. Roberta used her narrow escape to manage a final letter to Setsuna. As Layla reads it, the truth sinks in. Marianne is indeed an apostle. Even Lionel is shaken, realizing they must face the God who created this world. The headmaster seeks a way to reach the Valley of Spirits, and to achieve that, he has already recruited someone who swings open, and Morgana, the guide to the Village of Spirits, walks in, leaving Setsuna stunned. He quickly regains his composure and bows to the elderly guide, but the true guide stands hidden behind her. The real Morgana, appearing as a child, stands behind her. He is surprised to find that Roberta's wounds have healed, though. Morgana brushes it off. The guide explains she's only here because the headmaster begged her, but she will lead Setsuna to the Village of Spirits. Layla eagerly asks to join the journey, but Morgana first glances at the headmaster to see if he agrees. Following Morgana's lead, they embark on a long journey. They finally arrive at a freezing, cloud-covered cliffside where Morgana declares they have reached their destination. Layla looks around in confusion, seeing nothing but clouds. Seeing no village in sight, Morgana tells her to relax and pulls a mysterious lantern from her bag. As she lights it, Morgana explains that the elves moved their home during the Great Magic War. The lantern's glow pierces the sky, tearing a gap in the clouds to reveal a massive dragon. Setsuna and Layla stare in disbelief.
Morgana remains unfazed by the beast, noting they haven't seen anything yet. They climb onto the dragon
and soar high into the sky. Shock threatens to make Setsuna black out when the true destination appears before them, an island floating in the sky. This is the Valley of Spirits, the elves' home, since no human has set foot here. Since the Great War, Morgana smugly reminds Setsuna he should be thankful. They land on the island, leaving Layla, wondering how it stays afloat, only for Morgana to brag that it's thanks to one of her own inventions. Suddenly, arrows rain down on them. Setsuna instantly activates his God's Eye to catch the projectiles. After knocking the arrows away, he yells for the attackers to show themselves. A group of elven warriors steps out, demanding to speak. The elven warriors demand to know why humans have entered their lands. Morgana steps in to defend her guests, causing the warriors to bow as they quickly ask for forgiveness. Once things settle, Morgana reveals that Luz is an old friend of hers and should be willing to hear them out. After traveling to the palace, Morgana tells Setsuna and Layla not to worry about formalities when they meet Luz, the queen of the elves. However, Luz immediately interrupts and says they absolutely should be formal. She groans at Morgana's arrival, expecting only trouble, but agrees to listen. After hearing Setsuna's goal of forming spirit contracts, Morgana eagerly asks Luz to take him to the shrine of the Great Spirit, but Luz delivers a shocking refusal. She claims there's no way she believes Vidrak is trying to destroy the world. Luz adds that she doesn't care if humans are wiped out, so long as the elves remain untouched by the chaos. Setsuna warns that the danger isn't just a human problem, because the apostles have always feared, so it's only a matter of time before they find the Valley of Spirits. To prove his point, Setsuna removes his glove and releases Blazer, the fire spirit. He warns her that the apostles will use any method they need to get. They are enemies no one can ignore, but Luz refuses to take the warning seriously. Instead, she becomes incensed that a human would dare speak to her so freely. A human speaking so... She coldly tells him that spirit power is simply too great for any human to handle. Far too great. This insult causes Luz to rise from her seat in a rage, accusing him of justifying the persecution of elves. She lashes out, grabbing Setsuna with her magic, but he breaks her hold with ease, leaving her stunned. Seeing her shock, Setsuna notes that humans have grown much better at magic. It does nothing to calm her, and Luz only becomes more furious. Watching the argument spiral, Morgana can only sigh. Setsuna knows Luz has always been stubborn, and though Layla wants to press the issue, Setsuna refuses to push further. He fears making things worse, realizing that because he changed so much upon his return, the timeline is shifting. Even Marianne's downfall is occurring years earlier than it should have. This makes the future entirely unpredictable. When Setsuna asks how to reach the shrine, Morgana explains the only way is to wait for Luz to yield. She predicts the queen will demand a duel, but Setsuna hesitates to win by force, fearing it will only breed more hatred between their people. While they debate, Layla steps outside for air, finally understanding the weight of the Chronoboros trial. Setsuna has been fighting non-stop. He has pushed forward even after the world was destroyed, seeking even a little bit of peace. Meanwhile, Layla finds a piece of comfort as she picks familiar fruit to bake sweets for Setsuna. She remains focused on this simple task until islanders interrupt her. The following day, Setsuna returns to the palace, worried about Layla's absence. When Luz enters, she immediately demands that he leave the island. Setsuna refuses, standing his ground. The fate of humanity is on his shoulders, and with heavy resolve, Setsuna bows to respect the queen, asking for permission to undertake the Great Spirit's trial. Luz realizes he won't be moved, so she decides to him one chance, a duel. Victory means passage to the shrine, but defeat means everything is lost. Setsuna must proceed with the duel, even though it's a path he dreads. Luz maintains that humans and elves can never truly live together. She only grants this chance because of Morgana's influence, and then she departs. As they leave the palace, a sight stops Setsuna in his tracks. Nearby, Layla is happily surrounded by locals as an elven chef excitedly explains the sweets they're tasting. The chef and Layla engage the children in a contest to see whose treats taste better. Even the seasoned elf is impressed. The chef praises Layla's skill in bringing out the fruit's sweetness, leading her to finally spot Setsuna. Setsuna, stunned by the sight, calls out to her, only to be met by her cheerful explanation. She had been baking with the locals since yesterday. A friendly rivalry between the two has turned into a spirited cooking contest. Layla approaches Lucia to offer her a sweet, but the children suddenly call Layla back, pulling her away from the moment. Morgana tries to bridge the divide, reminding the elven warrior that isolation only breeds further resentment between their kinds. Her wisdom resonates, giving Setsuna the opening he needs to plead for her strength to save the world. Layla's presence has clearly made a difference, as Lucia finally lowers her guard. The elven warrior Lucia shakes his hand and offers her name, promising to guide him to the sacred shrine. Setsuna thanks her, relieved that a bridge has finally been built. Layla decides to keep her feelings a secret for now, refusing to burden Setsuna until after they defeat the evil god. With that resolve, they finally arrive at the ancient shrine of the Great Spirit. But while they seek guidance, a darker force begins to stir. The apostles are mobilizing, orchestrating a coordinated strike to keep Setsuna off balance. Saidnakia has appointed Lush and Cruel to hunt the dragon at the temple, while the remaining apostles spread out to execute their own deadly missions. Back at the shrine, Lush explains that 3 great spirits, Light, Thunder, and Ice dwell within, each presenting a unique trial, but there is no time for error. Suddenly, Morgana receives a psychic message through her doll, and the news is dire. The apostles have begun their movements, heading toward multiple targets at once. The news catches Setsuna off guard, leading him to suggest delaying the trial, but Morgana shuts him down instantly, warning that dire, full-scale war with the apostles has officially begun, and these creatures are far from the only danger. With their god being even more terrifying, Morgana declares that Setsuna is humanity's only hope. If he fails to secure those, he has no chance against Vidrak. He is frustrated, but he knows she's right. Lush and her followers reach their target, only to watch in horror as the defending knights suddenly begin coughing up blood. Lush wipes them out. His very gaze is lethal, and just as the carnage peaks, Carol is preparing something for his friends when a rift opens. At the academy, pouring forth a nightmare, leading the charge are Dantelion, the 3rd apostle, and Gigantes, the 7th. The duo unleashes a flood of creatures across the school, sending students into a panic. One student trips and is nearly killed, but the headmaster arrives with his dragon to burn the monsters away and save him. With the academy staff ready to fight, the teachers prepare to hold the line against the apostles. Meanwhile, Satanisha feels his plan is going smoothly. Once this raid is finished, he plans to wipe out the entire mage army to make the rest of his conquest easy. Following this strategy, Satanisha and his force arrive at the Elven Island. Elven warriors confront them with a volley of arrows, but Satania is easily repelling the elven volley, but before he can strike back, Morgana and the Queen step in. Lucia issues a fierce warning, declaring that the apostles will go no further. The sight of them brings a predatory smile to his face. He can eliminate every objective at once, including Setsuna, who has become Setsuna? Layla panics when Satanisha threatens to destroy the capital. Morgana is alarmed as his words prove he knows their secret. Satanisha taunts them, demanding to know where Setsuna is, but Lucia informs him that he's occupied elsewhere. She then adds that she's more than enough to handle him as the battle is about to explode. Layla calls upon Waternia for the strength to stand her ground. But the moment Marianne sees Layla using spirit magic, she snaps. Morgana urges her to stay with Layla. Suddenly, a brutal clash breaks out between the two sides, and Morgana unleashes a devastating strike between both sides, and Morgana fires a. Morgana's magic tools lash out in a deadly assault, nearly slicing Marianne. Morgana mocks her, claiming a tool's true name must be known to be controlled, and since she crafted the weapons herself, she is the only one who holds their names, but Marianne stuns her by completing an analysis. She sneers that nothing can be hidden from a god's messenger. Using that analysis, she uncovers the names of the weapons, and instantly shatters them, forcing Morgana back. Morgana refuses to flinch, keeping her remaining tools ready for combat. Yet beneath her tough front, the overwhelming power of Marianne sparks fear in her heart until Setsuna arrives. At the same time, Layla swears. Setsuna suddenly arrives amidst the chaos. Layla vows to risk her life, while Lucia turns to face Satania. Lucia prepares to demonstrate the true power of the Elven Queen. She launches a long-range attack, but it sinks into the ground instead of hitting its target. Satania thinks he has won, but then he realizes too late that the ground is a trap. Vines grab the apostle, locking him in place just as Lucia rushes in to strike with her staff. Satania breaks free with ease and counters immediately, forcing Lucia to dodge. The strike grazes her, leaving her leg badly wounded. Wincing in pain, she wraps the wound in vines to keep fighting. Satania admits her mana supply is impressive, but then he drops a revelation that shakes her to her core. The secret is out. The crown on Lucia's head is what keeps this entire island floating, and Morgana's face pales at the news. Satania's goal is now clear. He will seize the crown to control the island entirely. He plans to drop the island on the capital to... Lucia is horrified by his cruelty, but Satania only mocks her plight. He asks how long she can fight with a broken leg, knowing Morgana and Layla are too busy with Marianne to help. Lucia is seconds away from being overwhelmed by the Apostle's overwhelming pressure. Warriors rush in to shield Lucia, but they are quickly crushed by the overwhelming pressure. The struggle is futile, and even Lucia is knocked from her feet, leaving her vulnerable. As an Apostle moves in to finish her, a sudden shadow appears. Setsuna arrives just in time, pulling Lucia to safety and apologizing for the delay. The battle-hardened Apostle is glad to see Setsuna, identifying him as the top target. Setsuna shows no fear, daring the Apostle to test his resolve. When an Apostle tries to rush him from behind, the threat is met with immediate force. Setsuna drops the attacker with a single devastating punch, leaving the onlookers stunned. The precision of Setsuna's mana control has improved so much that his allies can't recognize him. His accuracy is far beyond what it was just a few days ago. Setsuna refuses to reveal his secrets, focusing only on the encroaching doom of humanity. Having suffered too much in the past, he refuses to let destruction claim the world again. Satania's confidence is high, but Setsuna's resolve is higher. As Satania lunges with a lethal flurry, Setsuna taps into the magic of the Spirit of Time. This allows him to effortlessly dodge every single strike, leaving the Apostle in total shock.
But Setsuna's close
range magic is a nightmare of its own. He shatters the very dimension in front of him, leaving Satania staring in disbelief at his broken attack. Setsuna remains unfazed, even though Marianne is watching. His nonchalance is seen as pure disrespect, which only makes Satania angrier. In a fit of rage, the Apostle releases a beast he was holding, but Setsuna weaves through the danger. He finds an opening and cuts the creature in half. Realizing Setsuna is closing in, Satania tries to escape through one of his space portals. However, Setsuna reads the movement and predicts exactly where he will emerge. Satania tries to ambush him, only to be caught off guard before the Apostle can even react. Setsuna, him flying, leaving the Apostle completely rattled. Satania's power is truly terrifying, matching the strength of his own master. Seeing Setsuna's dominance, the Apostle shifts his target toward Lucia and rushes her, but Setsuna reacts instantly, activating lightning magic to boost his speed. The electrical surge propels him forward. The surge allows him to close the distance in a heartbeat, catching the Apostle mid-strike. Setsuna shatters the barrier with a single devastating punch straight to Satania's head. The Apostle is paralyzed by sheer panic. Setsuna declares he is no mere child, but the mage who defied time itself to return and end this nightmare. Fueled by pure rage and lightning, he delivers a brutal strike to finish the job. Setsuna drives Satania into the ground, ending the fight for good. As the girls cheer for his victory, Luz is stunned that Setsuna has formed a contract with a great spirit. But the celebration is cut short, for even as Setsuna smiles, Luz warns that Marianne remains a looming threat.
Marianne continues to analyze Morgana's tools.
Layla hopes Setsuna's arrival will finally allow them to break through Marianne's defenses. Then, the analysis is complete and reveals the true identity of the object she has been studying, the gravity crown. Before Luz can even react, the artifact is ripped from her head. The crown is now in Marianne's hands, and the betrayal is complete. Morgana realizes Marianne has only been toying with them to study the crown, which was her true target from the start. With cold indifference, Marianne mocks their desperation, proving she never cared for them at all. Then, she corrupts the crown, intending to slam the entire island into the capital. Marianne doesn't care if she dies in the process. Her life has already belonged to her master from the start. She crushes the crown. And the destruction doesn't stop there. Morgana's body begins to glow as she realizes Marianne is analyzing her essence.
Marianne unleashes a brutal attack designed to
burn Morgana alive. Layla watches in horror as Morgana seems to be incinerated, but suddenly, the real Morgana appears. Morgana tells Layla to leave Marianne to Setsuna. They need to stop the island from falling. Layla helps Luz up and they rush off, leaving the two combatants alone. Marianne is delighted to finally fight without holding back. Setsuna takes his stance, knowing he must win. Before Marianne can analyze his abilities, their magical clash erupts with terrifying intensity, and as both powerhouses trade blows, Marianne slips behind him, aiming a knockout punch at his head, but Marianne completes her analysis, using her scripture to instantly seal Setsuna's lightning magic. She had caught onto his pattern from his previous fight against Satanisha. With his lightning gone, Setsuna relies on sheer experience to survive.
Marianne keeps pressing the
attack, forcing him to hit. His strikes cannot break through her defense. Yet Marianne proudly admits she left that opening on purpose. She admits switching magic types was clever, but she's seen enough to end this. For her, this means calmly stating he has already won. Marianne smiles, confident her tone makes his power irrelevant. She quickly analyzes his connection to the spirit of time, only to freeze in shock. Her hand is turning to ice as the terrifying truth sinks in. Setsuna's magic is far from one-dimensional. Setsuna has already lost the ability to use her scripture, and Marianne responds with a massive blast of energy. The explosion fills the battlefield with thick smoke, but as the haze clears, she sees only a refraction of light, a decoy. Marianne realizes her mistake just in time. Setsuna breaks the silence, revealing his true strength. He hasn't just mastered lightning, he has conquered the other spirits as well. With light and ice at his command, he lunges forward, overwhelming her defenses. Before she can react, Setsuna drives a massive mana sword into her. Marianne drops to her knees, her ribcage crushed by Setsuna's final blow. In her dying moments, she wonders why anyone would bother resisting Vidrak, the god whose will is absolute. Setsuna's answer is simple. He prays only to stay alive, and he refuses to let anyone steal his future.
Marianne dies with a smile, predicting his ultimate demise, but her passing marks a turning point.
By destroying her scripture, Setsuna has reclaimed his lightning magic, but there is no time to celebrate as the island is still plummeting.
The destruction of the scripture undid every restriction it had placed on him.
Meanwhile, at the control point, Layla and Morgana find the elves in total despair. Just as hope seems lost, Luxie, an elf observer, steps forward to rally the fallen. Luxie urges them to stand tall, reminding them that humanity has survived far worse than this. Seeing a chance, Morgana calls upon Waternia to put her desperate plan into motion. But the cost is devastating. Morgana collapses, coughing violently. Morgana realizes she has pushed Waternia's magic far beyond her limits. She refuses to stop despite her exhaustion, and then Layla rushes in to support her with healing magic for a little longer. Morgana keeps pushing, believing she is the only one who can atone for the great war started by her own brother. A moment later, Morgana finally reaches her limit and collapses, but Layla steps in to take her place. She draws out Waternia's full power, moving the water into place just before impact. That softens the collision and saves everyone in the capital. It makes the survival of the Great War feel truly worth it. Meanwhile, Setsuna is taking in the victory when a terrifying figure appears in the sky, exerting such pressure that anyone nearby nearly collapses under it. It is Vidrak himself. Nearby, everyone nearly collapses under it. It's Vidrak himself. At the same while Lush and Cruel are about to finish their task, they are suddenly ambushed by an unexpected force. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrive as the battle escalates. The headmaster reveals his true masterstroke. He has deployed giant teleportation circles across the globe for rapid deployment. This allows the mages and teachers to finally stand against the apostles on even ground. As the instructors hold the line, the headmaster can only pray that Setsuna can handle the godlike threat. Vidrak appears looking down on the mortals like insects in his garden. As mere insects, even the creator is surprised. They are just to push back his apostles. Irritated by their resistance, Vidrak forms. Just before the celestial weapon can strike, Setsuna rises to meet the threat, unleashing a powerful spell straight at the black sun. And to everyone's shock, he destroys it completely before flying up to face Vidrak. Setsuna stares down Vidrak, demanding to know why a creator would choose to destroy his own creation. To Vidrak, this world is merely one in a long line of failed experiments, a cycle he has repeated countless times before, ended before it starts. Amidst this chilling revelation, the elves rush forward, hoping to aid the battle by firing their weapons. Setsuna tries to warn them to stay back, but it is already too late. The truth hits the battlefield when their desperate attacks fail to leave even a scratch on the god. Annoyed by the futile resistance, Vidrak begins gathering mana in his eyes, and Setsuna knows exactly what that means. He screams for everyone to retreat, for all magic is useless against the terrifying power of mana decomposition. Once the mana finishes gathering, in his eyes, Vidrak unleashes his authority, the curse of killing. Setsuna shuts his eyes against the divine aura, preparing to rushes him at lightning speed. Vidrak is shocked that the curse had no effect on him, leaving him completely vulnerable to the onslaught before the creator can even react. It his trump card for this final battle. To counter mana decomposition, one must strike before the mana finishes gathering. With incredible speed, Setsuna follows up with the ultimate technique. The 1-inch Trinity Fist blasts Vidrak into the distance. Setsuna declares that humans can defy fate and reach a new future if only the god would believe. But instead of listening, Vidrak dismisses him as nothing more than a noisy bug. Seeing that words won't change anything, Setsuna gives up on talking and accepts that Vidrak is truly an evil god. Then, Gustav enters the fray. Vidrak demands the cores that serve as the source of their divine power. Satanisha moves to offer her first core, but Gustav suddenly... The traitorous strike is lightning fast as he from behind. Setsuna stands stunned as Gustav's face shifts, unmasking the traitorous Leo, who used stolen authority to hide his true identity. Each apostle carries a unique power granted to them. Leo reveals that he and the apostles are travelers from another world. The apostles were once given divine cores in exchange for their hearts, and those cores granted them their own authorities. This power forced their loyalty to Vidrak, but Leo was the only one who never truly submitted. In a sudden move, Leo rushes toward Vidrak to strike him. Vidrak remains calm, certain that Leo is too weak to even touch him. He unleashes a massive blast of power that threatens to destroy Leo. The god explains that these cores were once part of his own essence, but they were stolen by a higher being. Leo just laughs, ripping open his shirt to reveal the impossible truth. 4 cores are embedded in his own body, making him more powerful than ever. He even mocks Setsuna's interference, noting that the chaos prevented Vidrak from recovering a single core. Because Leo has gathered 4 for himself, the gap between him and the god has narrowed. Furious, Vidrak fires another wave of magic at him. Leo tanks the entire blast, mocking the god by calling him old, stale, and boring. Leo continues to press his advantage, dismissing the god as nothing more than a dull creature who only knows how to destroy. Suddenly, Leo releases a massive burst of completely overwhelms Vidrak, leaving the god staring in total disbelief as Leo absorbs and defeats him utterly. As the smoke clears, Leo emerges victorious while the elves cheer, believing the evil god is finally gone. While Setsuna feels uneasy that Vidrak fell so easily, Leo simply brags about his victory. He claims Vidrak was strong but painfully boring, and lacked true fun to Leo. Boredom is the only sin, and he promises to make the world far more entertaining. He releases a crushing tide of energy to demonstrate his point. He unleashes a crushing energy that seizes the elves and begins draining their very lives. Even Luxie and Layla are trapped in Leo's lethal power. He casually muses that it would be even more amusing to release a plague and watch humanity scream in terror. Setsuna snaps, and he draws his mana blade. Setsuna attacks Leo, but the apostle effortlessly endures the intense flames. When Setsuna demands an explanation, Leo calmly declares that a god's power is now his to command. He reveals his plan is nothing less than the total destruction of humanity. Setsuna asks why he cannot accept a peaceful world, but Leo simply finds peace to be boring. He even offers to spare the world if Setsuna joins him, but the hero sees through the lie. Setsuna knows Leo would only kill everyone eventually to witness his ultimate despair, consequently transforming into something, creating a form even more hideous than the god was. The sheer pressure reveals Leo has surpassed Vidrak's original power. Thanks to his 4 divine cores and divine strength, even so, Setsuna prepares for a brutal fight, refusing to let Leo off the hook. Enjoying his new strength, Leo begins testing his limits by using Tsukiyomi's authority to raise the dead, every corpse. Setsuna cuts through the rising corpses with ease, which only serves to... Leo decides to raise the stakes. Leo considers using the truth scripture, but decides to save it for later. He switches to Satania's power, yet Setsuna uses the god's eye to evade the rifts while slicing through the zombies. Meanwhile, Layla and Lush are... He activates the cursed eye of death, but Setsuna dodges with lightning speed. Then the unexpected happens. Setsuna suddenly splits into multiple copies, leaving Leo completely shocked. Struggling to find the real target, Leo strikes at a mere illusion. By the time he realizes his mistake, Setsuna lands a deadly 1-inch fist, but Leo blocks the strike with ease, and then counters with a heavy blow, declaring he is finished with testing powers. Instead, he demands a raw, old-school fistfight. The impact is devastating, sending Setsuna reeling backward from the sheer force. He realizes Leo is channeling the divine core's power, along with a realization that confirms Leo has officially surpassed Vidrak. Meanwhile, the onlookers below see only 2 streaks of light clashing in the sky. The heavy blows continue to fly, and from the huge Luxie, an observer of the battle, warns Layla and the others that interference is impossible. But Layla refuses to stand by helplessly, desperate to find a way to aid her friend. Meanwhile, Leo mocks Setsuna's skill, claiming he has even more divine contracts to reveal. Setsuna charges to silence him, but Leo easily wins the exchange and blasts him away. Desperate and reeling, Setsuna realizes he must combine his powers if he is to survive. Merging elements is a suicidal gamble, for one wrong move means certain death, and even a successful fusion won't last long. Yet, Setsuna knows he cannot win unless he can force more elements into his soul in a burst of sudden overwhelming power. He begins to smash Leo into the dirt, having finally harnessed the combined strength of all 6 spirits within him. This massive surge allows him to manifest a shimmering mana
blade, the Hexagrandia.
He swings straight for Leo's head, but the apostle dodges at the last second, only losing a few limbs when seeing the raw strength of Setsuna's power. Leo breaks into a manic laugh and says he loves it. Setsuna is playing for keeps, but he only has 60 seconds of this power-up, and he has to, or risk total defeat. But Leo has seen the trump card and responds with his own. Setsuna is still recovering his missing limbs when Leo unleashes his next nightmare, 3 black suns at once. Setsuna, but the protagonist uses the god's eye to weave through the darkness and slice them apart. Lands. It's going to hurt badly. Setsuna soars into the sky with the power of wind to meet him. Leo can only mock the effort, reminding him of the price he'll pay when he inevitably falls. Setsuna pushes his magic into overdrive, even though it'll burn through his remaining time. Even ignoring the cost to his remaining time, he charges once more, aiming to cut Leo down before his trump card fades below. The weight of the world rests on this moment as everyone pray for his victory, knowing that if he fails, they are all doomed. Setsuna finally catches up to Leo, but the extreme speed ruins his aim. Things only get worse as Leo summons a demonic army, forcing him to carve a path through the beasts just to reach his target again. But while Setsuna fights through the chaos, Leo is preparing something even worse. As Setsuna breaks through the onslaught, the true nightmare begins. Instead of being eaten by the beasts, Setsuna is ready for Leo's cursed eye and reflects the attack back, wounding Leo and creating a perfect opening. Sensing the danger, Leo resorts to a dirty trick. He shifts his face to look exactly like Layla, hoping to cause hesitation, but Setsuna ignores it and attacks anyway, landing a crushing blow that sends Leo crashing down. Despite the impact, Setsuna still can't cut cleanly through him as Leo manages to stop the blade. A blow that sends Leo crashing down, though the strike, a devastating spell called Magic Devouring World. He calls upon a giant sword that grows larger by consuming mana, forcing Setsuna into a desperate defense. The spell is massive. A massive sword appears, growing larger as the plan works perfectly, as he reaches Leo at the very just in time. And a massive explosion of smoke consumes the entire battlefield. The exchange drains every last drop of Setsuna's mana, but as the smoke fades, he stares in utter shock at what remains. Setsuna can't believe his eyes as Leo remains standing despite the onslaught. Leo even offers a twisted compliment, noting that few could survive a fight against a god's power. The apostle's last strike may have stung, but now that Setsuna is empty, Leo mocks his weakness and blasts him with raw energy. Still, the hero refuses to quit, charging in with nothing but a desperate fist forward to slam a desperate fist into Leo's head. Leo doesn't even flinch, catching the blow easily before delivering a crushing punch to, sending Setsuna crashing through the air. Even so, Leo finds himself admiring that persistence. Setsuna continues to fight despite having no mana and nearly no strength, declaring that giving up was never an option. As long as he can still form a fist, he won't stop, seeing that unwavering resolve. Determined to end it, Leo crafts a massive energy blast, targets Setsuna. The projectile slams into him and erupts in a terrifying explosion. When the smoke clears, the protagonist has vanished. Leo smiles, certain that he has finally won. With victory in sight, he decides it's time to wipe out everyone, and even the planet. But Leo doesn't know that Setsuna survived. Setsuna only escaped because Layla pulled him away at the very last second with no one left to challenge him. Leo begins choosing his next target. He contemplates heading to the academy to settle scores with the headmaster, but an attack from the mages shifts his focus toward the royal capital instead. Layla has brought Setsuna to safety, but his injuries are terrible. As he regains a fragment of strength, he thanks her for the rescue. Setsuna urges her to leave since she is also exhausted, but Layla just smiles and places something in his hand. She gently opens his hand and places a small object inside. It is the very brooch Setsuna helped her win back from the upperclassmen long ago. Before the rescue, Layla had others pour healing magic into the accessory to store its power. She tells him to use it and heal. Setsuna hesitates, seeing the pain in Layla's eyes and her visible wounds, but Layla reminds him that he has been risking everything since the start, so now she is willing to risk her life too. Since Setsuna is the only one who can defeat Leo, to reassure him, Waternia appears and explains that Layla avoided a fatal strike. Waternia is moved by how Setsuna fights without regard for his own life. Realizing he may have passed her test, the spirit offers a contract that could cost him everything. He is already at his limit. As he is already at his limit, already carrying 6 spirits inside him, Setsuna doesn't care, as long as it gives him the chance to defeat Leo. To lend him her power, Layla smiles and agrees, but she demands a promise that he will come back alive. She tells him, but she demands a single promise, that he will come back alive. She tells him he's fought long enough, and Setsuna smiles, telling Waternia that if he hadn't met Layla, he would have just continued fighting alone in the second loop. Because of her, he is determined to protect this world. With Waternia riding on his back, Setsuna prepares for the final confrontation. He stands ready. Just as Leo begins his rampage, Setsuna reappears, catching him completely off guard. Leo stares in disbelief that the boy is still breathing. Driven by fury, Leo attacks, but his strike hits nothing, leaving him stunned. Suddenly, he realizes that something about Setsuna has shifted beyond recognition. As the young mage has successfully united all 7 elements of magic, Setsuna allows the massive spirit's power to erupt from within him. A blinding light bursts out, forcing Leo to shield his eyes, and when the glow settles, it transforms into a brilliant, shimmering rainbow. Everyone stands stunned by the spectacle, except Chronoboros, who warns him that his body is falling apart because it can't handle the he must endure, because Blazer reminds him of the promise he made to Layla. Setsuna offers a brief smile at the thought, but his expression quickly turns deadly serious. In a sudden flash, he lunges at Leo to deliver a crushing blow that leaves the apostle reeling. Setsuna keeps pressing the offensive, striking again and again, while Leo tries to resist, but he narrowly avoids a devastating slam to the ground by jumping into the air. The two trade rapid-fire blows, but the momentum is entirely one-sided, as Setsuna's overwhelming strength shatters Leo's left arm, forcing a painful scream from the apostle. Setsuna follows up with a devastating punch to Leo's midsection, launching the apostle through the air. But the broken apostle crawls from the rubble, screaming in horror that a mere human has surpassed a god. Leo refuses to yield, desperate to continue the battle to the bitter end.